Yes!
Hello and welcome. It is ALGS Pro League Split 2 for APAC South. We're back once again, Genome, in the studio. I feel like it's been such a long time. Hasn't really, though.
We had playoffs, they weren't too long ago, but you're right. Look, it's new split. Look, lots of new teams. We've even got a new caster this season, a new logo for Longshot, plenty of stuff going on. But look, same old ALGS, same old Longshot. It's gonna be, it's gonna be a good split coming up. I can tell. I can feel it in my bones.
You can. Yeah, it's going to be a big split. It's going to be a very long split as well, although maybe not as long as it was. It's kind of the same amount of days, but in a much more condensed format. So we've got, when it comes to the weekends, we've got a lot going on.
Double header after double header. I hope you've got your weekends booked out for Apex because, we got a lot of it coming at you over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, certainly. I'm super looking forward to it. I know it's going to be a big few weeks of Apex Legends going on as we sort of touch on what is happening here in Pro League Split 2. We'll take a look at exactly what we're talking about. What are we sort of expecting over the course of these 3 weekends. Genome, and as you can see, these are the days, and this is how it all sort of shapes up. So obviously right now we're on day number 1. We'll be taking a look at groups B and C to start things off, and then we'll be taking a look at groups A and B afterwards. Tomorrow there's going to be another day, and then next weekend there's another 2 days, and then the weekend after that there's another 2 days. And essentially what's happening here is every single group will play against every single group twice. So there's a lot of games. You get every ample opportunity possible to get as many points on the board as you can. And I don't think at the end of this anyone's going to be able to say, oh, we didn't get enough chances, we didn't get enough opportunities, because I feel like this is the longest a split has ever really been.
I mean, look, it is the same length as last split, I guess. It is going to feel like a big one, though. As you said, jam-packed into these weekends as it is now. Look, six play days over 3 weekends. There's going to be so many opportunities, as you said, for these teams to prove who is the best. Last split, it was Reignite, right, who came away with the split.
I was going to say, debatably, it was Reignite.
But, when it came down to the playoffs, they didn't quite get there. Most points still, debatably, still the best team in the playoffs. But yeah, as you say, it's maybe up for a debate there a little bit.
To be fair, it is an argument that I would be in favor of, but I mean, they didn't win playoffs. So anyway, they didn't win the grand total prize. They didn't get everything that they could possibly want. But hey, let's talk about their opportunities here in Split 2, because there is a whole lot more cash on offer available once again. So as we go down the list, 15k for first is a pretty big one. And, obviously, again, this is sort of the all-important cash component of it.
Yeah, look, a couple of weekends of, sit on your PC gaming, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, all right, maybe. There might be a little bit of practice that, goes into that beforehand, perhaps.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, even if we disregard that, there is still that, 3 or 4 years of gaming that you've had to sort of get to this point, or maybe even more in a lot of cases.
3 or 4 years?
Well, I was just thinking
you reckon these guys have just picked up Apex Legends as their first game ever?
Well, I was only talking about Apex. How long has Apex even been out? Has it been 3 years?
It's just been past his 3rd birthday, I believe. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, 3 years, I guess, of Apex Legends, and then probably another 10 or 15 on top of that for a few of them. Depends on how old you are. I don't know, in your case, maybe it's 20 or 30.
Oh, mate, yeah, you got a couple more of that.
Yeah, look, I mean, there are a lot of interesting teams to talk about, and we're kind of getting to that point where, well, I mean, there's a lot, really. I don't know where to even start with this one, to be honest. I mean, we were talking about Reignite. Obviously, they were the winners of Split 1, but they didn't win the playoffs. And then we have Dreamfire coming back. They were the winners of playoffs, but they placed 4th in Split 1. So, I mean, where are you putting all of these teams? And then that's not to mention the roster changes as well, which is going to be another kettle of fish that we have to get into as well.
Yeah, so many, and I'm sure we'll touch on that soon. But almost every single team has made a big roster change. Dreamfire, the one you just mentioned there, the only, what I would put as a top tier team in APAC South, are the only ones not to have made a change, which is pretty incredible, actually.
Yeah, I think we were going down the list before from first down to 6th. So it's Dreamfire, Reignite, Burger, Exo, Sutaraiku all made a roster change. And then once we got to Inside the Ring, I don't believe Inside the Ring made a change. And we were sort of debating, was Inside the Ring quote-unquote top team? Were they up there with those other teams? I mean, I look at their results and I say, results-wise, kind of, yeah. I mean, you look at it maybe eye tests and feeling and general consensus, maybe no.
Mm.
But either way, they obviously haven't made a roster change, and so they're definitely a sort of a team to keep an eye on, whether that's going to be a good thing for them or whether these roster changes for all these other teams are going to be a net positive for some of them. I don't know. I'm surprised by a lot of them, to be fair.
Well, I think what goes into it for me is that when you look at the end of the season and what matters, right? And, sure, we didn't quite get there last season, unfortunately. We're still hoping to get there to land this season. And again, that'll be the top 5 teams that go through, right? So for me, it's kind of looking at like, yeah, who are the top 5 teams? And if you're outside that top 5, then it kind of feels like you're not on that same tier. And, I think the results showed last season that we had a clear at least top 4, I think, in Burger, EXO, Reignite, and Dreamfire. And then the 5th was, maybe up for grabs a little bit. Lightning Unicorn are in the mix. AF, I think, at times were in the mix. I don't think I'd put them there any longer.
Yep.
And yeah, a team like Inside the Ring, who are incredibly consistent, sit just outside that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's any number of teams that we can continue to talk about. I mean, Lightning Unicorn definitely is another one of those ones that we're like, oh, okay, well, there's some interesting changes happening there as well. I mean, where would you sort of sit your top 5 at the moment? Like, if we were to get to that point, are you prepared to sort of put your money on the table and say, I mean, even before we start really getting into the nitty gritty of these roster changes, just an overarching holistic look, what are you thinking for Split 2? Who's the strongest looking teams?
Well, I think that top 4 is still going to, even with these roster changes, are still going to be pretty much rock solid. So I think Rig, Burger, Team EXO, and Dreamfire are going to stick there and be almost shoo-ins to get in that top 5 and make their way overseas. The 5th, I think, is still up. I think my pick to sort of come up and really make a difference and be a lot better than they were in Split 1 is actually going to be BRP. And look, why don't we have start talking about those roster changes and get into why that is now. So I think starting at the top with Reignite, we've had a very big roster change there. So Jem Burton, Zero, and Templex were the team that you guys all know and love that have been dominating this scene for quite a while, and that's why it is such a surprise that they have removed Templex from the roster, and they've replaced him with Sharky.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one, wasn't it? Because I think for probably the last year and a half, 2 years, we've sort of been talking about this roster as maybe the best roster in this region, definitely among the best rosters in this region. And I think you look at their placements and their results, and you have to make a pretty strong argument that they were the most consistent team in terms of the results they were able to put across the board. They did struggle in a lot of the high stakes ones, like the playoffs, the finals, these sort of kind of situations. But when it came to regular seasons, and even to be fair, in those kinds of playoffs, I mean, we take ourselves back to playoffs from Split 1. Like, they had so many more points than any other team, but they just couldn't get that win. Even despite in one of those games, like, it looked like they literally like 1v3'd or 1v4'd in the end game. And then another 1 or 2 teams were still alive and kind of came in and third partied and finished them off. So, I mean, I think you can make the argument that was probably the number 1 team in this region for at least a year, at least 12 months.
Yep.
And to me, it was very surprising that they made a roster change, just because, I think we've always spoken about Templex as being a really, really solid individual. He's obviously taking some of those in-game leadership duties for this roster as well. And they always had a lot of success. I mean, you can expect to have a roster change when you're not having success, 100%. If you're taking 5th as this roster, you say, okay, well, maybe something's got to change. But if they're consistently, I mean, they won the split and then they came 2nd in playoffs. Those are very successful results. But maybe that's not enough. Maybe that's not enough for this team. Maybe 2nd in playoffs is, for these guys, they're saying that's not good enough. We need to make a change.
Potentially a world-beating team, right? Yeah, maybe they want nothing but concrete and absolute first in the region, no matter if it is regular season, playoffs, or where, what have you. I think a couple of points to make there is about why they might have made that change. Templex, as you said, he was part of the IGLing of this team, but only co-IGL, right? So Zero also taking some of those responsibilities. Jen, of course, just there to blow everyone's heads off, as he does on a very regular basis. So taking Templex out, he was... I feel like he was considered more kind of the brains of that team.
Yep.
Maybe not necessarily inside, but maybe a little bit
Externally,
more
definitely,
outside in sort of planning how the team, works, rotations, all that kind of stuff. That said, they've done a lot of that work. Maybe they don't need as much of that anymore.
Maybe.
New Zero is happy to take that on in game. Yes, the new map will make some differences. It'll make some differences in team comps, and we'll get to that generally later. But how that works specifically for them, they still need a Gibraltar, right? Like it's still pretty much 100% pick rate, even moving across to Storm Point this time. And that might have been one of the reasons. Tempe moved on to Gibby a bit later, right? So I think Sharky's has been playing this role for longer than Templex, who was originally a Wraith player.
Correct.
In some of the previous rosters he's been on.
Even in this roster before the...
Well, yeah, and at the time where Wraith was 100% pick rate instead of Gibby being the 100% pick rate kind of legend that we saw in the pro meta. So that could be one of the reasons why they've shuffled him out here. I also think Sharky's got a bit more firepower in him. I mean, Templex absolutely no slouch in terms of, putting other people down. But I think Sharky probably does win out on, just straight up 3v3s.
All right. Well, I mean, we've only really scraped the surface of the roster changes. We've only really spoken about Reignite, but we did also briefly just in there mention the new map. So we're going to have a little bit of a quick look here at Storm Point and see what we've got from the drop locations for all of the teams on it, and how that's going to start to shape things up as well. I mean, look, there's going to be obviously a lot of things that we need to sort of touch on as we go through this pre-show. Just to briefly mention, this is B versus D, so that'll be the first pool that we get to watch. We'll obviously have a graphic like this for most of the other ones as well, and we'll be able to get a bit of an idea as to where most of those teams are dropping. But yeah, I mean, I think it is a big deal coming in and bringing a new map into a pool like this, particularly when, as far as Apex Legends is concerned, really, it's just been World's Edge. So, as soon as you throw another map into the ring, for lack of a better word, all of a sudden, you basically need to double your knowledge. You need to double your strats, your rotations, your knowledge, what you need to do, etc., etc. And it's all, it's just a whole nother learning curve.
Yeah, and there's a lot of differences in this map, right? So we're seeing, if we're talking about Legend meta, you're seeing a lot more on the side of Ashe and Wraith. Originally, a lot of people were saying that Ashe was probably going to be the sort of the micro or medium range rotator of choice, because the phase breach allows you to go vertically a lot more easily than the Wraith dimensional rift, right? That said, having a look at scrims recently in APAC South, still quite a few teams going for Wraith, sometimes in addition to Ashe, but most of the time it's really just Valkyrie plus one of those guys, and of course Gibraltar as well. We're also seeing, I mean, there's some other interesting wildcards in there, like Athame, of course, sticking with the signature caustic, and they haven't been playing Valkyrie, so rather than rotating with the Skyward Dive, they've just been landing somewhere where they, get a Trident, because you got to remember, Tridents are in the mix now. Tridents are on Storm Point, right, which has a bunch of ramifications, but one of them being that they'll use that to rotate and just put a Gibraltar bubble down on top of their Trident every time they want to go somewhere, rather than using the Valk.
We are just bringing this one back up again. There was a little bit of a change. I don't know off the top of my head exactly what it was, but this is now updated with a little bit of a shuffle as far as the breaking news of the drop locations is concerned. So
we can see that Rig have gone over to Mill, which I think Straiku might be on as well. So obviously that is one of the key locations on Storm Point here. If you're looking at what are the big kind of POIs that the heavy hitters are going to be going towards, it's probably it's the Mill. Maybe Cascade Falls obviously has got good rotation options being in the middle. That's why you see Burger over there. And then Stormcatcher, not too bad as well. Where you're going to struggle, and you can see there's no one going for High Point at the moment, because this is one of the weird things about Storm Point right now, is that due to some of the dropship locations, if you get a very southern one that just sort of skirts the southern side of the map, sometimes you can't actually reach your drop location. So it's kind of like, Dome in World's Edge is probably the only one that really you struggle to get to sometimes. But everywhere else, you're kind of guaranteed. High Point, Lightning Rod, like you can see DNZ up there in the top right corner, they land over there. Sometimes you'll get a ship that means you can't get there. And those teams will just be in a mad dash to get on the gravity cannons on the right side of the map and push themselves up to their POIs.
Yeah, it's almost like playing from a handicap already.
Big time.
Literally, not only do you maybe miss out on your drop, you're also out on one side of the map, which makes it a bit more difficult sometimes to rotate around if circles gone down the other side.
Yeah, and if the other guys get to the gravity cannons 5 seconds before you do, sometimes, like they're just going to grab the bins and, you'll take 10 bullets as you're flying through the air and won't even really get to play the game. So it can be a rough start if you've had to go for one of those northeastern POIs in Storm Point, and that is exactly why you won't see the strong teams taking those starting locations.
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to jumping in and having a look at the new map and seeing whether or not this is going to be a real shuffle for the region or not. I believe we are starting on Storm Point as well today, so that's something to look forward to. But we also do have World's Edge, so that's going to be the tried and true. That's going to be the one that we're used to, and of course we do have the beacon for it once again. Look, how much has really changed here? I guess not a huge amount. The big things to note, Reignite have moved away from Fragment East, and they've gone back down toward Lava Siphon, which was more or less where their initial drop location was, obviously Sorting Factory back in the day. So maybe that's something for them, but again, not a huge amount has changed. I think there's not going to be as many talking points when it comes to World's Edge as what there was for Storm Point. And most teams at this point in competitive Apex Legends should have a pretty good understanding of what they need to be doing on this map, right? It's not going to be a situation where they have to relearn everything, which is more so the case for Storm Point. So this is going to be, I think, a little bit more comfort territory.
Yeah, and as we talked about, right, like it's not just, having those drop locations in there, having all that practice that we've had across, the last year or two on World's Edge, but yeah, also those compositions, right? So, some teams like Reignite, right, they'll be playing Caustic on World's Edge, but they won't be when we go across to Storm Point, as we'll see later. But yeah, the fact that they've got Lava Siphon to themselves is honestly massive, right? Like through most of Split 1, the teams that were landing there, they had to split it, right? You had Golden Sage, you had Kokoi. They weren't really contesting. They were just kind of like, they worked it out north-south. And they would split the loot because it's a huge POI. And if you get it to yourself, like Reignite here, it's kind of nuts. And you got to remember, these guys came out of Fragment East. There was discussion in the community over the last couple of months where we found out that the loot quality at some point had actually been downgraded.
Yeah, I think we noticed that a few times as well last season.
We did. We kept talking about it, right? Because we were like, man, how do they keep rolling out of here with 3 whites?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And like no attachments, just some... I was at a loss sometimes as to how bad the loot was that they were running around with. Like, this is probably one of the best teams in the region. And there's other teams that are like purple armors and blue armors, and these guys are literally just running around with whites. It just didn't make any sense.
Having to do, 450 damage more than the rest of the lobby just to get on par.
How is it that they keep getting this bad luck? Yeah. But obviously not the case necessarily.
No. So
they moved on.
Yeah, even though, it's Beacon, it's a central spot, Lava Siphon, I think with the overall loot is a better choice, especially if you can get it by yourselves. If you can get it completely uncontested, I think definitely, maybe not the best. I think staging is probably on point with... being one of the best POIs to land at, especially with how many circle endings you'll get close to staging. Just it gives you access to all of the lava fissure, the lava, the thermal station circles, a lot of those. So Lava Siphon's a little bit further away, but you do have the good beacon spawns. You do have probably the best loot out of anything in the game. So makes total sense why the top dogs like Rig would go there. And I get, it's just, will they stay top dogs with this roster change? Honestly, I think so.
I love that you brought up my favorite word. It's always at the very start of a season, my favorite word, roster change, because that's what I love to talk about the most. Let's dive into a little bit more of that because, we've gone through the 2 scouting reports, through the 2 beacons. let's now start to jump back into the scouting report. Who would you like to talk about first, Burger or Lightning Unicorn? Because they're both pretty interesting.
Well, we've already talked about Reignite, I
Yep.
suppose. So I think we should just briefly mention
Lightning Unicorn.
Unicorn because that's where Templex has ended up. So look, I mean, we saw the announcement on Twitter that said he was going to be a content creator. But look, I'm sorry, the competitive drive of this man is just too hot.
You find that a lot with a lot of players. They don't tend to you can make content on the side, that's fine, but once you're a competitive player, and I've spoken to a lot of esports players in this situation in a lot of different titles, it's like they just want to compete. They just when they're not competing, it's not fulfilling in a sense. So a lot of times, especially when they're a player that's in Templex's position where they've been really right at the top, that's where you can't get away from it. It's like, I don't know if it's like, it's something that they're just hardwired into their brain that they have to compete. They are always trying to be better, and I think that's probably the case here, that he wants to keep playing.
And it's not like that's the reason why he was dropped from the team, right? I mean, this guy, he's grinding every day. He wasn't a player that was, he lost some motivation, and that's why they made that roster change. Not at all. He's still a fantastic player, and he's going to bring so much to Lightning Unicorn, who I feel like had started falling off a little bit.
Yeah.
They were one of those teams that was kind of regularly in that top 5 contention, and they were just starting to slip down a little bit towards the end of Split 2. So this could bring them right back up and steal that sort of 4th, 5th position. But yeah, look, moving on from there, we've got another couple of very, very momentous changes, and a lot of swaps between teams as well, just like we saw that with Reignite and Lightning Unicorn. So another one was Team EXO, right? So this is, you guys might remember them formerly as Tom Young Kung, and before that from Made in Thailand. They have been EXO now for a while, and have been on that roster. Dexter, Killer Pos, and Chambers was the roster for quite some time. But as you pointed out, Elfish, Ziki was actually right at the start of that when we were talking about that timeline, way back in, maybe a year or more ago in the summer circuit, when they were playing as Made in Thailand. Ziki actually did play with these guys before. So Chambers is gone because apparently he's too busy being a working man on the 9-to-5 grind now.
Sometimes that's how it is,
That's how it be, yeah.
You got to live the dream. Yeah, I think Ziki, I mean, just looking back at the history, he was obviously on that Made in Thailand 1 roster. Chambers was on the Made in Thailand 2 roster, and there was a period at some point where Chambers obviously rejoined or joined into these two with Dexter and Killapos, and that was the Tom Yum Kung era of this roster that we all knew. But now we've kind of gone back to what was once a Made in Thailand team. So, I mean, I feel like if Ziki comes in here, you might look at that and say, oh, who's that guy? Where is he coming from? I think there's some experience there, and definitely going to be some sort of synergy with Dexter and Killapos as well. So, quite interested to see how that change sort of ends up shaping out. I think for me, for all of these changes, that's going to be something that I'm going to say, because when you're looking at a top team and you're making a change in any capacity, it's always going to be a question of, well, is this going to be a benefit, or is this going to do something negative to the team that, may not have been anticipated. And so we'll have to wait and see what happens here for EXO. But they've very consistently been one of the top teams. So again, it's probably one of those where you look at it and say, well, it is a little bit surprising to see a change coming through from EXO, but I think you can maybe take a similar argument to what you did with Reignite, where it's like, well, if this is a team that's not winning everything, they're probably not feeling fulfilled. So maybe that's why a change has come through.
Yep. All right, well, moving on to some of the other ones as well then.
Burger was the next one that we wanted to touch on.
Exactly. A solid, top 2, top 3 team that we saw from the last split. They, look, if you're any orgs are watching this, please pick these guys up. They are too good to be on their own, honestly. Like a team that is almost guaranteed to make it into that top 5 and get some worldwide exposure.
They're almost guaranteed to make top 3 because they have a 3rd place curse. There is a little bit of a 3rd place curse. I don't know if that's going to go with Sharky to Reignite. That's the one thing I wanted to touch on with this team, is that they seem to just get 3rd every time. So maybe with a little bit of roster change, that's going to be good. Maybe it's not.
And so they, obviously, we've talked about they've lost Sharky, and we've talked about how he's going to fit into the Reignite team, but they've picked up another Australian player, Jarrow, who's come over from Straiku, as you guys probably remember from last split. Jarrow, fantastic player, obviously. He's on the Gibby here as well. for Team Burger, having lost Sharky in that role. Jarrow's sort of in that mold with Templex, right? Where he, originally was playing, more of the frontman kind of role and had to take on the Gibby role. But I actually think it really suits him because he's such a good caller. Just really understands how the game works and how to play a spot. And, the Gibraltar Dome Shield is literally, without a doubt, the most important skill in the entire game. And pressing that button on your keyboard is the most important thing you can probably do for your team in any professional Apex team. Unless there's some serious balance changes, that's how it's gonna be for a while, right? So you have to trust that player with your life. And I think Jarrow's decision-making abilities, are fantastic. That said, obviously Sharky's no slouch. So is this a downgrade, an upgrade? I think this one remains to be seen. And obviously they're gonna lose some synergy. But I think it might end up maybe roughly around the same for Burger, and they might end up in that similar sort of top 3 kind of spot.
How do you think this all sort of came about, right? I mean, is this like a trickle-down effect, right? Where Templex obviously out of Reignite, therefore Reignite say, who do we want? We can choose anyone. They choose Sharky. Sharky moves from Burger into Reignite. Burger goes, oh, okay, now we need to find someone. We're the third place team, in theory. We probably can pick up, let's say, almost anyone that we would have wanted. Yep. They don't get Templex. It's not a direct trade, but they go down to Sutaraiku and say, okay, well, we want Jarrow. And so now you go to Sutaraiku and you say, okay, well, we want to pick someone up now. We have to find someone, and then obviously they have to make a change as well. Is that the kind of thing that we're looking at here? You think it's a trickle-down effect, pretty much?
Yeah, I think it was. Obviously, the other thing is a lot of these teams don't have orgs at the moment, right? So it means they're probably not as locked in. I mean, yeah, look how Templex is playing for Lightning Unicorn right now with, being with Rig. I'm not sure, but that's an interesting situation.
I mean,
but
I
a lot of these other guys, like, Sharky, he's just gone from Team Burger to Team Reignite, where he's now,
well, presumably that's a big bump for him, like he's getting a salary.
Exactly.
And I do wonder, I mean, I think, like in the case of Templex, right, I think you have a lot to lose as an org if, if a player's removed from your roster and then you basically just gatekeep them from not playing and they want to still play. You have a lot to lose by stopping that. So you kind of have to just say, look, go for it, right? You're not on the team anymore. It is what it is, right?
I was really sad there for a couple of days where I thought I wasn't going to get to see Templex play at all in this split, right? So I'm really happy to see him on Lightning Unicorn and to have him back.
Especially when you're not going to another org. Like if you were from one org to another, I could kind of see, you want to work on a buyout or whatever, this kind of that.
Yeah.
But if it's just another team that, whatever, let him play, I think is my takeaway from it.
Let him play.
I'm glad to see that happen. Hey, I mean, we would be disappointed not to see that. So, it's good to see that be the case. Look, that is still, again, pretty much only scraping the surface as far as the roster changes have got, but that's what we've got for this group and in terms of the scouting report for now.
Yeah. I guess the other one I would like to just mention is the BRP change.
Yep.
So, of course, as you can tell from the name, that was originally Bunny Hop, Raki, and Player K. Bunny Hop now gone, but like some of these other rosters, like we were talking about before, like NLN, like
NLN, they are the worst offenders of this. You cannot name your team NLN after the names of your 3 team members, and then change 2 members who now no longer start with the letter N and still call yourself NLN. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. The only remaining player is Loki, so N. Where is N? L's fine. I agree with that. But then where's the other N, Gino?
Look, this might be a controversial opinion, Elfish, but I actually prefer this. Because I called all these guys out, right?
Okay.
I called all these guys out at the start of Split 1 and said, be more creative with your names.
But that's not being more creative.
Be We Are Trash. Be Lightning Unicorn.
Yeah.
Love those names.
Yeah.
You don't have to be an org, but just create a presence for yourself, right? Now, they didn't. They just went with a 3-letter acronym, but since then, they've stuck with it. And you know what? I appreciate that.
I do appreciate
regardless of who's in the team currently,
what the team was.
You still get that history, right? You still feel like, okay, cool, NLN, BRP, we know who these guys were and where they came from.
But I think if you're going to do that, just make a different name. Make it an actual name. Come up with something.
Yeah.
The Green Leaves. Look, like literally, I just came up with one.
Boom.
There you go. Stripy pillows. I mean, there you go. I'm just By the way, you don't have to pay me for these, but if you think they're good, like you can take them.
Okay, that was a massive tangent. Now, my point was, when we started talking about that, this BRP has made a roster change as well.
Yep.
Okay, so they've gotten rid of Bunny Hop,
Yep.
who has gone elsewhere.
To Primus Commander.
Primus Commander, of course. Yeah, because they've done a swap with Strafing Flame. Now, if you guys remember...
SRP.
Strafing Flame was the shining light of Primus Commander, the Indonesian team. This is a team that came out with a Loba composition out of nowhere. They won a split day from landslide, which is almost unthinkable. And honestly, like, you have to give a lot of that credit to Strafing Flame. The guy is cracked. He is one of the rising stars of APAC South. So him, getting put onto BRP is going to be, I actually think, a huge upgrade for them. Also, they're taking on the Loba playstyle as well. Strafing Flame is not playing it. I think it's actually going to Raki, who's, I have noticed him pulling up the Loba a bit in scrims. So really cool that they've continued that on. And I think, just with how he would melt people. I mean, we saw times when they were in a duo and Strafing Flame still came out on top, just, ripping out the Devo and absolutely destroying fools in APAC South. So really hoping to see even more from that with him on an even better team, frankly, with BRP.
Well, hopefully that's going to be something that, improves their standing, right? They did finish 9th in playoffs, so it wasn't a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination. But if, as you say, is the case, maybe they're getting a bit of an upgrade here, then who knows where they can go. I mean, I think there definitely is going to be a big discussion this season around, those teams that are probably sitting somewhere like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like that. That is an area of the competition that feels like it can really change a lot. We, again, have our assumptions that the top 3, 4 teams are probably going to be pretty okay, even despite some roster changes. And even in the case of Dreamfire, I mean, they haven't made a roster change, so there's no reason to imagine that they're going to fall off unless they're absolutely shocking on Storm Point for some reason. Probably unlikely. But for teams like, Sutraiku and beyond, probably, that becomes a big talking point with all these roster changes happening, with some teams maybe getting stronger, some teams potentially getting a little bit weaker as a result of, losing players here and there. We have to wait and see, I guess, and that's a nice little segue, I suppose, into how we start to think about Split 2 of APAC South and what we're going to get from this season of ALGS Pro League. I mean, it is a very long season. There is a lot of play days. There are a lot of games, and I think it's time to get it underway. Let's jump into game number 1 of Split 2, the ALGS Pro League here for APAC South. 1 of 12, Genome. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big day. Although, of course, we only have 6 from this lobby. So that's the big talking point, the big caveat, is that we get 6 from our initial lobby and then 6 from a second lobby, but we'll be covering all 12 of them today. And our first 3 games of each lobby will be on Storm Point, as you can see. So what are we going to get? How are things going to shape up? Was the beacon correct? Or are we going to start to see some hot drops and some contests here and there? As far as the playing path is concerned, doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too nefarious.
No, the plane path, the dropship is actually going pretty well there. As you can see, it goes very much past Lightning Rod and High Point, so those teams up in the north are not too worried. The teams who drop like, South, Fish Farms, that kind of stuff, they don't really have to worry about it anyway. The elevation is low enough that they'll get there regardless, and that's kind of the key difference, right? It's that drop in elevation that causes the problems for those northwestern teams. So now we're having a look at Primus Commander. We talked about, they've lost their shining star in Strafing Flame, but high in Little Riff, they got Bunny Hop in exchange. And I guess the other thing that we kind of didn't talk about with this Elfish is that a lot of these roster changes happened after the season was meant to have started.
Yeah.
It's like we're living in this strange alternate reality where if we didn't have the situation where the season was condensed,
started later,
right? A lot of these roster changes wouldn't have happened. Like, as far as I understand it, like Templex was still on rig and ready to go if we had have started on time.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. When it was originally slated.
What is the
happen.
ruling around that though? Like, can you make that roster change mid-season?
Yeah. Look, once everything kind of got a bit wild there. They did reopen the rosters so that teams could could make those kind of changes. We, it's not something we can control, right? We had no idea, like, how long that might take. So, yeah, the rosters were opened up again, and that's kind of just how it worked. But, and here we are with, as we said, kind of went from a situation where barely anyone had made roster changes to where, yeah, there's been this massive, massive shuffle. And, all right. Going to start off with a little bit of action. What's this down at Shipball? We've got MDY. They've come across the free agents. Now, if you want to, you might recognize these guys as previously either X-Spark or, actually, I'm trying to remember who they were before that. But either way, you'll know Belkin. He's been around for a long time. Lakeem, also a previous teammate of him. Oh, we've got our first vision of the Tridents there. And you can see the Gibraltar, always, never the driver, always sitting in one of the side seats with the dome ready to go so that if they come across any action, they can throw that down just to prevent any further damage from their team. Because, look, you take a bit of damage. When you're playing this, it's you or me, Jordan. Like, you take a little bit of damage rolling past people. If you roll past a pro team in one of these, they will spray you down in a matter of seconds. So you've really got to be ready with that bubble.
Certainly do. I wanted to just touch on MDY Whites that we saw a little bit earlier. They were the team that actually came through from the qualifier in first place. So,
yeah.
There's going to be a bunch of new teams that we haven't really seen a huge amount from at this level of competition, because obviously Split 1 was quite enclosed with those 20 teams, but now we're well beyond 20 teams again, and we're going to start to sort of see a new face here or there. And so MDY White, I mean, they're potentially a pretty solid contester coming through from that qualifier in first. So keep an eye on how they do go. Kayan has been knocked down already, and once again, you're going to see that bubble come out on the rotate. Here's the new look burger on their way in. And of course, the new look Reignite as well. Plus Sharky. Doesn't have the rig in front of his name yet, Genome. That's just how fresh it is. He's still Sharky.
So these guys have been moving down past Antenna. With some vision of the ring we've got, it looks like it is going to be moving further down, maybe towards Fish Farms or Launch Pad. I guess one of the differences in how the ring moves in Storm Point versus World's Edge Elfish is it's a lot more predictable.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing is if it pulls sort of in one direction, it's similar to Kings Canyon of the past, where if it's around the edge of the map, the ring will generally just kind of keep pulling in that same direction, and that makes it quite easy for teams, once they get that first beacon scan, to understand where it's going and where is going to be a good playable position. So it's a little more predictable right now than World's Edge, where you can sort of work out which positions, the ring may or may not shift to, but it can throw some spanners in the works.
So far, I'm just keeping an eye on the minimap and seeing which of those teams have rotated in. It looks like for the majority of teams which have made it into the zone, they are sort of headed toward that southeastern side. So that's where the expectation is, I guess, that the ring will pull in that direction. And that is the prevailing trend based on the current shift so far. So you might be right. Overclock not really running into a whole lot of concerns as they make their way across the map. Although the driving maybe leaves a little bit to be desired. A couple of bumps and scratches on the way. This is where I'm talking about. This is where things are a little bit busier down on this side of the map, down towards the southern side. Going to see one or two contests in just a second, maybe.
Yeah, we're over at Gale Station here. Not necessarily a spot where teams will always drop. It's a named POI, but there are teams who generally will prefer to drop either Jurassic Park, that's the unnamed spot in the middle of the map where you've got the triple prowler nest, or up on the the eastern side of the map as well. Just using a collection of buildings essentially to try and get in there, as opposed to going to Gale. The loot there really not great.
Not seeing too many exchanges of fire. I mean, we do have two teams down. We started with 19. I'm not sure which team it was that didn't make it in.
I think it was YMF or Again, it's another one of those damn 3-letter acronyms.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And they're a new team
YFM,
as well.
I think.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. So they're one of the teams that sort of did make it back through from Pro League Split 1.
Yep.
If that is the team that we're talking about. 23rd place in Split 1.
Yeah,
Here's a contest, by the way.
We did see Fendelys before, but I guess he's changed over.
A little bit of a fight happening. Baroth has actually been knocked down by Sway. So for Overclock Esport, who we've just watched on a massive rotation, they've kind of arrived in a position that they might not be too happy with. Let's see Valkol out from 1. And I imagine it's going to look okay for DNZ. So we're starting to rock up here pretty late to the party.
Yeah, a couple of teams involved in this, so Anti-AA were inside the building. Overclock, they lost one. It was DNZ coming down from the north side of the map where they land in Lightning Rod to try and take advantage of this, and they've just rolled in and obliterated Anti-AA there. And now off the back of this, it looks like Overclock are thinking about maybe just going in. Surely they're just looking for a banner.
Yep.
They're not going to try and take the contest here. No, so they'll dip out after that. Phase Breach almost gets them out, but Caps Race with you, fortunately. Takes one too many bullets in the back.
Well, that's a net negative overall.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you might be able to get one player back up, but you've actually sacrificed another player for doing that. And the guy that comes back is going to be a little while before he's really ready to go for, you know, the long haul once again. Bit of a rough time. DNZ is pretty happy with it. Got themselves a bunch of loot. Nice building to play from for the moment, though they will have to move. But, I mean, it looks like they're pretty comfortable. They're pretty happy. They don't really have anyone to deal with at the moment. DNZ, another team that we saw a little bit in Split 1, coming 25th overall. So maybe not a team that we're really expecting huge things from here in Split 2, but definitely one to sort of keep an eye on.
They're one of those disruptors, right? They're a team that likes getting in there, getting in your face, and you don't necessarily expect them to take out a lobby, but if they do come charging at you like we saw there, and you're anti-AA, you might be a little bit worried. That said, they've got a couple of nests around. I mean, we didn't talk that much about that yet, but that's obviously a big change with how Storm Point works versus World's Edge. You've got those wildlife nests where you can have the spiders or the prowlers, and there were a couple of those just outside the ring if they felt like, you know, doing a bit of that. Okay, now we're getting some vision of the ring, so it is actually pulling up there a little bit towards launch pad. And the teams that are in great positions there, you've got that sort of lime green team down the bottom of the green circle. That's going to be NLN. Templex calls as always. He's going to bring that over to his Lightning Unicorn buddies there in pink at the west of that circle. Meanwhile, you've got the new team Burger just across the pond from them as well in the white.
Yeah, Team Burger were very fast on the rotate. They were actually one of the first teams in.
And, you know, this is something else we didn't talk about with why, you know, I think Jarrow will fit in so well with Team Burger is because he was struggling on Striker where they were playing this sort of, you know, edge, loot-heavy, focused playstyle, and I just don't think that suited him. Team Burger have always been a quick rotate, you know, fast to take the kills at the end kind of team, and that is exactly the kind of situation that Jarrow thrives in.
Certainly seems to be going well so far. DNZ have already picked up one of the red armors too, so PP's been putting a bit of damage down, I dare say. DNZ just out toward the eastern side of the map. They do have to rotate their way in, and at the moment they're kind of being camped out a little bit by Burger, so I'm not really surprised to see them being a little bit hesitant on this push in. Whether they go north and push in or south and push in, they're going to have to go through at least one team, and to be honest, arguably probably two teams are going to be able to look in their direction. So kind of between a rock and a hard place here for TNZ, and it does ultimately look like they might just take that skyward dive as the plan C and Valcolt their way into the zone. At least that's what I thought they were going to do. I'm just still keeping an eye on the minimap there, and it looks like they're going for a big rotate.
Yeah, seems like they've decided maybe just to grab some loot out of the zone. But Mythos, this is another one of our new teams. I believe these guys came up from the Challengers circuit as well.
I'll be able to tell you in a second. Yep, they did. They were 9th in the qualifier. So a little bit hard to get a read on what they're going to be able to do in this competition. But, you know, I think a lot of teams are going to be quite happy to be getting this opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, well, looking where that circle went, Launchpad is obviously a good place to be right now. So Mythos are in the main building in Launchpad. They're going to be... didn't have the circle scanned, I don't believe, but they are going to be very happy to see where it shifts and continues to encircle them. Burger, of course, very happy. They were right smack bang in the middle of this next one, so they're going to be sitting pretty for quite some time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was Burger not like well in the lead in playoffs in Split 1 at one point? Or they were like one of the first teams to get to the golden game, so to speak?
Get to match point.
Yeah. I feel like
look,
they were. I feel like they had
I
feel like they had a lot of... I think they had a few chances and they weren't able to do it. But they were like one of the fastest teams. I think they won like 2 in a row or something like that.
You know what? Shout out to our friends at Liquipedia. I actually had a chat with them about this after we finished up the playoffs, and you can go back now to the scoreboard and look at exactly which game, which team
that's useful.
got to match point. So shout out to them for making that change. It gives you that kind of context.
Maybe I'll have a look.
when you go back and have a look.
I'll have a look because it's an interesting thing because I think you know what it sort of shows is that Burger was really performing. It's similar to Reignite, but they couldn't find that sort of elusive win. And to be fair, there was a lot of teams that were in that situation.
I mean, yeah, by the end it was about
was
half the lobby, right? And yeah, it seemed to happen all across the ALGS in the Split 1 playoffs, regardless of it being the first time that Anonymous mode was introduced, which we should point out is happening today as well, I believe. I think that was a change they made, so it's not just on match point days now. It's all across the ALGS. You kind of have to, you know, do your research, know where people are, you know their compositions, know where they rotate, all that kind of stuff, even just to just be predicting who is the team you're playing against, because you won't see it pop up in the kill feed.
Yeah, so Burger did win 2 in a row, rounds 5 and 6.
And they were like 1 point off.
I think that's what it was. They were 1 point off, but they also had 6 match points. They had 6 match points. So they were definitely a team that... Wait, what is this? Hang on. Does it mean match number 6 they got it, or did they have 6 match points? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, while you're trying to work that out, DNZ are trying to work out how they get back into the circle here, and they don't make it out successfully. And it looks like it was Overclock Esports. I think they were the ones who got down to 1 player, right? So Genius, I think, might have got Baroth back into it, and as a result, as a duo, they've managed to grab a couple of kills there with a bit of help from Burger. Emmanuel, one of the other new teams, unfortunately going to be removed by the veterans there on free agents. But they've attracted the attention of NLN, who are about to rock up on them.
Oh, we're just keeping an eye on Overclock Esports, who are playing quite passively for the moment. Jumping back over to NLN. It hasn't really worked out too well for them. Loki, Axelic go down. And unfortunately, so too does Rosmontis, and that's the end of NLN.
Oh, Belkun, he loves the third-party life. He welcomes it. He welcomes him into his arms, and NLN go down. I mean, they had the low ground, I suppose, was where they were struggling. They did have probably a little window to be able to get in there, but just couldn't quite, you know, get over the hump in time to deal with that. The shield swaps were too fast there for free agents, and they're going to come out with the win. They've also got a lot of space to themselves on the southern side of the map, and with this next ring shift, it's pretty much in favor of Team Burger and free agents.
Templex not going to be quite bold enough to follow through the portal. Pretty decent amount of damage down. He's on the race, so comfort territory.
I got you, brother.
Shinlan looks like he'll be picked up okay here.
So this is Ant. Now they were called Rage Esports. Rhett, you might have also known them as last season, so pretty much the same team, but they have changed names.
A pretty good team as well. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Unfortunately not this time. Templex alongside the rest of his squad. Lightning Unicorn, they sort of sense their opportunity there, try to get aggressive as that res is happening, and they do manage to pull off quite a nicely timed push. Still 9 squads alive though, and the circle is starting to get quite tight at this point in the game. So we're going to start to see a few more of these fights popping up here and there. It's always important to get the best armor possible. Lala Bang. Does he want to go for the red? It was completely damaged, so he would have had to have recharged it.
So that's a squad wipe for them, but sitting up to the top of the leaderboard, Elfish, is the free agents with 9 kills to their name at the moment. So rejecting that third party, getting on top of that is not only going to put them in good stead loot-wise, but has certainly jumped them to the top of the point standings so far in Game 1.
Well, there's obviously placement points to consider as well, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Team Burger. Certainly one of those teams I think that's going to be looking for the placements. And speaking of which, just to update you after we had that discussion before, I think they got to 49 points off of a win. And then they went on to then win the next game. But that was the one that got them over the line. And then they didn't win another game after that. So they won 2 in a row at the wrong time, unfortunately. Inside the ring, getting themselves involved in a bit of a fight here with Team Burger. And it doesn't look like it's going very well for them. Pricey cleans it up. Team Burger down to just a couple. Jaro is down on the floor and unfortunately will drop as well. So Burger do not come out unscathed.
Templex knows when to push. He comes in off the back of that, and Burger, despite having that nice central location in the ring there, unfortunately are going to go down to now 2 players. Dream Team also in a duo, just kind of sitting back, waiting for this to go. Hopefully, you know, Lightning Unicorn and Mythos ahead of them get pushed out. But Lightning Unicorn, they're looking pretty good at the moment. They've even got the Vault on tap. The new care package weapon, of course, for this season.
They're looking okay, Genome, but I'm wondering if this is going to be a little bit more than they can deal with. They've got a couple of teams pushing in their direction. Lala Bang and Gopgaps both going down. Good to see if Angelo and Pricey. And so he's just the one remaining player for Lightning Unicorn. Perhaps their run comes to an end.
Look, Team Burger did benefit from those fights. They're up to 8 kills in total, but that said, they've got to try and fight this out with 2 players. And actually, I don't think there's a full team left. We've got 3 duos and a single player left. It's barely Apex Legends squads at this point. We're on the duo queue.
Well, it's anybody's game then, I guess, at this point. Dream Team. See what they're going to be able to do. Quite up on the high ground, and I think this is an area of the map right now that's not particularly contested. They're still quite a ways outside of the circle, but most teams have already made that shift down south, down the hill. So maybe for Dream Team there is a bit of a positive in that they will be able to decide when they want to take those fights, but pretty much everyone's going to be watching their direction. They don't have anything else to take a look at, so it will be a bit of a tougher ask to get down that hill unscathed.
Let's go this way.
Overclock Esports with that respawn, getting them back up to 2 players, which apparently is just as many as you need to take out a win here, have somehow crept their way into the top 4.
This is not fun for Dream Team, by the way. Look at how much they are taking every single time they pop their head up that ridge. Every team is watching them. So Angelo, he tries to make the skyward dive happen. It's not really going to work out for him. I don't think he's getting out of there alive, and Pricey ends up picking up a kill point for that one alongside MT. So Burger definitely are benefiting quite a lot off of the kill points.
Enemy close.
Down to just the remaining 3.
Burger are looking good here. They've got the high ground. Mythos hiding an overclock, likewise behind a small box, but Team Burger are the ones who have the other teams in their sights. They've got the smell of blood.
Target over there.
The tip of their nose here, and they are trying to work out where the other teams are going. We've got Dandara from Mythos using the phase breach to try and get himself around, but it does make a lot of noise, and in a 6th circle, you're going to hear that with how close you are. Finally, they get on top of him, trying to do the best with his Vault, but I feel like he's probably not long for this world. 2 squads left now. Overclock Esports not actually seizing the moment. Both of the Team Burger members are damaged, but Overclock not going forward to try and press that. They are going to stick in their central position. Burger will have to move towards them, but they don't have a lot of cover to play with.
Yeah, it's very hard to kind of push the issue in a situation like that as Overclock, where they have to go uphill, they have to cross without any cover. A little bit of an armor swap coming through here for Pricey as well, so he's really just cycling as many resources as he can possibly get.
Oh, Arc Snare.
Looks like he's going to be okay there, Pricey. But we do see the defensive bombardment coming down. A lot of the util being invested by both sides right now, neither wanting to make that mistake. I would still argue Overclock Esport are under the pump a little bit more so. Genius, he's got no shield left, and so far, Team Burger, they're looking pretty good. They'll walk away with a win in Game 1 of Split 2. Of course, it is Groups B and C, so not every team involved, but Team Burger, I mean, they are once again just proving to us exactly why they are on the tip of our lips in a situation like this, even despite having a roster change, you know, ultimately ending 3rd last season. I mean, they know how to get a win, which is maybe a little bit of a funny statement considering they didn't get the win that they needed last season in the playoffs.
Hey man, new roster. Don't try and tie them to their old mistakes.
Oh, well, still, I mean, your core's still there, so I'll say that much. But the other interesting point there is that Overclock obviously managed to make top 2, which is really, really solid from them. So, I mean, again, in a format like this where we're not specifically looking for wins, you're going to be talking about placement points a lot, being able to survive late, and second place. I mean, it's not as good as first, but it's about better than everyone else. And, I mean, Overclock was, if I remember correctly, one of the first teams to actually get themselves onto match point last season. So, you know,
Look,
another pretty solid performance.
That was a very strange game. I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that we ended up with like 5 squads left and no full trios is very unusual. You know, Burger, they had that great middle ground position, and then all of a sudden just got swarmed from all sides. You're like, okay, you know, good job. You got a couple of kills, but now you're done. All of a sudden, you know, the rest of the team struggling as well. And yeah, look, they come away with the win. But not only that, 11 kills, I believe it was as well.
11
so
kills,
that's a
not
solid 23 points. Of course, the scoring system throughout the day has remained the same in ALGS. So 12 points for a win, 1 point for every kill you get as well. That'll bring them up 23 points for the first game of the day, which is very, very welcome.
Indeed, indeed. A couple of other good performances coming through there from a few teams that maybe we didn't necessarily highlight too much at the start of the day. And I think, again, that sort of just goes to show the chaos that can come when you're adding a bunch of new teams to a situation like this. And obviously, you're rotating around lobbies as well. I think it's going to be quite difficult for teams to really get a great read on how all of these games are going to be playing out from the outset. And you've also thrown a new map into the mix. So there is a lot of factors that are kind of impacting how teams are going to perform today and indeed through the rest of the week. I mean, the one thing that we sort of did expect, obviously, was that Burger was going to do well, but for a couple of the other teams that are here in this B vs C matchup, maybe a little bit of a slower start than they would have liked to have had. I know we talked a lot about Lightning Unicorn, though, and they were sort of seeming to get a lot of work done. They obviously couldn't convert it into like a really high placing, but what I did see from them, I kind of didn't mind.
It was very strange, actually. I mean, you see they went out in 5th there, but honestly, of all the teams that went into that sort of like top maybe 6 or 7, they looked like they had the best position. They were a trio. They had a good position on the map. It felt like they were late to the party. You know, if it's a 5th or 6th party, you want to be that 5th or 6th team coming into it, and it felt like that's where they were. That's the position they had. But yeah, just didn't convert. It somehow got crushed. I think it was by the team that they pushed, and then a duo from the top of the map came in and unfortunately just caused a bit too much mayhem for them.
I mean, with that said, I think you kind of bring that positive mentality, that confident mentality to any game, and inevitably you're going to at least find yourself some kills. Let's see actually how much that has helped them out, because I know there was a lot of kills on the board there for Lightning Unicorn. It might get them a little bit higher than 5th if things are okay or not. It has gone down to 6th/5th, so whatever, that doesn't really matter at this point, really early on in the season and really early on in the day. 23 points though for Burger, 16 for Overclock. Free Agents was the other team that we haven't mentioned so far that did really well for themselves, and we'll sort of have to wait and see how they're going to continue.
Yeah, they had actually a very good spot down there on the southern side of the map after they cleaned up NLN, and at that point they had 9 kills, and apparently this all happened off camera, obviously, but I think they ran into Reignite or maybe Burger down the
I
bottom.
don't know if it was Reignite. 'cause
It might have been
went out
Burger.
pretty early.
Yeah, it might have been Burger that they ran into down the bottom there, and unfortunately just couldn't get over the top of that, which is a little bit sad. But hey, that's, if you're an aggressive team like they are, they're going to be looking to get most of their points from kill points, and that's exactly what they've done. Put them in third place here. They'll be happy with that.
Other notable mentions, I mean, Reignite, they didn't get themselves a point. Primus Commander the same. I mean, again, Primus Commander's not a bad team either. And inside the ring also not being able to get too much done in that first one. So a lot of work still to be done here. And I guess it is early days. I mean, there's not... Look, I don't want to draw too many conclusions from just one game at all. So I'm prepared to sort of give them another few to sort of nut things out. But yeah, a few teams there that are probably looking at that and saying, well, that was still a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, like the Reignite guys have been posting a lot of, like, oh, look how well we did in scrims kind of posts, right? Which for me doesn't really mean anything.
I don't know.
I very rarely take any kind of take that as a barometer of how well you're going, to use a Storm Point reference.
You definitely can't use it as gospel.
No, not at all. But that said, I still think they are going to be an incredibly strong team, and despite a slow start to the day, they will come back.
Okay, well, that's something that we're going to have to wait and see. It's something to bear in mind as we head to a short break. Game 1 done. Game 2 coming up next. Hello and welcome back. This is Split 2 of the ALGS Pro League for APAC South. We're one game deep. Oh boy, one game out of how many? How many have you ever actually?
How many? It's 6.
No, of the whole season. 6 times 2 per day is 12.
36 per team, so I guess it's 72 overall. There's 30. Each team plays 6.
We have 6 days, 12 matches per day.
Yeah, 72.
72. There you go.
Pretty mass.
1 out of 72. We've done 1 out of 72 games. We'll take a quick update of the scores here, I think, before we jump into game 2, just to sort of set the table again. I don't know if that's really the phrase that we want to go with.
Set the table.
Set the table. Set the scene, maybe. Is
Are you hungry already?
No, I'm actually not. But anyway, we'll,
Hungry for APAC.
as an aside, Team Burger did very well in the first map. So
It did.
guess we'll take that one. 23 points on the board. It's not, you know, they're not clear by any stretch of the imagination of a lot of teams. But, you know, when you straight up look at it and say, well, Reignite got nothing, NLN got 1 point, Inside the Ring got 2. You know, a few of these names that we've seen popped up here and there as well only got a couple of points.
I mean, usually if Burger is setting the table, it'd be silverware, right? But
Okay.
today, at least with game 1, they've got out the gold-plated stuff. They've actually managed to come out on top for once. So it's a very good start for them, as you say. And yeah, look, Overclock Esports, honestly, that is just like a phenomenal result for them, considering, you know, we had that vision of them early on, you know, trying to grab a banner, getting, you know, running away, getting one of them sniped and thinking, oh, okay, all right, how long is this guy going to be able to rat for? And they come out in the end with 7 kills and a 2nd place. So very incredible turn of events there from Overclock Esports.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the moment, you know, how many of these teams are teams that have come through from the qualifier, right? How many of them are not teams that were in Pro League last season? And I mean, there was like at least 3 or 4 of them in the top 10 that were from the qualifier, which is really good to see, because I think you look at it on paper and you say, okay, well, you know, who are some of these guys? Who haven't seen these guys before. They don't have a lot of experience. They're probably going to get smashed. Is probably the thinking.
Whoa.
I don't want to speak for myself. You know, I don't want to be that guy.
Who
but
are you speaking for then, Elfish?
I don't know, people. Maybe. Yeah. No, but
undisclosed.
okay. Let's be real though. You look at a team coming through from the qualifier versus like Reignite versus Burger versus, you know, who are the other big names in this group? Whatever. You think, okay, well, it's probably not gonna be their day in theory, but they're showing actually that they can compete, that they can get some good solid placings. And so if they can continue that's the talking point here, is if they can continue that. It's all well and good to do it once.
Look, mate,
or twice.
New split, new names, new teams, new results.
But you didn't get a new haircut.
I did. I got.
I mean, it's the same haircut,
Dude,
though.
I literally got one like 3 days ago.
No, but it's the same cut.
Yeah, well, it's been the same for a very long time.
Yeah, so, I mean...
How often do you change hairstyles?
Not that often.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Sometimes it's long, sometimes it's short. That's the only difference. And I want to say new shirt, but it's not a new shirt. I have worn this on a bunch of other shows, just not on this show yet.
Yeah, well, there you go. New to...
So it's new to this show. You got some new socks too, I think. I don't think I've seen those ones before.
Yeah, look, gotta rock the happy socks, man. It's a happy day.
How about a new game? How do you feel about that, Genome?
I feel good. I feel good. You know, no Mad Maggie yet. We haven't even talked about that yet, but we are gonna drop into game 2 pretty soon, I think.
I think we are. I think you are. Let's go ahead and have a look and see how game 2 is going to go. Will it be enough consistency from a couple of the teams towards the top end of the standings, or are we going to shake things up after game 2 as we are ready to dive into our second match of this split? 2 out of 72. Keep that counter going.
All the way to the ends. And will some of these teams at the bottom be able to get all the way to a lightning rod? It doesn't look like it. I reckon we're going to get one of those situations, Elfish. Yep, DNZ
they got their
dropping straight onto the gravity cannon, and anti-AA are behind them. I think in this situation, though, anti-AA are the ones who are taking the, taking the right side of the map, whereas DNZ are just going to take the second gravity cannon and go all the way up to lightning rod. Oh, they're going to get caught out. So, yeah, obviously anti-AA, they just start looting. That's fine. They're happy with their spot. DNZ, okay, they don't try anything funny. They're gonna hot tail it all the way up to there.
Well, that was a bit of excitement that ultimately ended in an anti-climax.
A little bit.
But that's fine.
Wingman here.
So both teams happy.
Up here.
Both teams are happy. Everyone's happy, I think. I don't think that there's any hot drops going on over the map. Just taking a quick look. There's not a huge amount by the looks of things happening around the place. A little bit of congestion over near checkpoint.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Yeah, it does look like we've got a fairly central circle as well here. Oh, so this one might be a little bit harder to read. We saw, you know, that last one just kind of kept pulling down and eventually ended up in that spot between Fish Farms and Launch Pad, which, you know, you kind of could have predicted, and the good teams did. And they sat there for quite a while. We saw the, you know, the early rotated teams, Burger. We saw now Lightning Unicorn, who are, you know, definitely going to be playing that kind of style. To be fair, I guess they've always actually played that. They've always done very well with that style, and it makes sense to continue doing that with Templex on their team as well. So, you know, those teams most likely will continue on in that sort of fashion. However, Burger landing Cascade Falls, so it'll be interesting to see where they go, because they've got the beacon, they've got the information. And if we're saying it's a little bit harder to predict these sort of central circles and where they end up, Burger should have first, you know, first choice in where they roll around to, because the only people that could possibly get there before them, I would say, is maybe We Are Trash. We're landing just below them in Jurassic Park.
Just noticing we did start with only 19 teams again.
Yep, looks like it's the same.
So YFM not here?
YFM, I think they're a new Chinese team from Challenger Circuits.
So hopefully that gets sorted out, or maybe they won't be here all day. Not sure. So we'll keep you guys updated as to that when we get more information as well.
Got the times wrong, you know. First day in the office, just
not good.
Didn't read the timesheet properly.
You know, I think it's okay if you're late to work, like after you've been there for a couple of years. Oh, that's fine. First day though, not good. Not good. You get in trouble. 2 years later, everyone's like, oh, whatever. Who cares? Probably working from home at that point. These days. I see what Reignite can do. It was not a particularly impressive start to their season, to their campaign with this new roster.
Plenty of time.
I'm sure there's a lot more left in the tank, but, you know, I think, to be fair, if you're going to make a roster change as Reignite, I think it's fair that there is a spotlight put on you, and people are going to look and say, okay, well, you know, you have to perform. If you're going to change that team that definitely did perform, the expectation is that they're going to change for the better, if you're going to make a roster change at all. You know, unless there was outside circumstances that, you know, are beyond us. But
yeah, I mean, the expectations on them were already super high.
Yeah.
Expectation was already that they were the best team in the region. So yeah, you make a roster change, try and go upward from there. The expectations now, essentially, are sky high.
Yeah, and obviously those expectations sometimes a little difficult to reach. Either way, they're not the ones getting into a bit of an early engagement. Monkeys are, though. Do have Jubjabib with the purple armor pretty early on in the piece, so they might not be feeling too bad about it. They get themselves into a bit of a brawl. He's got a little bit of extra HP to play with over the vast majority.
Yeah, overall, I mean, We Are Trash got 3 blues, so I guess it kind of evens out, depending on who goes down first. But yeah, overall, same amount of shields. The 2 now in opposing buildings. Interesting kind of rotation from We Are Trash, actually, considering they've gone away from the circle, but obviously they don't know that. They didn't. This is where we need to get my Storm Point knowledge up to scratch. Is there a beacon? I don't think there is one that spawns in Jurassic Park, not being a POI. And I think as a result, We Are Trash just kind of having to go into this blind.
I will forgive you if your knowledge of the new map is not as good as what it was of the map that you've been watching for the last 2 years.
Thank you.
I think that's reasonable.
That makes me feel a little bit better.
You know?
It'll get there, don't worry. Don't you worry.
Oh, I'm sure. If the map remains in competitive play.
Yeah, look.
Like, I mean, maybe
could
people,
swap it out for Olympus.
People love it, people hate it. We'll see after the first season. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be people on both sides of the camp. Always is. Can't please everyone.
Well, they're talking about camping, Elfish. You know, they're kind of camping up in that building, the perimeter fences, the interceptor pylon now down for Watson. We're getting a little bit of vision of the circle up there in the north. Now you can see just outside the green circle, there's a red team and a blue team. That's what we're currently looking at with We Are Trash and Monkeys. Just locked in this kind of death stare.
They're just
from building
gatekeeping
to
each
building.
other, really,
Yeah.
aren't they?
We can scan this area.
You leave first.
Locked,
No, you
locked in
leave
a
first.
death's embrace. Someone's going to go down, that's for sure.
We can scan this
Eventually,
area. Come
but
over here.
you know, they will have to move in not the too distant
Ultimate's ready.
future
Who wants to
because
fly?
neither of them have worked out where this next circle is going and have taken up these positions, which they might hope, you know, serve them well into the future, but they're not going to. And I'm sure they'll see this next circle and be like, damn, we both made a guess and we were both wrong.
Well, I don't think it's an unreasonable gamble to make. You know, like if they were really far on the western side of the zone, sure, but they're actually still relatively central. So
Yeah, and I guess the thing is, you know, you look at, you know, this other team, you're like, oh, okay, they've got a Valk, maybe there's a good chance that they've scanned the circle, and if they're camping in this place, then we don't have the beacon, we just have to take the read off them.
Yep.
And if they're camping here, then I'm just going to assume that's where the circle is ending up roundabouts, and that's where they end up camping. Unfortunately, at this point, it's the blind leading the blind.
that's when the most exciting things end up happening. Sometimes.
Is that your idea of good night out, just kind of watching a room full of blind people like stumble around?
I feel like that is kind of what happens when I go out with esports people.
Oof. Don't drop any names. Just write them down on a card form.
Oh, well, you already know. you were there last time.
Yeah.
So normally I'm the least blind,
So let's get you a do-over.
trying to get everyone home safe.
I will attest to that.
Kayan, he suffered a bit of an early loss in the last game, and this time.
Oh,
already
look at this
lighting up
dirty
the kill
angle!
feed. Well, that's talking about map knowledge, by the way. This is the kind of thing that once that happens to you once, you're going to remember it forever. And I think Zach's going to be remembering that one. Pricey. Oh, certainly got it down.
Yep.
So another good start for Team Burger, who, you know, they're already out in front of everyone by a decent, but not super significant margin. But if they can continue to just sort of keep dotting the I's, crossing the T's, getting a point here and there, and maybe finding their way into some placements. I mean, after such a good start, is the expectation that they win from here? We're only one game deep. It's probably a little bit too early to say that, but they might be thinking so.
Yeah, it's not just that building either, by the way, that has those little gaps. I've seen teams fighting over Cascade Falls, and, you know, they'll very often, the Valkyries will just immediately go to the roof and try and look for those angles.
I actually don't mind it as a concept because I think the strength of sitting in buildings is something that, you know, needs to be negated in some capacity. So if there are peaks from the roof or from, you know, like normally there's windows obviously as well, just to give the teams that are outside a little bit of an edge, I see that as a benefit. Charge rifle. I'm a big fan of the charge rifle.
Phoenix,
Probably my favorite gun in the game, I will say.
Look, I guess knowing your background, you like a bit of hit scan.
Yeah.
You know, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's true.
Being the only hit scan gun in the game, I can see how that works. Yeah, look.
Yeah. It has its downsides, obviously. You know, you kind of have to be scanning for a little while to connect with it. But, I mean, I guess you could flick it as well, but yeah. It's just fun. It's so satisfying to use when you actually hit.
The sound is nice.
Yeah. And that.
Give you that.
Maybe that's part of the reason.
Give me your best impression.
Was
Was
that good?
That was actually really good.
I think I might need a bit more in there. I think it lasted a little bit longer.
I'm just imagining. I don't know why. Now I'm just imagining you in your sleep, just like randomly, like doing charge rifle noises.
I've done some strange things in my sleep, if my girlfriend is to be believed. So, may not be out of the realms of possibility. Gold armor here for DNZ. Another decent enough start for them and Reignite. Hey, look, they've actually got proper armor this time around. So
Hey.
it's a big change from what we saw last split, where they were constantly. I think at this point of the game, they would have had one blue, probably two whites, normally. We were constantly just like looking at them and thinking, what on earth?
Oh,
That was clean from zero.
let's go.
That was Joker, by the way, with the gold armor, so he's out of the picture.
Yep. Zero immediately pulling the trigger, says, okay, let's portal on that. Don't let them get back into it. He's obviously they're trying to reset with the bubble. SA comes out, tries to Get Zero off the angle. Jen Burton's in. They feel like they've missed the window. They're going to go back and play it safe.
It's surprising, I think, there that they actually think they've missed the window. Maybe they're a little concerned with the third party coming through. Look at the beam! Jen Burton cracking another shield. Oh, don't feel too confident if I'm DNZ right now, but Reignite, I am sort of surprised to see them back up there a little bit. I feel like that was a situation where they could have tried to play a little bit more aggressive, but again, like obviously we're not in the game, so we don't necessarily know whether or not they're expecting a third party to come through from you know, another team or not.
Yeah, well, DNZ just outside the house now. It feels like this could go at any moment. Why don't we have a listen to Rig and see how they deal with this situation?
Okay, back inside. They're just sitting on her. They're gonna run and ult us.
Yeah. I have dome.
I have to destroy ult.
On the
Good
window.
job. Bump.
I'm doming. Fucking hell, man. You
They're probably gonna rise it up.
42.
Keep it inside, peeking. Dead.
Horizon in.
Rising cracked. Oh.
Keep it cracked.
Rising still cracked. You can bat. They're healing.
No way they held that. Man.
Probably just duck out. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I don't know what's going on. We should be smoking them. If you can't, line kind of close, you can maybe come back and bat us.
Yeah, I mean, not potentially favourable turn of events there for Reignite. We'll see what Jen Burton can do, whether or not he's going to be able to, you know, get the boys back up or maybe find their banners a little bit later on. It's an interesting point there. I mean, one of the guys saying we should be smoking them, and I kind of feel like that's the sentiment that Reignite's coming in with, right? They're the top team, or were the top team. They've made this roster change. They're feeling like, you know, it's not coming together today at the moment.
And this is something, you know, I kind of wanted to touch on in pre-show, actually, but we didn't quite get to, is that I think taking Templex out of the mix, in terms of team morale, is a very interesting choice. Because as far as it goes, I feel like Jen Burton and Zero are kind of opposites in terms of, you know, Jen's a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. Zero can get a bit down on himself if things aren't going their way. And I feel like Templex was always a good kind of buffer in there to just kind of keep things on an even keel. Sharky, probably more from, you know, the Zero end of things, you know, back from their days when they played together on Team EXO. And I'm a little bit worried that they could get into this situation where they have a couple of bad games and the morale really starts to dip, and they don't have Templex in there to really sort of just, you know, get them back into it. So we'll have to keep an eye on how that goes throughout the day. But yeah, look, second game, a 3v3 against DNZ, which you feel like, you know, maybe they could have taken out there. Interesting choice by Jen to, maybe he didn't have any bats to pull on the
Phoenix hit
to pull on the Phoenix hit rather than going the bat and then going back in. Because, you know, look, even in a 1v2, right, like, he's always got a chance.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you heard, like, he was a bit surprised that they stuck the res. It looked like he was, you know, trying to make the greedy play to make it work, which maybe he had to go for because he's, you know, it's a 1v2 at that point, and he really has to try and do something to get himself back into it. But either way, once he hears that it is the res goes, they really have to pull out and grab the 1v3.
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to turn much more favorably here for DNZ. Joker having already dropped. That was at the hands of Asia, who now is also on the floor as well. So I'm not sure. I don't know where the rest of the teammates were, but looks like DNZ is actually going to be able to get that res. Maybe he's just sniping from afar. But still under the pump a little bit here. But DNZ's been in the mix. They've been in the thick of things. They've got 2 red sets of armor.
It looks like Emmanuel traded with them, so I think they got a knock each, and both teams kind of, you know, put the white flag up and said, like, all right, let's get back on our feet.
Yep.
Jen Burton has gotten Zero back in, by the way. So On the back side of that, all the way down to the south side, it was actually Lightning Unicorn that had a chance there to maybe gatekeep them if they had realized Genbert was on the other side of that. But yeah, look, not going to happen. So MDY, they're coming from our west side of the map. DNZ, after they resupplied, got themselves full reset back into this. Now they've got, after all these fights, they've taken 2 reds and gold as well. They are on the other side of MDY, and they are rapidly closing in on them.
Certainly are. Feiju already going to get knocked back down. He's inside of the bubble, but MDY White, they're not having a fun time here at all. And just out of the picture very, very quickly. DNZ once again.
Out of
Just
the
farming.
out of the sky, out of the blue, out of the picture there for MD White. That was a quick pull down from DNZ, but now you can see a little bit of grief from this side. That's Axilic from NLN, who is miles away, I think.
There's always a bigger fish. Inevitably, you might be the biggest fish for a while, but maybe someone is going to come along and start to bring you down to their level that you might not have wanted to be at. Axilic does get another knock onto SA as well.
Yeah, and they've fully removed him. So yeah, NLN, they are half their way across the map right now.
When you got a Kraber.
Yeah. So DNZ are going to be absolutely ropeable about that one, and it's Reignite with the duo just below them. And you can see Jem Burton just trying to rock the wingman at this point. Sometimes that's all he needs, but having to give a gun across to Zero to try and make this work with just the 2 of them. They landed respawned in such a spot that it didn't really allow them to loot very much.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely looking worse for wear at the moment, aren't they? No armor on either of them either. They need to sort of repair those shields back up, and already some shots sort of heading in their direction. Jen Burton just using a bit of that util to try to keep the team across the ways at bay. Oh, it's DNZ, is it? Of course it is. For some reason, these 2 teams just seem like they continue to run into each other. And Zero's been knocked down again, but this time by Yanli. So I just don't think this is Reignite's game. They're going to try and hang on. They're going to try and get as many points out of this one as they can, but I'm afraid this is probably another situation where they go out with, 1 point or 2 based on how many kills they've gotten here, but I don't think they're going to get many placements.
Yeah, you can see Yanli's from one of the dome houses there. Is pretty much doming them with the charge rifle. They've only got that tiny rock to hide behind. The ring is started to close now in 30 seconds. They will have had to get out there, but on the backside, it's actually Lightning Unicorn. They're going to come underneath where We Are Trash are currently sitting.
Well, Zero's down again, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to last long.
Jen Burton's out as well, so that's going to be that. Reignite is gone. It's been a really tough game for them. They were out in 15th place. Now We Are Trash turn their attentions to another fight, and Empty drops pretty early on in the piece. Heavier got that one.
This is a 3-way fight here. We've got Team Burger trying to hide on top. We had, it was Lightning Unicorn who portaled underneath, and then We Are Trash with the perimeter fences up and running are trying to hold this house. DNZ somehow in the midst of all this managed to get back there, but you can see that it's very hard for any of these teams to push in to this fortified position that We Are Trash have got.
They're going to have to push out though, Genum. I mean, you don't necessarily have to be pushing in here just yet, but for We Are Trash, yeah, maybe it's looking okay for the moment, but they're going to have to move on.
And have been taken down. We Are Trash. Finally, a chink in the armor means Rudine is put on the ground. But Team Burger on top. They've lost one to MT. Savior trying to clutch. Oh, man. When does this guy not show up for his team when they need it? That said, there's another team. This time, it's Team Burger from the top. As we said, they lost MT, but Pricey and Jarrow, that fight with Lightning Unicorn meant they had a little bit of time to get back in there. So they've now chased Savior, the last member of We Are Trash, alive out of the house, but it's inside the ring, who are also trying to make the best of things. Emil now sitting dead center of this next circle.
Oh, he's not going to last long for here, is he? He's going to be able to get the kit and the bat off, but dead center inside the zone.
They're not looking for him, right? I mean, they're too worried about themselves at this moment because we've got NLN and free agents up the top. Now remember, DNZ did get that 3rd member back in, so that's them. Valk ulting right now. And they're probably going to come... Okay, they're going to go for the out of bounds play. They'll land right on top of Emil and then try and pick the best spot to fall down to.
They don't have a lot of time to think, do they? So they're going to really just have to commit, and they land right on top of the most chaotic part of the map, and that may not be the right decision. DNZ, they've already lost Joker. PP is getting tagged down. Yes, they're doing a lot of damage. Yes, they might be able to find a kill here or two, and that certainly seems to be the case. They gatekeep out a couple of teams. Burger eliminated, and DNZ survive.
Bubble used with the gold backpack means DNZ are back into the action quicker than ever. Emil has a few shots with the Rampage. He's got barely any left in the gun. But as soon as they have the 3 members up and running, he's got to get back out and just hope for some more placement. Because at this point, it is still the 2 full trios, NLN and of course that is... no, not inside the ring. And free agents up the top there, Elfish.
Well, 4 squads, 10 players alive, so at least one team has only got a couple available to work with. I'd have to say at the moment, DNZ is definitely looking like the team to beat right now. I mean, they have been fragging out on this particular map. They have 2 sets of red armor, a set of gold armor. They're looking really, really good. They've got everything they could want. They've got a very good position inside the circle. 11 kills so far as well, compared to free agents and NLN, who have got 3 and 1 respectively. So you tell me, who's the form team in the last 3 here?
Yeah, I mean, We Are Trash and Emmanuel didn't do too badly. They've got 9 and 8 respectively. But yeah, certainly in the teams who are going to come up trumps in this one, looking at a 20-point plus game here for DNZ.
And they've got the better position too. You know, they're on the side of the circle that's just a little bit quieter. You're going to see free agents. They're going to have to contest if they drop off of this cliff here. Just tossing a bit of that util around just to try and get them onto the players that need them. Even the guns are getting swapped now as well.
All right, Mech just heating up the Rampage here, cocking the Peacekeeper as well.
Defensive bombardment.
Yeah, that's fine though. They've got time. I think they've actually blown this a little bit early, Elfish. They're going to be able to wait that out. They're going to be able to heal up, and as they drop, they will be fully prepared to take on both DNZ and NLN. It's just, you know, you want to be that last team to engage, right? So finally, there we go, the bubble being used. NLN will go in, the EMP eliminates the bubble, of course, and that means NLN are in a world of hurt.
Yeah, Axelic is already finished off, so they're down to just the 2, maybe even the 1. Free agents, they're going to stay up on top of the cliff as long as they possibly can, but DNZ, they're the sharks in the water, waiting below, waiting for their prey to fall down into their waiting arms. Rosmontis, he's also just doing exactly the same as free agents. He is biding his time as best he can. Loki drops, Rosmontis drops. It's down to the final 2, but I think we know exactly where this one is going. DNZ, they're looking strong, they're looking healthy, they've got the positioning, they've got the cover. And what can free agents do about it? This would be an unlikely victory if they could pull it off. A 1-for-1 trade, but DNZ, they peg one back. And it's down to just the one last remaining member of free agents. DNZ will take the win in game 2. And I think it was prophesized almost that entire game, the way they were going through. They were ripping through teams all game long. They finished it off pretty comfortably in the end, so DNZ in fine form. That game at least.
I mean, you know, they had respawns there. There were so many times where they were just getting picked off by teams. I think you said there was even a Kraber in the mix at some point, you know, from very long range that was causing so much trouble for them. And somehow they come out with the win. I mean, you know, I've got to kind of eat my words there. In the first game, I was talking about how they're a team you had to fear if you would take them on in a 3v3, but not necessarily at the end of a match. But here they are with all of those kills under their belt. And not just that, but also the dubs.
Yeah, no, and some of those fights were against, like, the top teams in the group. Like, they took out Reignite, or almost took out Reignite. They definitely won that fight. And then I believe they were also the team that took out Burger. So, you know, if you're going to get rid of those two teams, you know, you're definitely doing pretty well for yourself. It wasn't without some issues, I guess, or some speed bumps for DNZ. They had to get a res in here and there, but overall, I mean, they did really, really well for themselves. So very, very impressive to be able to get that one done so comfortably. MDY White, I mean, it was a bit of a rougher one for them, wasn't it, DNZ? You know, again, like, what can you say? It's DNZ just landing on top of them, and they had the perfect game. Tough one for MDY White. A very tough one for Reignite as well, and I do wonder how the mental is going to be going into Game 3. I mean, maybe there's a world where, you know, if things are looking pretty bad in terms of that outlook, you say, all right, well, we've got one more game of Storm Point. That's not been going well for us today, but at least we have what could be considered a bit of a reset in going over to World's Edge, right? That's always something that, well, I mean, I guess it's not always, right? It's now, only now starting to become a factor. It hasn't been in the past. You've always been on the same map. There's never been a, you know, a sort of change of scenery, right?
Well, you have to go far. You have to go back a very long way until we were playing Kings Canyon, right? Until you want to see how these teams played on different maps and how they changed between them. It's been quite some time that we've been just on World's Edge, and now, yeah, look, finally back to the two-map rotation. But yeah, look, you know, shout out to production as well. That was awesome being able to hear, you know, exactly, you know, what Rig was thinking as we went into that battle with them. And look, they struggled on for a little bit longer, but as you can see, going out 15th. Again, not an ideal start.
Yeah, I think it's always
the
good.
Reignite lads.
It's always good to be able to listen into the teams and see what they're thinking. You know, I'm sure we'll get some more as we go through the rest of the day. But it's one thing for us to sort of sit here and say, well, this is what we think is going to happen or what is happening. But it's another to literally listen and you can sort of hear, even regardless of what is being said, just maybe sometimes how it's being said indicates a little bit more the mentality of the team at that point.
We should be winning these fights, you know, that kind of stuff.
We should be smoking them. That one is what sticks in my head. And the fact that they say smoking as well, it's like not even like winning, we should be winning these fights, we should be doing better than this. It's like we should be like smoking them to me means like we should be destroying these guys. Like this should be easy almost. So
and yeah, it makes you wonder about that decision where they didn't take the portal. I mean, Zero placed the portal, right? And it was like, it wasn't like the guys were streaming into the portal immediately after. And to be fair, you know, the right play usually with the Wraith portal is Wraith takes it out there and you're like, okay, you know, it's safe, it's not. But I feel like Zero had pretty quick vision of, oh, they're resetting in the bubble, like this should be the time to go. I don't think that was a super hard decision to make, and as we saw on the map, there wasn't really a team within striking distance, so they should have been able to take that as an isolated 3v3 if they had wanted to.
Look, I mean, that aside, I guess there could be some cohesion things that need to be worked out, some kinks here and there, but that's not something for us to really do too much theory crafting on. We'll have to take another break, and we'll see how things all sort of start ramping up as we head into Game 3. Hello and welcome back to APAC South for ALGS Pro League Split 2. Genome here with me, and we are 2 games deep into the day. 2 out of 12. Game 3 coming up in just a second. But so far, kind of hard to get a read as to where this lobby is going to be sitting. Normally, I think after the first couple of games, you've got one team that looks like they're going to run out ahead of everyone. And their name is usually Reignite. But that team in particular not having a great day. Team Burger has had a win. DNZ has had a win. I think both of those 2 teams are going to be up towards the top end of the scoreboard, but you know, they haven't really built a massive lead just yet. DNZ up to 34, Team Burger on 29. Free agents sort of plugging away. Haven't been speaking too much about them today, but 26 points as well. But it still feels like, you know, we haven't got this sort of runaway team really just yet.
No, and you know, sometimes we see this with a team like DNZ. They're very, you know, very aggressive team. They get a lot of their kills. You know, points from kills, I should say. And, you know, they'll have a good game or two where it kind of, you know, things go their way, as you saw last time, you know, getting respawns, getting revives in to make that happen. But that's not always going to happen, right? And it's like, how many games out of these 6, you know, you just get cut off at one point? You lose a 3v3. You know, someone sees, you know, the dropship come in and give you a fallen teammate back, and, you know, you just get zerged on. And, you know, sure, they're sitting up the top right now, but, like, it's just the question is, can they keep that going? And it's, you know, it's a little bit rough when, you know, how often that will happen. So, you know, a team like Burger, however, they're a team we can expect to be consistent throughout the day and just crunch it game after game. So the fact that they're sitting up the top, a very good sign for them.
Well, we have to think about who else is sitting at the top in terms of kill leaders. I think this is probably going to be a pretty hard one to guess. Maybe someone from DNZ? In fact, actually, I was going to say perhaps someone else from Burger. I was thinking maybe one of those 2 teams, but not a huge surprise to see that the top 3 teams on the scoreboard are represented in the kill leaders as well. Pricey with 9, Lahim with 9, and obviously SA from DNZ there with 8. So, yeah, I mean, those are the 3 teams that are getting a lot of the points, and they're the ones, I guess, that are incidentally getting a lot of the kills. That makes a lot of sense to me. One other question I had for you was, I was just taking a look at the placement versus kills splits there in that previous graphic, and I think NLN was like 8 placement points with 1 kill, and then there was another team there, Emmanuel was the other one, 3 placement points with 11 kills. And I was wondering which side of the coin you'd actually rather sit on at the moment, right? 2 games in. Would you rather be Emmanuel with 3 placement points, 11 kills, and, you know, you're obviously fragging well, that's good, but the placement points aren't necessarily coming together? Or would you rather be on the NLN side of things and, you know, being able to survive later into the games, getting your placement points here and there, and maybe giving yourself some more chances? What's a better, you know, what's a better sign for the future?
Yeah, look, very good question. I think it depends a lot on probably just what's your play style as a team, right? Because, you know, you're probably leaning one way or the other. You know, you're picking up a lot of those kills. Sure, maybe that means, you know, the team's on fire today. As long as we can just find our way into the right spots, you know, things get better and we see it continue on in that way. If you're finding your way into the right spots but not really being able to frag out, then, you know, is the team sort of like, you know, are you guys on fire today? Are they actually hitting their shots?
Firing up?
Can you actually, you know, take a spot off someone else and make it into that top 3 rather than just sitting in, like, you know, the top 5, top 10?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, though, over the long term, you know, if we're thinking about this from not just today, but from, you know, the entire thing, you definitely don't mind getting those consistent placement points, even if you're not really getting too many kills.
I think if you look at the stats, the teams who tend to win days, and look, guys, feel free to head over to the Harvester. You know, we've got all of these stats in great detail across, you know, all of ALGS for APAC South.
Some might say too much detail.
There's a lot. If you have a look at that, you'll probably see, I think it's the teams that win tend to get a fairly even split.
Yeah, 50-50.
Actually, right? It's not like the teams who are kill hungry are getting there, or the teams who are just, you know, hogging it out until bunkering down until the last circle get there. You have to be able to do both.
You know what I'm looking forward to as well is having discussions around teams that are going to be able to perform on both maps, because there's going to be situations where one team's really good at one map, but they're not getting any points on another. And speaking of, we are into our last time around on Storm Point, at least for this lobby today. We do have another lobby coming up. So let's jump into game 3 of the evening and see how things do continue to shape up. Whether it's going to be DNZ and Team Burger and free agents continuing to put some consistent points on the board. And then again, the question is going to become whether or not they can do that going on to World's Edge. But yeah, last one around for Storm Point. And, so that's I don't know, maybe a...
No, it's a really good point, Elfish, because like, you know, if we think back, and again, it's been a while, right? But if we think back into, you know, when these teams played on Kings Canyon as well as World's Edge as a competitive map, we did see some big differences. And, you know, it was like teams like the current EXO roster, for instance. They were much better at Kings Canyon than they were at World's Edge. They're an aggressive team. They played in a completely different composition. I think at this point they were playing like Wraith, Caustic, Revenant or something like that for times.
They were playing some weird stuff.
Yeah, they were just playing these, you know, outrageously aggressive compositions, and they would third party the hell out of everything, and they were just such mad fraggers that they'd get away with it. And then they went over to World's Edge, and that didn't work quite as well. They, you know, still adapted and obviously are a very strong team within the region. But certainly, I think the loss of Kings Canyon as a competitive map hurt them. And I think the change over to Storm Point, we'll probably see some more of those changes. Yeah.
I think that's something that also it's going to take some time to really sort of figure out. You know, you can't make a call after one day. You probably can't make a call after 2 weeks. It's going to be something that a meta sort of does develop in.
I'm just pointing out that I'm wrong because Saviour's just gone over to scan the beacon at the bottom of Jurassic Park there. So there we go. Lesson 1 for Genome and maybe for a couple of others at home who also weren't aware. Oh, interesting. Are they going to go for what, 2 teams using this beacon? So
that's all fair.
As we can see on that circle on the top left there, we've got another team. So this is NLN. They've made a 2-man sortie over into Jurassic Park here to use the beacon. And luckily for Saviour, who was over there by himself, very much split from Rudney and Yanlis, his other 2 teammates. You know, they kind of managed to get there without crossing paths.
I do wonder if that was, you know, a case of timing, or if he actually spotted them coming and he just decided, you know what, I'm going to get out of here. Either way, he gets out relatively comfortably, so everyone's happy. Everyone gets a little tap on the beacon, gets that info, and they're going to be able to move along quite fine.
So one of our new teams, Dynamite, I guess Command Center must have been the hot zone this game, because they've walked away with a golden triple take, which is pretty spicy as far as the marksman weapons go. That said, you know, with the Vault going into the care package, Elfish, I think that's probably a little something to touch on. But for the moment, Lightning Unicorn in an early scuffle.
Yeah, and they've been going pretty well so far today. Let's see if they can turn this fight back around. Gopgaps, he is in the thick of things. I'm not sure where exactly Templex is, if he's going to be able to get into this fight. Looks like he is, but for all of the wrong reasons. He's been knocked down, and Lala Bang is finished off. So, Dream Team and Lightning Unicorn are both looking pretty worse for wear. Gopgaps, I mean, he's surviving fine, but when you get into this position early on in the game, you're always fighting from behind. You're always sort of struggling to get back into the mix. And even if you're maybe not eliminated right now, the game can very quickly go in the direction that it did last time for a team like Reignite. You remember how they got one guy back up, but then they could never really find their footing, and inevitably they just got harassed and harassed and harassed, and you know, didn't really achieve too much. So you want to make sure that's not going to happen here for Lightning Unicorn after they've had a pretty okay start.
Yeah, look, several teams were looking to be on the beneficiaries of that fight, but looks like it hasn't happened. Lightning Unicorn actually is going to go for... No, they're going to run past. They're going to go for a... Okay. I thought Gopcaps, he has both the banners and he just ran directly past a beacon. I think that was a very good choice because there are so many people looking for it right now. Mythos, Team Burger, they were all watching him, and now actually that's who they're shooting at. So that's Mythos and Team Burger finding each other. They've sort of worked out where Gopcaps is, but he's going to take the gravity cannon all the way up to Stormcatcher where there's a beacon and no one around at all. So if they don't follow him, be an interesting decision if they decide to give up position to chase this 1 kill, potentially 3 kills if they get it at the right time. They're going to Valve Cult. They're not going to Gravity Cannon. Will they be following him or not? That's a very good question. They're going up.
Yeah, I was going to say, just taking a quick look at the map, it does look like they are headed in that direction, so we'll keep you up to date with how that does end up panning on out for now. Very nice shots coming through from Emil for inside the ring. There's the res for Lightning Unicorn, but we're is Team Burger. Doesn't look like they're contesting just yet. Inside the ring, still engaging in this fight. They've forced the portal, they've forced the bubble. And whichever team it is that they are chasing down, is just going to try and get out of there. And I think they might be allowed to, because inside the ring have suffered a little bit too much chip damage to be chasing right now.
Yeah, this central location in between Stormcatcher, Cascade Falls, Launchpad, Antenna, it kind of sits in the middle, sits in the confluence of a couple of these mountains, is a very popular place for teams to camp, to use as a bunkering position, and as a result, seeing a lot of action down there. So inside the ring, you know, one of the teams who were looking across at that earlier fight, and DNZ now, our lobby leaders currently, if I put the bubble down, they don't really have the space to reset.
Yeah, it was Baroth that got the initial knock onto DNZ, and it looks like he's going to grab the second one as well. Just one more player here alive for DNZ, and it's PP who will just try to get out and try and survive. No chance of getting the reses there at all, and with that, you probably have to say DNZ won't come out of Storm Point as the lobby leaders unless PP can pull off something amazing. I mean, their lead was tenuous at best, and you know, 1 out of the 3 games that they don't perform in, unfortunately, he's going to let them down a little bit, if that is the case, which, again, we don't necessarily know, but it's not looking good right now.
Backpack here.
Yeah, there are a couple of teams in contention. Burger close behind them.
Free agents, pretty close as well.
We've still got 19 squads. Still missing.
Barely.
Yeah, still missing our one team here, but regardless, the other teams still got some work to do to get over the top of DNZ, who, as you said, ooh, looks like PP might actually be waiting for as long as he can, because it took them quite a long time to either get finished off or bleed out. And okay, he's going to go for the Valk ult. Will he try and...
They're watching him.
They've actually seen, yeah, you can see the traces coming out. He's not going to go back for the banners. Okay, he's just going straight to the ring. It'll be such a readable move. He's not really that far away from him, so he's going to have to go down to Thunderwatch. I think he'll probably get away with it.
He might actually land on Lightning Unicorn in Stormcatcher. He's definitely headed in that direction. By the looks of things, he's seen them, or at least scanned them, and so he's not going to
They've
head
seen
in
him
that direction.
as well, by the way. Ping's coming out, so they know that there was someone going over there. Lala Bang even taking some shots at him. But you know what? He'll probably he's probably going to get away with it. So let's go back down south. Take a look at Emmanuel, who's sitting up at Launchpad.
Yeah, Emmanuel did get knocked out pretty early on in the piece last round, but they were one of those teams that we were sort of highlighting in the top 10 list. A lot of kills on the side of Emmanuel, so if they can find themselves a way to stay alive inside of these games a little bit longer, make it into the top 5 or even the top 8, and continue to hold that kind of that amount of kills that they're getting, at least convert that amount of kills that they're getting per game and then some, then they're going to put themselves into a really good spot. Obviously, they're not a team that we really spoke too much about either in the pre-show, which is, again, really quite impressive that we're seeing so many of these teams from the Open Qualifier and teams that sort of came through from the lower levels of Pro League in Split 1 kind of push the issue a little bit with the top teams.
It's good they've had a little time to mature, a little time to find that team cohesion that, for whatever reason, it seems like a lot of the top teams have decided to give up and go for something new.
Well, PP, I'm afraid, is not having a very fun time.
Someone else has cleared the spiders out for him. That's not too bad. Means he's some med resupplies here. Still up at 19 squads, so haven't lost anyone at this point.
I wonder if PP thinks he's being followed or watched on the exit there. He sort of seemed to be just, kind of trying to make himself as small as possible.
I'll tell you what, Emmanuel are being watched, and it's Elkin on the crypto.
There's the drone.
Bam, EMP, 3 damage.
It's connected onto all 3 members, so indeed that was a nice little bit of chip damage. No push through from
Battery here.
free agents though.
Yeah, look, one more of those. Belkin will be up to a purple armor. They are happily camping down at launch pad alongside Emmanuel, though.
Much slower start to this game here in game 3 than what
Yeah.
we've seen in the previous couple. I wonder if that's maybe just because the circle is a little bit more central. Teams aren't having to rotate as far.
Could be, yeah. I mean,
There's
we
a lot
did see
more
some
in the
fights,
circle.
right? Like, but just people got away with it.
Yeah, no
People
kills.
managed to get out. They managed to get some respawns.
Speaking of which, there are a lot going on at the moment. I'm just seeing kills light up the kill feed all over the place. MDY White maybe were the team to dispatch of one.
Yeah, they took out anti-AA, who was sitting in there. MDY, I think their specialty is coming out of the zone when you don't expect them. Like, you've sat in a building for like a minute or two, and you're like, all right, cool. Like, we've cleared our backs. We're just chilling here. We'll just wait and see where the next circle is. Out of absolutely nowhere, for like no reason that you can possibly discern, MDY White will turn up and just ruin your day.
Done that. To one team already. We'll see what they can continue to do. Team Burger, you know, they've been very, very good today so far. They've got themselves, I think last game, they might have wanted a little bit more out of that one. They got knocked out a little bit earlier on in the piece. And ultimately DNZ went on to win it. But I have to say, of all the teams, and just sort of looking at the eye test, I feel like Team Burger have been the most threatening from my perspective.
Yep.
And whether or not that is going to be ringing true at the end of today, at the end of 6 games, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But at least so far they have looked good.
We're getting that direct look at Rig, Burger, and Lightning Unicorn, right? Those 3 teams that have swapped around their members, and they're having that direct comparison about how these swaps have worked out for them. It's quite interesting.
Well, at the moment, you have to say it's working out quite positively for Burger.
Yeah.
Getting Jaro. I think, you know, was something that we were sort of indicating in that pre-show. It wasn't necessarily maybe a direct upgrade, but it was not a bad pickup at all by any means. And he seems to have slotted into the roster quite well. Reignite's change hasn't really impressed so far, but we are only 2 games in, so...
They did just manage to grab a kill onto inside the ring. SQL stepping out just a little bit too far. Once again, leaving Emil down at least 1 member. This time, at least he's got Cyber on his back.
It's actually amazing to me that we still have 18 squads alive.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Every second that goes by right now, I'm just thinking something's going to pop off soon. Like, we're going to see like 3 or 4 teams dying in 20 seconds, but we're not getting it yet.
At the end of this, circle, we absolutely will.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the big one, particularly because there's so much unplayable terrain in there as well. Like, there's a massive cliff face on both sides. In fact, you know, there's 3 cliff faces that kind of converge on the circle. Team Burger have just hit themselves a beacon. They're going to have to rotate their way in soon, so let's see what they're thinking.
There's a crypto drone on the left side.
Yeah, everybody has to push for it.
Mm.
We kind of want to swing right and kill this team, if I'm honest.
Reckon we can't rip a Valcolt and like
The Stormcatcher team,
check if this is free?
Stormcatcher team, see if what's free?
The rocks, and then we walk in and play this side of the mountain.
This team
West.
Valcoulted.
Oh, Ros.
Duo. Another 3.
3 man.
I'm
There's
picking
a
the tag
team
team.
across, yeah. I'm coming
Yeah,
up to
we
you,
need to
too.
focus these guys a bit and take where they are.
I'm making sure we don't get walked up on our back.
Alright, keep back.
There's a team up top in Stormcatcher still.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Use bats, we have plenty.
Yeah, I'm batting.
I think this team ran for the Prowler's Nest.
I dropped the bat.
Is this
I
spot
think that's-
playable? Can we go for the high ground spot here?
I've got no idea what you're talking about. People
Like,
over here?
high.
Dunno.
If we go there, we're guaranteed a good game. But I don't know if it's not allowed. I mean, we can just say we wasn't allowed there. I don't think they'll DQ us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's allowed either. I just don't know where it is.
It's here. It's a rock that sticks out. You can land on it. I'll ping it when we're flying.
That
we got-
might be scuffed. That might be scuffed.
I mean, we've got to do something. Just
Like,
in terms
yeah.
of-
rules-wise, it might be
We're
scuffed.
gonna back off from here.
Alright.
Okay.
This team can just walk in for free. We can't play there. We might have to land down here somewhere.
Yeah, okay. So like
So
anything up
go
here
in
is like,
go in zone's closing, so we can like maybe look to third sign even.
is there anything that can be played up here?
Remove pings. There's too many pings down.
Up north, like north.
No, these guys are gonna play it.
Okay,
I think
okay.
the choke.
I'm just following your direction. The team just back ulted. Looks like they took
as
the
high as
compound.
possible.
I'm backholding when the zone's nearer to us.
Alright, 2 teams just back ulted before us.
Yep.
I think one team took the cannon.
Team man.
Alright, fly high. I'll ping it.
I'm flying high.
We can maybe go for that rock empty. It's like there, isn't it?
It's this spot right here.
There, okay.
Do you wanna go
Lower.
for it?
They're landing on
They
it, I
just
think.
landed.
Team just took it.
Where are we going?
Fire, I don't know. Land behind these guys.
Go in.
Land behind, land behind. On top.
It slides you off.
Yeah, still.
Team behind. See
Behind
someone?
us. We gotta kill this. We gotta kill.
One up top. Chill. Bubble if you need, bubble.
All right, well, they're into a big fight. Team Burger already losing pricey. A lot of decisions to be made on that rotate, and it seems like maybe they've landed in a bit of a hornet's nest. It hasn't gone too well for them. Overclock, who I think took the position that Burger was looking for, are also starting to get into a bit of an engagement here. It's not looking like it's going to go too well for a lot of teams. I mean, just have a look at that kill feed, Genome. This is exactly what we were expecting. We knew it was going to come. It was such a quiet start to the game, and inevitably, once push comes to shove, when there's this many teams, it is utter, absolute chaos. Free agents remain with 2 players alive. In fact, I think they were the team that took the spot that Burger was looking for. Not Overcooked. I should excuse myself.
The free agents were sitting above Burger when they eventually landed. NLN was the one who took the spot they were originally looking for up the north side of the map.
Too much going
But
on.
my lord, there's been, 4 or 5 teams that came down there on the south side, which is just, as you said.
And we went from
Like
18 to 11.
Yeah.
That rotation, so...
Not surprised.
you
But this
lose
is
7
also
teams.
why you need Valk on this map, right? To make those kind of rotations, because there are a lot of ways that you can get cut off. That said, teams like Reignite, who have just been sitting in the middle of the map, Dream Team, who have had, we were saying this is why all these teams like to sit here, because maps, we do often get ring pulls towards the center here.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's a little bit more reminiscent of the previous Reignite roster that we used to see. They would get an early rotate. They would be in the center of the zone from zone 2 or even from halfway through zone 1. And you could pretty much make a pretty guaranteed bet that the zone was going to shift in some capacity quite close to them, and that was how they always found their success. Hasn't really been the case so far today. They've been taking a lot of earlier fights. They haven't been as quick on their rotates. Could be a new map thing, could be a new sort of team cohesion kind of a thing. Regardless of what it is good to see them sort of going back to the basics and seeing if that's going to work out for them. So let's see how Reignite sort of go about this. This could be a bit of a redemption arc for them in game number 3. Primus Commander is a team that we haven't really spoken to too often today, but they're definitely another one that you sort of need to keep in the back of your mind a little bit. They have been around a fair bit. They finished 9th in Split 1, so they've got the chops to compete. It's just that maybe the consistency hasn't quite been there. So we'll see what they can do in here in game 3 as well. They sort of need another one like what Reignite does, where they can bounce back off of a rougher start.
Trying their best to make up for the loss of Strafing Flame. I mean, Bunny Hop, I believe he was the member of Grape that actually took that from behind win to take out the Winter Circuit playoffs, actually. So, like, look, no slouch by any means, but looks like it has been a little bit of a rough day for them so far. Now, Monkeys, okay, Trident for cover. We love this. This is definitely one of the things teams have been trying out a lot. There's some odd finishing locations in Storm Point where sometimes it's just water, right? You don't have a lot of cover, and you know what? You can take that cover with you. The Trident, it's made out of pretty solid stuff.
It's
Elfish.
pretty bulky
you can't
as
get
well.
through it.
Like, in some battle royales, you see vehicles that are just like tiny little buggies or jeeps or whatever they are, but it's kind of got a bit of meat to it. So
I like that spot there from
some good
Zabby.
cover, and yeah, I don't mind this actually from Monkeys. Keeping their heads down, that's for sure. They're not inside of the zone though. If this was inside the zone, if this was just clipping the inside of the zone, that would actually be sick. The fact that they have to move and look at the ground that they have to cover, it's actually a little bit more to the right of where Monkeys is looking. There it is. That's what they have to go across, and really it's kind of like no man's land sort of a situation. There is barely any cover there at all, so Zabby's going to have to be pretty on point with that bubble. You have Jub Jabib, and he has managed to get himself the portal charged up, so that's going to be perhaps another important rotation tool in this next circle shift. 9 seconds away. This is going to be another big one.
So Monkeys in a good spot for now, but they will have to deal with a couple of other teams looking to move in alongside them. We are Trasher to the north.
Let's scan this area.
Here we've got Lightning Unicorns
Taking a Valkyrie?
in amongst everything.
No, they're inside the zone.
And
Speaking of,
they've taken a Wraith Portal in there. Monkeys, they tried to Valkyrie, but Jubjubib gets left behind, sniped out of the sky by the looks of it. Finished off, and now Kizix and Zabby takes the high ground.
well, Lightning Unicorn is as Lightning Unicorn does. They try to get aggressive and they make it happen. Perfect timing. Catching a team off and getting another few kills in the back pocket. I mean, Lightning Unicorn, I think they live by the sword and they die by the sword, and they most certainly are living at the moment. 8 teams left.
Reignite, they finally left the middle of this compound here. They were playing around the silo, and they've decided to change up that positioning finally. It's a position that takes a lot of focus. You have to keep swinging around. There's multiple places that the enemies can come from, and you just never really get that settled. It's a good spot to hold, but it just, yeah, it really kind of takes it out of you. So that building now, Reignite on the back of this.
Well, and Esports Club, they've got a player down on the floor right now. Jilun is a little bit worse for wear. Kenkong and Holiday, they're trying to hold on, but they're getting pushed from behind, pushed from above. This player's all over the place. Holiday, 2 seconds on that bubble. That's what they're waiting for. That's what they're hoping for. They need to get that down, try and get the res, but I think it might have come a little bit too late. Lightning Unicorn, as always, perfect timing, gets on top of them. Lala Bang and Templex finding a knock apiece, and that is going to be the end of yet another team. 4 squads left alive. Reignite is one of them. Can this be the redemption game? Can this be the return to form? It's been a really slow start to the day for Reignite, perhaps the slowest start I've ever casted for Reignite.
Frag grenade here.
And yet, they might be able to turn it around right here.
They're already into the top 4. They've got a couple of kills, and as you can see, a plethora of loot in front of them. They've got 3 teams to contend with. Lightning Unicorn,
Yep.
Monkeys, and Dream Team are the other 3 up and running at the moment. We've got the final round closing in right now. It's a weird spot to play. There's a lot of high ground, low ground. You can be on top. As you can see, Lightning Unicorn, they're getting the high ground, but also trying to make sure they've got enough ammo to finish this off. I guess you can always switch the car mode there. Did have a little bit of heavy ammo in the bank. Dream Team trying to wait until someone is directly above them. They can pop the defensive bombardment.
Yeah, they're really just keeping their heads down, aren't they? Waiting to see if they can third-party a fight, if 1 or 2 teams are going to finish each other off. This is where you're really going to see the Valkyrie start to come into its own, where they're able to sort of scale the verticality quite quickly. Not to be in the position the Dream Team is at the moment, although maybe some of those doors aren't going to last too much longer. The defensive bombardment is coming down, but this is perfect. Bide your time, stay healthy, maintain your resources. And on the other side of the door, Lightning Unicorn, they're going to have to go. The zone is pushing them in. It's a very, very tight one, Genome. Templex is already on the floor, and a couple of those players down low on the shields. Rez coming through at a time like this for Lightning Unicorn inside of the zone. It looks like they're going to make it happen.
Meanwhile, on the top, Jen Burton with the car demolished Dream Team. But as he goes in, he's had to leave it to the rest of his team members to try and make this out. Templex, a Wraith player from olden times, knows how to play a heal off, but this time it's going to be Reignite back in the picture.
Well, it was Jem Burton that jumped down inside of the zone, wasn't it, to try and get that little bit of extra damage onto Lightning Unicorn that probably in the end did make the difference. A couple of tags here and there, and even though there is that Wraith available, you can go into the Void. If you're already a little bit lower than what Reignite was, which presumably they were probably full HP, you know, then inevitably it's a war of attrition and Reignite wins. So a nice return to form, a nice welcome back to Reignite, who, yeah, they have been slow to start, but now they're here and they've arrived, and we knew it was going to happen eventually. There was never a world where Reignite was going to continue to struggle all day long, at least not as far as I'm concerned, but Now they're back, and what does that mean for the rest of the lobby? Because previously, a lot of those points have been getting soaked up by other teams, and now the big dogs have started to sort of come and claim what is quote-unquote rightfully theirs.
Yep, look, Rig absolutely back. Some of those other teams as well, though. Dream Team, one of the newer ones, going to be picking up a few points there. I mean, look, that said, they got demolished. That was on our second screen there we were watching, but my lord, Jin Burton ripped through them with the car. And at that point, you know, he was obviously feeling it. That's why he went in and pushed and tried to get that little bit of damage on the rest of the team.
It was the right choice in the end anyway.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether he kills Lightning Unicorn or not, that's always going to come down to a heal off when you obviously have a team inside of a building and a team on top of a building. I mean, it's just how it is. So
yeah,
if one team can make the aggressive play and can get a bit of damage off, that's inevitably going to be the team that is dictating how that ends up playing on out. If Jen Burton goes in there and dies, it literally doesn't affect anything. If he gets 0 damage done, it doesn't affect it negatively for Reignite because Lightning Unicorn can't push out. So, you know, he's made a really good call there and obviously made a big difference. And Reignite, very, very well done for them to sort of just, you know, get back into the swing of things. They were looking pretty good this game, you know, like we said, there was a lot of loot available to them. They'd killed a few teams, they'd gotten the ball rolling, and all of a sudden, now we're back in. I mean, it's unfortunate for Lightning Unicorn as well that they did have to fight a team here. Like, if they wouldn't have had to fight, you know, to get this position, maybe they end up winning that heal off. Maybe they're the team that gets the opportunity to sort of try to play a bit more aggressively. But ultimately, this is the play that makes the difference.
Yeah, and there's no other way, really, to shuffle that, right? You know, you have to come in. I like the way they use the bubble to try and... because if you don't put that there, you kick in the door and you're pretty much done as soon as it happens. Yeah, look, Lightning Unicorn with a second place finish. Templex just behind his old team.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a bit of a stinger, wouldn't it?
A little bit.
The one thing to point out on that graphic there as well was Team Burger out in, was it like 18th or 16th or 7th, something like that, where they didn't get any placement points, basically. So that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, now if Reignite's starting to get a few more points and some of the other teams that had started well are not, we're starting to see a bit of a shift again in the lobby, and it's equalizing toward the top end, which means there's just a clump of teams. I'm sure we'll get to chat about it in a second when either before or after the break when the scoreboard is ready, where, you know, this could be anyone's day right now. Like, we've seen 3 separate teams finding a win, so, you know, there's no massive overshoot of points from a certain team, and obviously 3 more games to go. All of them are going to be on World's Edge, back to a bit more comfortable territory. Is that going to bring with it the winds of change in terms of maybe one team that's been underperforming a little bit is going to be like, okay, we're feeling a bit more comfortable now on a new map, a different map, and all of a sudden, you know, this lobby gets thrown into disarray. Like, I still think it's a little bit too early to say exactly what we're going to get from this one. We're halfway through the lobby, but it's a new map. Well, it's an old map technically, but it's a new map today.
It's a new map for competition. And yeah, look, I think we might have an exciting finish to our first lobby here.
Indeed, indeed. All right. Well, it's time for us to take a break. World's Edge is going to be on the other side. G'day and welcome back. It's ALGS Pro League for APAC South. This is Split 2. Almost wanted to keep that break going a little bit so we could listen to the bangers a little bit more, but we've got them on the underlay, so that's what you want. Hey, how are you feeling right now, Gino, with it all? Like, we're 3 games deep. Kind of hard to tell which way this lobby's going.
It is, right? You know, with the Rig resurgence there in Game 3, Burger doing well in Game 1 and 2, a couple of other upstart teams trying to make their way into the fold. Yeah, look, it's all up for grabs here on World's Edge. And, you know, maybe that's part of it, right? Maybe. You know, the new map has just caused all this chaos, and once we get back to World's Edge, the teams who have dominated on that in the past, like Reignite, will continue to do that.
Before we do that, we do need to get an update on the scores, and I think this is going to be pretty interesting. I'm quite keen to see what we've got for us. How much has that gap closed? And oh, look at the top end of things. 34 points for DNZ, so they're still just about sitting at the top of the bunch. Thankfully, for them at least, Team Burger had a bad game 3. Free agents do jump up into second, but you know, you've got Lightning Unicorn there, you've got Reignite there. Emmanuel is still sort of keeping that scoreboard ticking over. And really all the way down to, I don't know, do we say down to 18 points maybe? It's kind of staying pretty close. It's staying pretty tight where any of these teams could realistically, I think after the next 3 games, sort of overtake what DNZ is at if they take their foot off the gas.
Yeah, there's not a big gap here at all. I mean, you were expecting someone to overtake DNZ this game, right?
Yeah.
That said, I think there are only a couple of teams who are sort of within a couple of points of them. Obviously, other teams like Reignite have had big games and they're pushed up and they've made their way almost to the top now. But
I think the big thing was that like Lightning Unicorn and Reignite were the 2 teams that got the bulk of the points from that last game, and they were the 2 teams that were kind of like, I mean, Lightning Unicorn had been going okay. Reignite had not been doing much at all. So they obviously jumped themselves up into the top of that pack, whereas, you know, DNZ, they were hoping that Burger and free agents were not going to get much done. And so inevitably the point sponges kind of saves DNZ a little bit and keeps them up on top of the scoreboard. But I'm quite happy with how things have gone so far, because now we've got a lot of teams to start thinking about for these remaining 3 games. We are going on to World's Edge. You know, we talked a lot about the roster changes at the start of today, Genome, and I think one of the big ones, and probably so far from what I'm seeing, a positive change for Lightning Unicorn has been Templex coming into that roster. We do have some stats here that we can take a look at with regard to Templex, how he's going. A little bit sad to still see him in the Reignite jersey.
Well,
but
look, as far as I know, it's still the team he's contracted by,
true,
right? So kind of makes some sense. But yeah, that said, today already putting up 4k damage, 8 kills, and 4.3 average points contributed for him to the team per game. That's a decent stat line so far. And he'll be very happy with that considering it's a new team. You know, this roster change was a bit out of the blue from what I understand, right? So for him to come back and, you know, find another team this quickly, he's still in APAC South. We love that. And to be, maybe I wouldn't go so far as to say turning around, but this was a team that had dipped off a little bit. And, you know, someone like Templex has absolutely bolstered them.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you speak to Lightning Unicorn sort of cooling off a little bit, I think that's absolutely true. You know, they finished in 6th in Split 1, and I think they were like 18th or something in playoffs. Like, they had a horrible playoffs run. They just unfortunately didn't perform at all. They were one of the big talking points. We were sort of selling them and saying, yeah, this could be a team that could do well in the playoffs, and yeah, they didn't really do that at all. But
all the other top teams did.
All the other, yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, I'll just have a quick look, but I don't think. Yeah, no one really missed out. I guess maybe Athame was probably the other one in the similar sort of capacity to Lightning Unicorn, where they came 5th in the split and didn't really do too much during playoffs either. But, you know, like for the most part, yeah, like a lot of the big teams did. And yeah, I mean, it is nice to see them performing so far today, right? Lightning Unicorn in particular, they have been a very impressive team to watch. I've enjoyed watching their pushes. They've been aggressive. They've been confident. They haven't been shying away from anything. They're not looking like a team that has just made a roster change. They're looking like a team that's sort of all on the same page. A call is made. They're making the push, and they're making it happen. So we'll see if that's going to continue here on World's Edge, which is going to be our map for game number 4, and we're ready to head into it. So let's see how things change as we head into the new / old map. It's the new map for today, but it's the old map in general. So, first time we're going to get to see World's Edge in Split 2 for APAC South. And Lava Siphon is the hot zone.
As if having it to themselves wasn't enough loot already.
Yeah, obviously the big news there is that Reignite have taken Lava Siphon as their drop, moving away from Fragment East. We did sort of touch on that in the Beacon segment at the start of the show. 3 agents look like they're going to take control of the tree.
Thermal station currently with no one there. I mean, of course, Sparaiku aren't in this lobby. They are one of the teams known for landing there. I think the other ones might have actually been eliminated. I think they might have been knocked down into Challenger Circuit, because obviously a lot of the time we saw it was MBT Naga versus Perry Hellion. Was the classic contest where they just kept going at it.
I remember NLN being in Thermal Station a lot as well, but it doesn't look like they are there.
NLN.
They're in this lobby, aren't they?
Yeah, so
it's hard because you can't just look for the team that has the names starting with NLNN. It's team number 8. Just look for Loki.
Okay, yeah, so they're playing up in the west side of Skyhawk, which makes sense because no ath in this lobby. As we can see here, you know, they've got the circle as well, which is very good. So that means you got to remember, you know, a lot of the Skyhawk unplayable terrain essentially, unless we've had some big season 12 changes, which I haven't noticed yet. A lot of unplayable, or at least areas of Skyhawk where the ring will not finish. So, it will either go very north of this circle up towards the train station, or we'll probably see it end in or outside Countdown.
Yeah, just in between Skyhawk and Countdown, sort of. I mean, I don't know what the chances are of it necessarily going so far north in Skyhawk, because that's like just right on the tip. It would have to really hard shift north quite a few times for that to happen.
As we've said, man, these circles in World's Edge, it's not necessarily predictable in terms of like the circle bouncing around like a pinball in there.
Yeah, true. I mean, look, we'll see what this one does end up looking like, and you know, is it going to be one of those situations where the teams are able to read this circle a little bit more comfortably because they have been doing it for so long, or is he still going to bamboozle a few players? MDY White. Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen too much from them today. They were the team that came through from the qualifiers in first seed, so I kind of had, well, I say first seed, they came first place in the qualifiers, basically. I kind of had high hopes that you know, that they might be able to come in here and really have a solid performance, but so far today it has been a bit of a slow start.
Are they just gonna Decide to camp outside the ring once again. Looks like it's possible. I mean, at the very least, they're going to be one of these teams playing edge and maybe waiting for someone to come across from, say, Big Moor to Lava City.
Love that Templex just pops the Skyward Dive and Lala Bank's like just still running off. Like there must have been some little miscommunication there. At least he didn't get the memo. They're all good in the end. Gonna make an early rotate in. Very reminiscent of Templex's game leadership in the Reignite roster.
Here's Commander. They're just gonna sit in the Skyhook Market. Oh no! Bunny Hop. Been taken down before he could even put the black market down. So sad. So sad. Maybe they could buy a new teammate with that.
I don't think they're going to need to. They'll get picked back up.
Oh, I don't know. Overclock.
Oh, you might be right. There is the push coming through. Genius is now without shields. He's going to try and pop the bat. Aroth doing his best to keep his teammates healthy and alive. And little Arif have bitten off a little more than he could chew. Well done from Overclock as they eliminate Primus Commander.
Solid push from Overclock, and they actually managed to do very well because Templex was looking for an in there. He walked up to the building, left Gopgaps and Lala Bang behind. But a couple of nice wingman shots, as we saw, are going to push Lightning Unicorn back.
Heavy ammo here.
I mean, it's a shame that the black market didn't go down.
I mean,
they're not going to be able to take advantage of that.
he had the bracelet as well, honestly. He, if he was trying to play his life there, maybe could have got out with that escape pool, but decided to, or maybe just didn't see the space to be able to play in that manner. Either way, they're going to go down. First team eliminated. A little bit earlier than last map, that's for sure.
Well, Reignite once again, quite quick on that rotate, and they've got themselves a building here. Caustic traps listed around the place.
Yeah, so free agents are going to go west of Trials. They're going to run into Burger if they don't have... I mean, look, they've got the Valcult, right? So Skyward Dive. Landlocked rotations, not so much a thing really in Apex anymore. You usually do have that rotation tool available with the Valkyrie ult, with most teams picking her up, with... and it being a reasonably fast charging ult as well, so like most circles you have it available too. Anyway, because we did have Team Burger above them, they do like to play that spot to the north of Trials in the little house there.
Not seeing a huge amount of gunfire around the map at the moment. Still quite a large circle. There isn't too much rotating going on. Most teams have already made it in or are very, very far out and as a result quite far flung from one another. Sort of seems to be two schools of thought right now going on in this game. Either that you have the fast rotators, which are all the teams that have already made their way up to Skyhook, or the teams that have probably decided, well, we're not going to be into the zone in any reasonable amount of time anyway. So we're just going to loot as long as we can and sort of walk in with the edge.
Having a look at one of the most populous areas of Skyhook right now, Reignite occupying the bottom of this building. This is the same one that Overclock won the fight in, so they get the high ground. Apart from that, we had Emil actually use his portal just to think about going into the second level of Skyhook itself. Perhaps it was anti-AA on the top of that, as we see now, that dissuaded them from that path.
This could end up becoming God spot for anti-AA if the circle shifts favorably for them, but if that ends up being the case, there's a pretty good chance they get contested. Obviously, for now, it is a little precarious to be up here because a lot of teams are kind of looking into this direction.
You want to be a Loba team.
Yeah.
If you're playing the top of Skyhook as a Loba team, you're laughing because you can just poke forever. You've got infinite meds, infinite ammo.
Well, I think anywhere in Skyhook probably want to be a Loba
true.
team because it's just so congested.
Yep.
There's going to be so many death boxes.
Well, at some point.
At some point, yes. Right now, probably not.
That's the thing, right? It takes a good, 2 or 3 circles to get to that point in Skyhook because there are just so many things clustered. Oh, okay. This is interesting. So maybe we have had some circle changes here because the next circle revealed is absolutely not in it's within Skyhook, but it's not in that direction that we were expecting.
Well, it can still go back more toward the north. That building which is being held by the northernmost team. Didn't quite catch who it was. Is well within the purview. Maybe not quite, yeah. Now that you bring up the little mini-map.
I guess there's a possibility
It goes, what,
that
hard
it goes
south?
really south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could, it definitely could, yeah. But, I mean, that's not to say that we're going to not, you know, see a circle that we have never seen before in APAC South. That is also a possibility. Like, it just because it hasn't gone there before doesn't mean it won't.
Okay, so if we look at the circle on the map right now, what I'm expecting it to do is go, is essentially shift hard south. That green team that's kind of in the
Ants.
middle of the green circle right now, yeah, that's Ant. So they'll be in a really good spot for this. But a lot of those southern buildings to the right of them are not taken. And those are pretty much prime real estate right now. That and we've got Dream Team sitting down in Skyhook. Everyone has read this as a Skyhook circle, and they're sitting up the top. You know, look, let's see. There's still a chance. There's still a chance that you know, often every season we do see some changes with the rings.
Yep.
And look, that could be the case here, where more of Skyhook is back in action that we didn't see back in Split 1. But if that's not the case, then we're gonna have probably, you know, 15 teams going through the grinder trying to make their way towards Countdown, where Dream Team are currently sitting all by their lonesomes.
Well, DNZ has a long way to travel. Luckily, there's a balloon right in front of them, but never fun. I suppose it beats the alternative, which is not being in the game at all. I wonder where they're going to choose to come in exactly.
Oh, they're coming in right off the back of the ring here. It's going to start closing again. They're going to head down into staging. No crafting mats available at staging this time. So, I mean, you know, when you see a team do this, often, you know, they'll chain POIs that have the crafting mats available just to get the absolute most they can be stacked with bats. You know, work their way up into the purple or the red armors just purely by crafting. And maybe that's what Dynamite are doing, who have also picked up a care package over at Landslide, but DNZ are going to be on the back side of them.
Yeah, I wonder if DNZ sort of spotted them already, or
Don't think
not,
so.
because
They're a little too far away.
yeah, it is an interesting rotate though from DNZ. Anyway, we'll sort of turn our attention back to Skyhook, because that's where things are popping off a little bit more so. Although again, it is to be expected that it'll be a bit of a slower start.
Is that a riot drill? Did I just see a riot drill? Yes. Ji Lun from Ant Esports Club is on the Mad Maggie.
A little bit cheeky.
All right, so we've got Wrecking Balls are in play, riot drills coming out, and man, a Skyhook circle? That's a great one for Mad Maggie. Everyone is inside those buildings. Everyone is going to be a prime target. You know, I think it works. It's something like 11 or 13 meters that the drill can punch through. And I can tell you what, look, whoever was building these Skyhook buildings, they've done an okay job, but they certainly didn't make them for riot drills.
Nope. There we go again. Not really being able to do too much this time, but it is starting to get a little bit congested inside of Skyhook, isn't it? DNZ, they're going to continue to wrap around the western side of the map, trying to get as north as possible. Templex does get knocked, by the way.
Ooh, okay.
And finished.
Confirmed. Confirmed. Different ring.
Well, we'll get that one on the map in just a second.
Bit of an old school one, actually. And I can tell you what, Lightning Unicorn with their 2 players, missing Templex, unfortunately, but
Could you gamble a respawn here?
but bungled. Well, yeah, I guess they did kind of bungle in the fact that they've lost one of their members, but bunkered down, certainly, with the caustic barrels, the traps
They're going to go for it, I think.
laid in place. They're
No,
oh,
they're
looks
just
like they're
gonna
just
loot.
doing that for some loot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw Gopgaps running out of the building, and I thought he might actually go. He might give it a crack, but
Okay.
probably a bit risky.
Yeah, I mean, if we get onto DNZ, they have vision on this next ring, and we'll be able to see that it's actually going towards the market over there where Lightning Unicorn are sitting. It's actually, I think this might be a bit of a classic circle. There we go. Okay, so just a little bit north there. It's a bit of a classic circle where we've got, Reignite and Overclock, that building that those guys have been sitting in for quite some time. Often it'll just close in between there and market, and we see them kind of smushed in there, but look, who knows, maybe it's something even different than that. That said, those, say, 4 or 5 teams who are now in those top 3 buildings in Skyhook are very much in a good position.
Still hasn't really started to pop off just yet. Lightning Unicorn going to take the opportunity to for a few taps at that team flying through the air, but no real connections. We've still got 50 players alive, 17 teams. This is going to be the circle that really separates things, though. There's an EMP going down. Has caught 1 or 2 of the members of MDY White for just a brief second there, but nothing too substantial. It sort of feels like the calm before the storm right now, doesn't it? Oh. Well, it's starting to pick up a little bit, isn't it? It's starting to pick up. You have Dream Team fighting for their lives. 2 bubbles, double bubble, double trouble. So far, MDY White, well, they're surviving with 3. They're doing well, and they actually do manage to eliminate Dream Team. And that is the first of many battles that they're going to have to take, because this circle is going to shift further north, and that's going to be a real gauntlet run for MDY White.
Backpack here. Level 4.
Certainly not sitting on white armors, the amount of battles that these guys take. DNZ trying to repel some invaders here.
Well, easy kill for Joker in the end, and DNZ, they continue to frag out, don't they? Ants, no longer a part of the game. If one thing is to be said, it's that DNZ has been quite successful in winning a lot of their duels. A lot of the fights that we find them in there coming out ahead, and whether you place high or not, at least you're getting some kills on the board.
Yeah, a little bit more of a spread this game. A couple of teams have managed to get the squad wipe, but nothing more than 3 kills apiece.
I feel like there is still a lot of chaos yet to come.
Nice little pick up from anti-AA there, using the portal from the top of the building to grab a vault. They will survive this next circle shift. Oh, another bubble fight here.
DNZ
so many
again?
teams trying to fight their way into these buildings, but DNZ being the kind of boss to just keep them at bay for the moment. Joker is lost a teammate though, and MD White on the back of this, that might just been a little bit too much for DNZ to handle.
Yeah, I'd say so. DNZ, you know, inevitably, if you continue to take fights, you're going to lose one at one point. Inside the ring, relying on Emil to survive, and he was unfortunately just spotted. I thought for a moment he might have gotten out of there scot-free, but now he's going to have to duck outside of the building, and this is a scary place to be. So many angles that you need to be aware of. He's going to be on the move and seems to be relatively unscathed for now, but who knows what awaits him in any one of these buildings. There could be a team.
Well, there's certainly teams in every single building left inside the next ring, Elfish. That much I can tell you. MDY are going to use the phase breach to try and push up onto Monkeys. I think it's an ill-fated decision, though. Yeah, look, they just get immediately wiped out. And oh, that opens up a little bit of a space for Emil, at the very least. Over near the Skyhook, we are trapped.
We are not alone. Look over here. We are not alone. Look over here. Let's go that way.
Fleet. That'd be what We Are Trash is thinking about. In their case, it's going to have to be the Skyward Dive, probably. Or they're just going to try and hoof it on foot and hope for the best. That'll be a pretty scary prospect.
Yeah, we often see this in Skyhook, right? If it shifts away from the Skyhook, you've got 3 teams. They pretty much just have to... they really put the Battle Royale in Battle Royale, pretty much.
You win some, you lose some, right? The circle shifts away from you, bad luck. The circle shifts over the top of you, you probably win the game. So it is a gamble worth taking.
It's just a really hard one to play. Like, you have to, you know, like, obviously, you have to save your bubble for that. But with the increase in Wraith players we've seen recently, you know, you can probably try and make your portal happen as well. It's Anti-AA that are the first ones to move, actually.
Yeah.
Reignite, we see them sitting over safely. They might actually have to move out of their building as well. Emmanuel, okay, here we're getting the vision of those teams moving out from the Skyhook. They're really struggling. Going up against the Interceptor pylon, that's Savior on the other side of that one, of course, and Reignite is going to be the one to pick up all of the kills. We Are Trash navigated very well.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to get out of this one scot-free. They've still got a lot of ground to cover, and so far they've lost 1 player. Might be 2 in just a second, and it might be 3 very quickly after that. Reignite!
Gone.
He tried his best, but in the end they're gone indeed. Genome. NLN flying under the radar a little bit so far this game, but they're looking quite healthy. Reignite into a bit of a fight, bit of a stoush. Falcon is there, point man.
Similar situation for Reignite. They had to get out of that building. Lots of people on top of them, coming from the side of them. They've done that well. It seems like Overclock is the one who took the fall there, and Free Agents are just on the outside of them as well. But they made their way into market successfully now. So Lightning Unicorn, they've had to retreat. They've had to contract even smaller. Reignite, they're taking away space from them inside the market, eliminating those traps. Actually, they're leaving some of them up. It looks like they're just using that. They know that it's going to sit there and repel other teams, and they perhaps won't have to worry about that. Or maybe that's just Gen Burns, because, of course, now we've switched over to World's Edge. Gen is onto the core stick.
Free Agents look like they're going to have a pretty a sticky situation to get themselves out of. 3 seconds until that zone starts to shift. It's going to be the Skyward Dive, the option, but where are they going to go, Genome? The circle is pretty small, and they've already lost Mexus. Straight back down over the other side of the wall, and the bubble has to get dropped early on in the piece. It's an amazing fight. Let's hear from Rick.
I killed him! I'm chilling!
Nice.
They're throwing nades inside. True.
I killed one! Why not to zone?
Great one!
Alright, chill, behind, chill. No Sharky.
Dark 87.
Chill, Sharky.
Dark 1 shot, I'm batting.
Give him gold helm, Jen.
I got him.
Wait, nice.
Okay, I'm giving gold helm. Here.
Yeah, got it.
Nice.
We need
There's
Bob to...
ultic, I'm popping ultic.
Can you ult that team, maybe?
Wait, I have ultic, so hold it.
I don't have ult.
Yeah, it's all
I'm
good.
nading.
Listen, we need to be the furthest Bob left on this, like out there. There's a team
I'm
mark
close
on
to
the
go
other
to
side. We need something
Close to
there.
go to them.
Nice. Just spam market him. These, Bob. One's in there. I need 90, I'm blue.
Maybe Bob, if you need. They're gonna get gassed.
Corner. I'm spam marking them.
I'm healing. Give me ult.
Shot. I
Get to the ledge, get to the ledge. On your left. No, just kill market. Nice, second.
I killed them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dead.
What's up, pussies?
Oh, I'm TNT.
Well, in the end, it's Team Burger this time that walks away with the win, and, well, what a fitting win it is for Team Burger indeed. Sharky goes over to Reignite, but he's not able to get the better of his former teammates, at least in that final fight. But yeah, you think you could tell the tonal shift within the Reignite camp from the last time we had a listen with them to what we just listened to there. They seem to be having a little bit more fun, and I mean, a second place, while it's disappointing in one capacity, they seem quite happy with it in the end, and you definitely take it from a spot like that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, they had those... you know, you kind of call it 50-50 when you have hot drops, right?
Yep.
It's almost the same situation where you get those skyhook situations, those building situations where you're pulling out of it and the ring's going to push you out at exactly the same time, and you've kind of got to deal with that situation. So they got through that. They were obviously pretty happy with that, making their way into market. And then, yeah, look, as we saw, playing it very well. You know, Sharky, I don't know, they thought maybe he was getting a little bit over eager, but he certainly did a lot of damage with the Mastiff.
You could hear Zero. I mean, you could definitely hear Zero. He was screaming, but you could tell he was really trying to pull Sharky back in a little bit, rein him in. Sharky was getting aggressive. He's like, no, Sharky, shield. Like, just try to play the long game, and inevitably Sharky did sort of peel back off, and it worked out for Reignite. I don't know that there was too much more that they really could have done in that situation. Like, I think they were probably playing for second rather than first once they got stuck in the shop, and so overall very, very well done from them. I mean, we've neglected really to mention Burger a whole lot. Obviously they were the team that walked away with the win. Didn't really see it from their perspective, so it's kind of hard to sort of tell how it played out for them, but inevitably it looks like they just got that rotation first. They got out of the market, they got into a good spot, and they let the other team finish each other off. Yeah, well, Burger's long been known for, especially in those kind of skyhook circles, to be playing that, as we highlighted a little bit earlier, that Northern Trials building, right? It's a house that sits there. It's kind of solo. You've got a lot of empty space around you. It's almost like having a little castle with a moat, you know? And they like playing from that situation. They used that. They actually hid behind some rocks for a little while after that got taken out of the zone. And then as we saw, they just piped in at exactly the right time. They were the last ones to use their bubble. That allowed them to just go back and forth and, you know, choose when to engage with Regan, whoever that the third team was. And as a result, yeah, it was a pretty easy win there at the start. And, you know, yeah, and Reignite knew that as well. That's why they were happy to get second. They weren't like, damn, you know, we didn't play this right. They were like, look, in that situation, there's not many outs for them. And, you know, apart from Jen just like popping up from behind and hitting like 6 wingman shots, headshots in a row or something like that, you're probably not going to take the dub there. I don't know if he could have done it from a position like that. It's just like there is no angle really. Yeah. They had the bubble. Angle. They dictated it. It was very hard to deal with. So I did ask one question at the end of the last game when Reignite just got their win. I said, you know, now that Reignite is kind of back into the swing of things, what does that mean for the rest of the lobby? Does that mean Reignite is now going to start to, you know, really soak up a lot of these points? And it seems like we have our answer, right? They go first, second after 2 bad games to start things off. But the big news is Team Burger getting that win. That's their second for today, and most assuredly, that's going to put them up the top of the scoreboard now. Yeah, I would expect so. DNC Lightning out in 15. Unicorn out in 3rd, though. True. And, you know, they were sitting there in the middle for quite some time. Scores straight in. Get them straight in. And, yeah, look, Burger, as you said, on top, 47 there. DNZ just barely scraping up into 3rd place. Lightning Unicorn on the rise. Yeah, and now is where I'm starting to feel like maybe we're getting a bit of a pack towards the top. Up until this point, it's felt very, I don't know what the word is, like very, very smooth all the way from first, or, you know, going down. It's like a nice little ramp. But now there's like a little bit of a jump, right? You have free agents there on 36, and then I think it was Overclock on 27, and that's starting to become a bit of a gatekeep sort of spot, like where the peloton is starting to form. Yeah, exactly. So, well, I mean, we are getting deeper and deeper into this lobby. We've got 2 games left in our first lobby of the day, and there's not that much time to catch up. So if you're sitting at 6th or below and you haven't really got those points, it kind of needs to be next game. It needs to be game 5. Yeah, look, and we do say there's not that much, you know, space to catch up. However, this is a very low-scoring lobby, right? You got to remember, you know, on a good day, Rig have picked up 120 points. True. Okay, so the fact that we've got 2 games left and 40 points means that 1 or 2 big games can possibly get you into that space. 1 or 2 big games could be what we have coming up for us. It's time for us to take a break, though. Games 5 and 6, our last 2 for the lobby on the other side. Hello and welcome back. It's ALGS for APAC South. This is split 2 of the Pro League. And we have gotten 4 out of 6 of our games of this first lobby done and dusted. It was a bit of a roller coaster. It's been up and down. I mean, I guess it depends on which team you're supporting and following and hoping to see perform. But there has been probably good moments and bad moments for almost the majority of the lobby. We'll take a look at the scores here and that'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. At least for the big names, they are seeming to start to come together a little bit more so now than what we had seen over the last couple of games. I mean, there was definitely situations after the first games where we were wondering, has Reignite made a big mistake with this roster change? Turns out the answer, it seems to be no. They seem to have just taken a little while to get rolling, but now that they are, they're definitely a tough team to beat. Team Burger as well, they also made a roster change. They brought in Jarrow for Sharky, and they're doing pretty well for themselves here as well. DNZ, I think DNZ have probably been the most positive addition or the most exciting team that we've kind of watched that we didn't necessarily expect to see much from. Sitting in 3rd place there, they've had a really, really good day, although it has been slowing down a little piece. Lightning Unicorn, I mean, again, another roster change coming through for them with Templex obviously moving out of Reignite. This is where he's found a home, at least for now. We sort of did have a reasonably high expectation for Lightning Unicorn, but it's nice to see them bouncing back after, you know, having a bit of a rougher time in the playoffs of Split 1. They did very well in Split 1 itself. Either way, for me, I think the expectation is there for Burger, Reignite, and Lightning Unicorn, and surprisingly good performances from DNZ and a couple of other teams there as well, which is always fun to see, Gino.
Yeah, so 2 games left. DMZ, as you said, you know, dropped off a little bit. Where have they gone? I feel like we we did kind of foreshadow that,
well,
right?
I said at the start, I was like, look, it's great if they're going to be able to get a win here and there, and they're going to be able to compete in the lobby, but to properly compete, you need to do it on a consistent basis. And I mean, there is still an argument to be made for DNZ, and there is still a world where they can walk away with this lobby win. They come into these last 2 games and perform really well. But if they don't, you know, again, they'll be one of those teams that, I don't want to, this is going to sound really BM, but they'll be one of those teams that we forget. Do you know what I mean? Like there are definitely times where you see a team absolutely pop off in the first couple of games and then disappear, and you're like, well, you don't even talk about them.
You know, this reminds me of, though, early Dreamfire, right? We saw this last season when Dreamfire would have one massive pop-off game, get a bunch of kills, get a win, and then just do nothing for the rest of the day. And eventually, they worked out how to chain that together, and they won a playoffs with it, man. So who knows? Maybe that's in DNZ's future. The other thing I think that has kind of, you know, come to fruition from what we've predicted is that the last game on World's Edge very much was a who's who of APAC South, right? We saw the teams we expected to be up the top, being up the top and being in those final circles. And it's a little bit back to what is familiar for us and perhaps says something about how much these teams have yet to figure out about Storm Point. What's playable, what comps work, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think we have a stat here for Storm Point as well. We're going to take a quick look at the top legends that were picked on Storm Point, since you're on that topic, Junum. And let's have a look at here. The most played composition was nothing too surprising. You got the Wraith, the Jibby, and the Valk in there. 29 total picks from that one. The most played legend, well, it's Gibraltar. It's going to be that on World's Edge as well if I had to take a gamble.
Yeah, and 57, that's 100%, right? You got to remember.
That's true.
Was it YMF or FM? I mean, once they get in the lobby, I'll learn how to say their name probably, okay? But obviously they weren't there, so that was, you know, 19 teams per lobby, so that is a 100% pick rate for Gibby.
All right, let's take a look at Game 5 of this lobby. We're ready to jump into it. And of course, once again, it is World's Edge. And I like the point that you sort of had there about Stormpoint in that, you know, it kind of goes to show that the teams do have a long way still to go on that map, maybe in terms of meeting our expectations, and whether they're comfortable or not does dictate how things sort of play out on that map. I'm kind of interested to sort of follow that as we go into our second lobby for today, and whether or not that's going to be mirrored. The teams that, you know, are maybe a bit fresher, a little bit newer, or just don't have as much weight on their shoulders, going to perform comparatively better on Stormpoint than what they are going to be able to do on World's Edge. Or is that going to be an anomaly just in the first lobby?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if that pattern repeats when we do get to our second lobby of the day. I got to say, there's something, you know, we're over here in Skyhook Where, so I'm also thinking about Ath, and I'm going to tell you right now, there is going to be some interesting, they're going to have some surprises for you when we rock over to Stormpoint with them. They've got an interesting style that is being quite different to pretty much how everyone else is playing Stormpoint at the moment.
I feel like they've always been one of those sort of outlier teams that has had a bit of a different playstyle than most.
Yeah. Whether it's been the Caustic, whether it was, you know, them picking up the snipers when not a lot of other people did. It's interesting. Like, maybe they're just ahead of the curve. Because,
well, I think so.
You know, like, they played Caustic, everyone else started playing Caustic. They played snipers at a time where there weren't a lot of, like, you know, now it's very, very common that you'll see the Gibraltar players picking up the sniper and then training it out later on in the game. But, yeah.
I mean, at least with the Caustic point, Caustic was buffed.
Yeah.
So this is one of those things that, like,
but they knew it. They knew it was.
They must have known. Yeah, people all the time, you know, when they're playing games like this where you choose a specific character or whatever, they always, like, you know, there's people that play like the off meta characters and they go, yeah, I knew they were good before they were meta, but it's like, yeah, but the character got buffed. That's why everyone's playing it, not because you, like, discovered something, you know, that no one else knew about. Although, I mean, in some cases, obviously, that
does happen like that sometimes.
But a lot of the time, it's just a buff or something that they neglect to mention.
Well, look, talking about buffs, you know, we've got a couple of crypto players in the lobby. Crypto has been buffed.
Yeah.
I have seen that come into, you know, be useful at some points. We're looking at Tap Strafe with you here on Overclock Esports. Now, there's been a change in the way, if you tap the drone, you can throw it out without having to actually, you know, bring out your little Nintendo Switch kind of console there, right? So now, what this means is, whereas previously you kind of had to set up your EMPs, if you're in a tight late game situation right now, you're not sitting there like a sitting duck, I guess, and just getting beamed instantly in the head as soon as you try and take out your drone. You can just throw out the drone, you know, on a whim and pop that EMP. So that is definitely a nice little
quality
change.
Of life, I think.
Exactly,
really.
Yeah, quality of life is a good way to put it, change for crypto.
It is a buff, but it's also more of a quality of life change, I guess, so it sort of goes hand in hand. I haven't really spoken too much to the map so far, and we're just about to pop Circle 1 and start shifting in the direction that we want to be headed, and, well, it's a good thing we're looking in this direction, because it is headed towards Lava Siphon, and Reignite will be quite happy to see that. They're quite set up early in the center of the map. MDY White, the team that's copping a few shots. Feiju lucky to survive. Xiao as well, probably the same.
One more bullet from Sharky's Rampage there would have taken the Ash down. Just survives. That is, of course, Reignite boosted up in the middle building. They've got the beacon and they're ready to go. They're now having to look at repelling someone from the other side, though. I think that's inside the ring. We've actually pulled up into their building. So Jen, you can see him starting to get set up with the noxious gas traps.
Yeah, not really too much of a push coming through just yet. I think this is going to be a situation where there is enough real estate for two teams.
There is, and they've also got double white armor, which means they're probably not going to be that interested in it. That said, MTY...
Yeah, they've run into the wrong team, and unfortunately they have been run out of the lobby. Lahim, alongside Belkin, being able to get the couple of kills there for free agents.
They managed to pick up all 3. And you've got to remember, these guys are competing. They're on the scoreboard. They're close to the top, Elfish, and every squad wipe that they get gets
big,
closer to that. That said, they have been a team that struggles to get to the end game, and that's where you need to be if you want to sit atop the podium at the end of this Group B and C matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of... I'm quite happy to see this free agents roster having a bit of their time in the sun, because we've seen them for a little while now, formerly known as X-Spark. And like the results haven't really been there, like in terms of the placings, 18th in Split 1, 15th in playoffs. But they're a team that has stuck around, and we've seen them even before Split 1, at least a couple of the members there. So it's nice to see that sort of experience chiming in, and here into Split 2, you know, you get off to a good start, maybe momentum starts to build, confidence starts to build, and who knows, maybe they still go on to potentially win the season, or at least today. I know I'm getting a bit ambitious, but
just like G-Lun's very long-range riot drill there.
Yeah, but like, you know, sometimes you have to dream a little bit, and this is the time to do it as free agents, right? They're teetering on the precipice of having an amazing day one. They can just put together 2 more decent games. That's all it is, 2 more games, and they're in a good spot to do it here as well. They've already got themselves some points on the board. Team Burger might be in a bit of trouble. At least they've had a knock in their direction, although it probably won't result in a kill. But if Burger struggles, if Reignite struggles, that's the time where free agents really have to strike. You're not going to get that kind of opportunity all that often, particularly against teams of this caliber.
6 days, 6 opportunities to prove yourself. Seems like Overclock and free agents certainly taking their shot on day one here, but still some work to do.
It's a pretty grueling schedule though, isn't it? It's 6 games, 6 days.
I mean, you say that, like, these guys are on Apex 8 hours a day, every day, regardless.
Yeah, but
Elfish, so.
yeah, that's true. But you know, I'm thinking about the guys that work
Area.
during the week. You know,
No, that's true.
if you're doing this for 3 weeks, like it doesn't sound that bad when you're like, oh yeah, you just play games on the weekend. But like, the amount of focus and energy that it actually takes, especially at this level, to compete.
Of course.
You know, you're gonna feel like by the end of it, you don't get a day off. So this is going to be a situation where not only is it going to be about who's, you know, really, really good and who's playing really well, I think it's also going to be who's got the mental fortitude and the stamina to stay in it. I mean, some of these teams are obviously full-time and they don't need to work. But some of them, I mean, particularly a lot of the teams from the lower end, I'm sure, are just hobbyists.
Yeah, of course. And look, honestly, in APAC South versus some of we're probably in the middle, I'd say, in terms of how many... looking at the 5 regions throughout the world in terms of how many teams are professional. I mean, you know, look, Japan just love their Apex, and a lot of those Japanese and some of the Korean teams as well are sort of sitting in that fully professional bucket. We've got a couple here in APAC South, and probably quite a few that sit somewhere in the middle. You know, get some support from their organizations.
And to be fair, there might be situations as well where some of these players are making enough off of their winnings, plus maybe streaming or content or something else that they're doing to make a living off, and that obviously helps out as well.
Yeah, but probably behind, you know, say, you know, Europe and North America, who have some hard teams and organizations involved. And oh, look, you know, the more Apex keeps doing what it's doing and absolutely killing it in gaming and the esports world, the more I'm sure we will see come in and these players get rewarded for their skill.
Yeah, particularly when the world starts to open up a little bit more. I think it's been a pretty rough couple of years for the vast majority of esports, and you know, I've obviously seen things be a little bit difficult, but here we go as things start to kick off a little bit for Emmanuel, and they'll take themselves to a little bit of a fight. It so far is going pretty well for themselves, but turns around on its head. It's DNZ that they ran into, Genome, and that is unfortunately not the team that you want to be running into at the moment, because DNZ, I mean, they've just been popping off, haven't they?
Yep, they're going to get the res in as well. Good work from them. Yeah, look, the other team was just hiding in essentially like the little bridgeway to Geyser there. Ambush doesn't quite work out, and now DNZ have a free free rotation into the circle pretty much. Reignite sitting where they have been the entire time. They're up the top of this building. They've got barrels on the stairs to make sure inside the ring don't get too big for their britches and try and move up in the world. And look beyond that, the circle is just gonna keep pulling. Actually, you can see they've they've used the Sharky bubble to go up, and that's why they're playing this mid building, or at least part of it, because that's where the information is. That's where the beacon is, and it is going to keep pulling into the center of the other side.
Well, it taps out there from Genius with the Sentinel, not really connecting too much. So definitely a nice weapon to have. I think particularly, how these days you can obviously upgrade your armor. Always love having a sniper, at least one of them on the team. With that chip damage across. NLN just chilling. Primus Commander. Maybe into a little bit of an engagement here. Little Arif has knock onto Zasmik. That'll be probably confirmed here as well for Primus Commander in just a second. Dream team under the pump at the moment. They're trying to find an avenue. They're trying to find an angle, but when you're in a 3-on-2 and you are essentially locked behind one piece of cover, there isn't really a flanking option. Might have just bought enough time that Primus Commander felt like the opportunity had gone passing by the wayside. Like there might have been what's in the direction of Primus Commander there that put them astray. So they do return to the safety of their building and the black market. That's not a bad one.
Oh man, I'll get a Kraber. That is a good deal.
I'll take that. He's got a charge rifle and a Kraber. I think that really shows the intentions. Ooh, do not be peeking this man from range. Let's see what he can do. The respawn's coming in. This is perfect.
Come on.
Line it up. Wait for the drop. Can he hit it? Can he hit it? Little Arif, this is your moment with the Kraber.
No!
On the landing. Gets the crack, but not the kill.
Yeah, was that? Did he maybe hit the Gibby, the gun shield there? Like a 99 onto a Gibby. I'm just. It's a.
Well, either way, he didn't hit the one that we wanted him to hit.
No.
Tough, to be fair.
I mean, it was lined right up. Come on. Just like.
Alright, Genome would have hit it.
No, actually, I'm terrible with the Kraber. I'm like you, man. I hit the charge rifle.
Yeah.
ARs all day.
Yeah, my tracking is definitely a little bit better than my first bullet accuracy, I'll say that much. We are God Gamers. And Bim Bum. I mean, that is objectively the best name that we have in APAC South, in my opinion.
So? I like Tap Strafe with you.
How can you go past Bam Bim Bum? The Kayan, Misanthropy. In fact, we are God Gamers. All those guys have really cool names. They're in a bit of a pickle though at the moment, aren't they? When that circle starts to push at their back, they are going to have to make a cross that's not going to be too enjoyable. Reignite, quite far down to the south. Not often they find themselves outside of the center of the ring at this point in time. This kind of chip damage is pretty useful for We Are God Gamers. They need to keep as much pressure on that team that's kind of trying to gatekeep them as what's being kept onto them.
Okay, so Reignite, they've made the rotation, they've gone all the way south, they've played that middle building until the beacon was no longer useful to them and realized, I think it rarely ends on that middle building regardless, so they probably knew they had to go at some point. They just wanted to play there for as long as they could while they had the info, and then eventually just use the skyward dive to get over to the back there. They're joining there with We Are Good Gamers, of course, who we're looking at inside the building, who are doing well, and then just on the outside of them, that kind of beige color, that's Burger. I guess they're kind of like the sesame bun color right now. Would make sense. And then just above them in the other control center is Dynamite. Reignite may even look to push this because they're putting barrels on the door right now in front of where Dynamite are, and they've got the gas grenade ready to go.
I mean, this could be a winning position if they take control of it. Misanthropy gets tagged down again. Gonna have to pop another bat. Just a couple. Here goes Team Burger. Just having a bit of a look. So far, no real exchange of fire. It's really posturing at this point more than anything else. They want to get in though, don't they? If they find an opportunity.
Burger and Rig both on the outside now, but arguably weaker teams waiting inside, trying to keep them out. It's a tough ask. Both those teams. I certainly wouldn't want to be going up against them. Oh, nice. Lightning Unicorn and Templex have managed to find themselves a nice care package. They're sitting underneath where Dynamite are right now, so...
It was a Kraber?
I
I thought I saw a Kraber.
3-1 Mastiff. Yep, you are correct. Gop Gaps, R99 Kraber.
So we've got a couple of Krabers on the field. Always exciting.
Move here.
Pricey. Keeping an eye on things, and Esports Club are on the move, and they've just made it inside of the ring, but this is going to be a pretty chaotic position to play from. There are a lot of teams on that side of the circle. They're going to be coming down in that direction.
Interesting they're sticking on the Mad Maggie as well.
Right here.
It makes a little more sense on World's Edge, I suppose. There's too many mountains. You can't really get the drill through the mountains in Stormpoint.
Bogey here.
13 meters. Something like that.
It's slightly bigger.
Probably not big enough.
Slightly bigger than that.
We haven't seen too much from And Esports today. But quite a few experienced members in that roster, so I dare say that there is a little bit left in the tank. We might get something from them this game. Still 16 squads alive, though, so I'm not too sure that we can be prepared to call anything just yet. Still very early days. This is a ring rotation that I think is going to separate a few of the teams, though. This is going to be one that really takes a few out of the picture.
Alcolt's coming in thick and fast here. We've had 4, maybe, I think this is the 5th. 6, I think I am seeing on the map right now. Maybe that's that was a portal, so it doesn't quite count, but 7 rotations in the space of about 10 seconds there. And I mean, we saw on Stormpoint with that listening with Burger, right? Like sometimes you mistime your rotation by 5 seconds, the spot's gone, and you will die.
DNZ, that's not the team that you want to be dropping on top of.
Oh,
Reignite. They were perfectly set up for this. They saw them flying up above and they just waited. They sat there and waited. And DNZ, who, to be honest, I had high hopes for. I thought they were going to shape up nicely in this game, are going to be whisked aside by Reignite. And they make it look easy there as well. That's a nice little upgrade. The Red Armors, Reignite's in a difficult position still, though. They've got a lot of ground to cover. And 12 teams still alive. There is not a whole lot of territory that's open and free. They're going to have to be very careful on this rotation in.
There isn't. They get a bit of damage into Dynamite, who are still sitting inside. NLN are about to become an issue as well, because they're sitting on the platform just outside that. This is over on the other side of the map near Lava Siphon, obviously, and there are still a lot of teams over here, and it's about to be a bit of a crunch situation.
Gas grenade out from Axilic just to try to provide some space for NLN. But look at the grenades. The thermites are burning. The arc stars are flying in. And now a defensive bombardment as well. NLN, how can they survive any longer? Loki and Axilic, they're still up for now. Bubble does go down, and they might actually be able to get a res out as a result, but will they be able to heal themselves up and survive?
It looked like maybe that was Lightning Unicorn trying to take advantage of that situation. I think they might have popped over the side and stopped Reignite from taking out NLN, so that now this means that they're down a lot of utility, and as a result, you know, look, they've been holding onto that gas grenade for a very long time. Jen Burton just manages to dodge the grenade, and finally, they've decided to take this spot away from Dynamite.
Ooh, Lightning Unicorn, that was a shot from Templex. Did you see that? They're starting to try to come in and third party this one. I think you're probably on the money, Genome. They know who they're up against them. They know that they want to get them out of the picture. Templex hits a nice shot onto Unlimited. And we are starting to see Lightning Unicorn come into their own once again. They are that team that's going to push when they have the opportunity, when they sense that they can cause a bit of a ruckus. And they've done a good job of it, timing it once again. Carry bleeds out. There's another point on the board for Lightning Unicorn. Reignite. Up on the high ground, but they do still have a couple of teams to deal with in front of them.
Yeah, as you can see, LU, one of those. Burger, another one sitting off to the side in the middle of this all. Savior trying to fortify their position once again, as he does best with that Watson.
5 teams alive. Lightning Unicorn are in a bit of a precarious spot here. I don't get the sense that they're really feeling too comfortable, you know, with teams being able to peek them from above. They don't have that luxury. They don't have the ability to really play on the front foot. They have to play a bit more reactively. Reignite are that team that can play from the front foot. Bubble is out now as a result of that defensive bombardment that was thrown on top of Reignite. A couple of tags coming through here and there, but you can still see that Reignite is trying to push forward every now and then. A Lightning Unicorn member, Templex, just up behind them to be a bit of a pesky annoyance. Keep them honest. And I'd say that's actually worked out. I don't think Reignite have been able to really get the control of the circle that they wanted to. In fact, a lot of that has actually gone over to Ant at the moment, who obviously are doing a bit of looting right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it was like multiple defensive bombardments. They were forced to use that. Here we go, the Riot Drill coming into play. You got to remember, doesn't just hit solid surfaces. That dome protection there from the Gibby is also going to be a conduit for the fire to come through there for Ji-Lun.
He's going to receive some as well. Can't be getting too ahead of ourselves just yet. Reignite, they have 3 alive. Lightning Unicorn as well. Jaro has dropped. It's starting to really pick up the pace now. 4 teams left alive. All 4 have 3 players, at least in the game. Maybe some of them are knocked, and now some of them starting to get finished off. There goes one more. We are trash out of the picture. So it's Reignite, Lightning Unicorn, and Ant Esports that remain in the final 3. And this could be a game that potentially decides who walks away with the victory.
Rig have been playing the high ground really well. Templex with 1 bullet left in the Kraber has an option to put someone down immediately. Ant trying to do the best with the Riot Drill, but as you can see here, Rig finally being pushed off the low ground. LU have been doing their best from the bottom, and they've held out for a long time. This tiny truck isn't going to hold Ant anymore. The Gibraltar is on the ground. No dome available
How
to
they
them.
got out?
This seems really rough, but somehow, maybe just the others bubbling themselves in?
I don't know, but Lightning Unicorn, they do lose cop gaps, and I'm surprised they're still alive at this point. This is Reignite's time to strike, though. They have control of the circle. Kentung, he got 1, but not enough, and Reignite, they're the champions yet again. And like I said, Gino, that game may be a big decider for how this lobby plays out today. Reignite with a 2nd win on the board. That is not at all what Team Burger wants to be seeing. I think that might be enough to get Reignite into 1st place. They have had a slow build today, but they are really coming up with the goods the deeper we get into the lobby.
Yeah, and it was an impressive way that they pushed through that game, right? The tension in there between having to worry about Dynamite, who was sitting in the good position inside the control room, and then you saw Templex, man, just with the revenge just like in his eyes.
Yeah, he was.
Right? Just like he wants it. And he just kept poking up, just kept getting in there and trying to rope them into a fight or find out when they were off kilter a bit.
Well, Reignite up in 1st place. Got 69 points. Team Burger in 2nd with 59. So there is a bit of a discrepancy starting to build there. And that's crazy, because I was even talking from 5th to 6th last game, a 9-point gap. Now there's a 10-point gap between 1st and 2nd. And that just goes to show how much hard work Reignite have been putting in the last few games. I mean, Lightning Unicorn, they had that opportunity as well, didn't they? They finished in 2nd. If they finish in 1st, you know, the discussion is... It's probably still very similar to what it is right now, in that any one of those 3 teams can still win, but you put yourself into a bit more of a positive position heading into the final game of the day. I mean, 10 points, it is going to be difficult to overcome, assuming Reignite at least gets something on the board, which the way that they're looking now, it seems like it's more of a formality than anything else. Earlier today, I would have said, ooh, it could be a little bit difficult for Reignite, but games 1 and 2, I'm prepared to forget now, because games 3, 4, and 5 have been actually really good. They've had a 1st, a 2nd, and a 1st.
Yeah, I mean, how they're looking on World's Edge in particular certainly overshadows their earlier performance on Storm Point. So going into Game 6, I think you'd have every faith that they can have another solid performance here.
Why are you going to do it to them?
Oh, man. Yeah, so I really reckon they're gonna push up ahead here. Burger, that's done really well, but Bridesmaids.
You know what's going to happen here is Lightning Unicorn's going to come 1st in this round. Reignite's going to come 2nd, which is going to mean Reignite gets enough points to still win the game overall, still win the lobby. but it's going to put Lightning Unicorn into second place, just so that Burger can come third again.
Heard it here first.
If it happens, I mean, just God analyst. But look, to be fair, I mean, Burger, yeah, they've definitely been doing a really, really good job. It's just that, well, Reignite has kind of ignited a little bit in a sense. And sometimes I feel like it doesn't matter how well you play when a team like Reignite has gotten going. It's like you can be having a fantastic day, but Reignite might just be having a little bit of a better one. And we thought at the start of today, oh, geez, what's happened to Reignite? But it didn't take long for them to start silencing the critics.
Is that us? Are we the
Well, I
critics?
think, I mean, I think
we
after
are.
game 2, definitely.
Yep, that's us. Fair enough. And like, I mean, you know, look, we probably hammed it up a little bit. There was always a part of
Who
you,
lets
right?
truth get in the way of a good story?
There's always a part of you that's like, they're going to come back.
Yeah.
Like, we are going to see the best of Reignite at some point here. And you know, yeah, that question still remains. Is the best of this Reignite better than the old Reignite?
I mean, they're not necessarily going to walk away with the win just yet, right? We've still got one more game left in this lobby, and I think any one of those top 3, I mean, maybe we'll have a look at the scoreboard when we come back from the break as well, just to sort of recap and see how many teams realistically are part of this discussion right now. But definitely the top 3 are in a good spot. The one disappointment for me after that game, I think, you know, DNZ, I had really hoped that they would bounce back there in Game 5 and still be part of the discussion. I don't know that they have enough points on the board. Again, I'll have to have a little quick check again. But they started off so well, and I really thought that, you know, we might be seeing something pretty crazy happen today. But I think maybe they've fallen off a little bit too far. Either way, you know, we're going to have to take another short break, and that is going to be something that preludes Game 6 for this lobby. The final game of our first lobby in this competition in Split 2. So don't go too far away. Game 6 is up next. Welcome back to APAC South. It's ALGS as always. We're back again in the studio. It's fantastic. You know, we used to do this online. Used to be in our bedrooms. Used to be so far away from each, you know, but you do still have a pot plant behind you. So some things don't change. And to be fair, when it comes to APAC South, some things do change a lot. We had a lot of roster changes this season, but some things don't change too much. Take a look at the scoreboard here and you'll see exactly what I mean. We've got the tried and true, the ye old faithful teams towards the top of the standings once again. Reignite is there, Team Burger's there, Lightning Unicorn is also there, which I think was probably the expectation. I think they underperformed in playoffs. I think that's probably fair to say. They had a really good split one though. So those three teams at the top of the scoreboard, definitely not much has changed.
Yeah, look, they're playing so well. They've stolen the other team's logos. Essentially, they've just been like, it's mine. You can't have it anymore. We're eating your burger. Yeah, but no, it is Reignite on top with 69, 10 points ahead. Yeah, look, it's been a strong second half for them. You know, yeah, it did take a while for Ignition to kind of kick off, right? But yeah, look, the kind of teams we're expecting to be up the top. Lightning Unicorn, how are they going to go with the new addition of Templex? That one was, you know, maybe a little more up for debate, but they've been doing really well. And just watching them, like it's really impressed me how we've seen them play. It feels like they're playing the right spots. It feels like, you know, they have a really smart approach to the game that is allowing them to find a lot of those end circles.
We've got a couple of two top players to take a look at here, and incidentally, they're from the two top teams as well. It's Pricey and Jen Burton, who we're going to be comparing here. And, I mean, the output is pretty similar. I mean, 15 kills versus 14. Damage you can see coming through from Jen Burton a little bit more so, but even the points per game, it's quite close between these two. And it's not really a huge surprise given how close the two teams are sitting at the moment on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's 5.3, 4.9, they're good numbers, right? But it's just showing that little bit of difference. It's showing that little bump that's allowing Reignite to push ahead 10 points of Burger right now.
I mean, 0.4 a game, it doesn't look like much on paper, but once you've played, you know, 5 games, that's 2 points overall. If every single one of your players is getting that, that's 6 points. The gap, you know, that's it's starting to be a factor. I mean, there's that little bit of damage as well, the difference from Jen Burton, which, like, that's a harder one to really say is having an impact, but there's definitely a world where if you're doing more damage, even if you're not converting that into a kill, that may be helping you to get into a better position regardless. So that's something to think about as well. We have another stat for you guys here as well to compare the best Gibraltars so far. That's going to be a pretty big one because pretty much every team has got a Gibraltar. So right now, up the top of the list is Gopgaps, and he's from Lightning Unicorn. So of the top 3 teams in our last couple of graphics, we've had at least one of the players from each represented. Lahim has been having a very good day for free agents as well. He's the new addition to that roster as well, so very impressive. And Baroth from Overclock Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Lahim, he was around a while ago, right? He's almost like Ziki from EXO, who you know, has history with these players and then has come back in. I feel like he's also, to be honest, in the running for like best name in the lobby, because I don't know what it is about. I just love saying Lahim. Like
it's a satisfying name.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Look, I actually think as a general rule, Apex Legends in APAC South has some very, very good names. Like, sometimes there's a lot of really cringe names in esports, but in Apex Legends, I actually kind of rate them. So I don't know what it is about those guys, but they've chosen some good ones. Overall, big storylines coming into this final game of the lobby. Obviously, we've got 3 really top teams, really solid teams, having an opportunity to walk away with a victory. So we're going to be talking a lot about Reignite. We're going to be talking a lot about Burger. And we're probably going to be talking a lot about a couple of other teams as well. I mean, I feel like free agents is in the mix, but maybe there's 1 or 2 more. We'll have to find out as we do head into Game 6 of the lobby. It all comes down to this on World's Edge. One team will walk away today very happy, picking up the win in their first lobby, in their first expedition into Split 2 of APAC South. Now, to mention as well, as we haven't really spoken about it so far today, the points system is similar to Split 1, where, you know, traditionally in Battle Royales, you might add all your points at the end of the season together, and that's how many points you have. That's not how it works here. You get your points for the day, and that correlates to another subset of points that you're going to get. So first place, you might get 25 points out of the day, and then it doesn't matter what happens. Day 2, it all resets again. So we just have to sort of keep an eye on that as well.
Oh, double purples here for Mythos, who somehow have ended up in Fragment West, a completely new team, picking up one of the best POIs in the joint. So they'll be happy about that. But yeah, going back to what you were talking about there. So, you know, obviously there's the sort of, we call them, you know, series points.
Correct.
So that's within this series, within
This
Group
lobby.
B versus Group C. You know, you'll get your 12 points for a win and kills,
That's
right?
all right, that's all right, yep.
And then there's the split points.
Correct.
So that's how many points you get. You carry that from day to day, and how many split points you have at the end of the whole split. That determines, you know, where you end up, how much prize money you get, if you're going to land, all that kind of important stuff. So there has been a little bit of a change there. We'll show you guys later, but essentially, previously, you know, if you won a lobby, you'd get 12 points.
Yep.
Now they've changed it. The top of the lobby is like 25 points,
25, yeah.
and it goes down from there. And you get, basically it just means you get rewarded a little bit more if you're in the middle.
Right. I mean, and obviously, just to make sure the context is 100% understood, the series points, sorry, the season points do not impact the next lobby, if that makes sense. Like, you don't come in with 25 points to start the second lobby that you play. That's not how it works. They're all only relating to one another. So that, I mean, in a way, for teams like maybe Reignite, who start off really well, they'll say, "Oh, that kind of sucks because we don't get to sort of carry that on to day 2." But the thing is, you have to continue to perform day after day after day. You can't have one good week and then sort of a slower couple of weeks and still place highly. You need to have 3 really good weeks to win in this kind of a competition format.
Yeah, and even more so than last split. Because last split you could have a couple of big performances and that would be enough to kind of push you over the edge. This time, you do need to be a little bit more consistent throughout the split.
Which is always good. You don't want to be seeing a team really run away with things and be unable to be caught. And you also don't really want teams to be getting lax, particularly if they're going to be sent overseas. That's going to be a big one. Team Burger. So far, I haven't had too much success with their loot. I mean, a couple of blue armors, that's all right. But MT's feeling a little bit sad for himself.
So, of course, they're still landing over in Lava Fissure. Despite the roster change, the drop spot is unchanged.
I think that's fair enough. You keep the core of your roster together, you probably still keep your drop spot. Silic has managed to pop a bit of damage here.
This is the Skyhook East versus Skyhook West matchup right here. NLN and We Are Trash.
That's right. They're still sort of keeping quite close to each other, but it looks like there might have been a little bit of a gentleman's agreement or an unspoken agreement to just walk away. Walk away and everyone will be fine. So both teams just head their separate ways and we're okay. It is, I think, the wise decision. You never really want to be getting into a fight this early on in the piece. Sort of mutually assured destruction.
Take Craig David's advice.
What's that?
I'm walking away.
Not very good at references, to be honest. That's something that you'll probably notice. What's going on in Fragment West at the moment? Not being able to see too much of it. Overclock do seem to have just ducked their heads back on down for a second. But there are a lot of teams starting to take up residence in there. Reignite is one of them. Lightning, Unicorn, another. Those big name teams. Dynamite's on the rotate in, but they're not seeing too much. There is one team in front of them there at Lava Siphon, but it won't really result in a huge exchange, I'd imagine. Both just far enough away from one another to be able to carry on fine.
Yeah, We Are Good Gamers keeping their distance, unlike NLN, who they're not fighting in Skyhook anymore. They made their way all the way over into Fragment West, and ooh, they just get the gold bag. Res off Exilic. He wants the fight straight away, but Rosmontes is going to get taken down, and Ant draw first blood in our last game.
Yeah, NLN out of the picture early on in the piece. That's not going to matter hugely for the overall standings, at least towards the top end, but it is a unfortunate end to the day for NLN. I think they've been sort of slowly but surely getting a little bit done, but happening here in the final game of the day. Lightning Unicorn, though, they're definitely a team that we want to be seeing late in this lobby to ensure an exciting finish. And it's a bit scary seeing Templex that low. Emil actually dropping Reignite.
We are trash trying to make things hard for them, and it doesn't really work out. They lose a member. Reignite has gone down, and Ant, off the back of their other victory, are looking to grab another few kills there. They're waiting on the high ground, trying to work out if this is something they can third party. They decide not to in the end, which might make a bit of sense considering both teams have reset. They've got back into this. A lot of grenades used. You can see popped all of the barrels. They'll have to wait a little while for Lala Bang to be able to resupply there.
Jara still running around with the white armor. He's got 21 damage for the next Evo, so not going to be too far away. It's a good spot to get stuck in, though, if you're Team Burger, though. They are still just locked down over at Fragment West. That's where the zone is going to be shifting. You're going to see a lot of fighting here.
What we've seen today, Elfish, teams need to go into customs and practice shooting at people coming out of dropships.
It's not as easy as it looks. You make it sound so simple.
But they're professional players, come on.
Okay, I mean, I guess
Come
that's
on.
fair. That's fair. Can you actually practice that though? In the you'd have to have someone.
Yeah, you'd have to get another team in there to help you.
Not really worth. I don't think
Oh.
anyone's going to do that, are they?
You could do it with your own team, I guess, if you just you put yourself all in different teams and have a crack at it. But yeah, it would take a while.
It's not. Yeah. I don't think it's an efficient use of your time. This is probably not what DNZ had anticipated or had hoped for out of the final game of the day either. Going to rotate inside of the zone once again. Seems to be a bit of a prevailing trend for them. Joker is very low. Needs to be getting that syringe off. Oh no! That's not how it's supposed to go, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and they're looking to give MDY White a bit of their own medicine. So MDY White, they're outside the ring, as per usual, looking to come back and backstab We Are God Gamers. But this time, DNZ playing even further outside, and they cause some real issues for them. Didn't get either of the banners. Jiao Kai, fortunately, left alone.
I don't know about this fight for any of those teams. I don't think that's one that you want to be getting stuck in, to be honest, because rotating into Fragment after a lot of teams have already set up, that sounds like a bit of a death sentence to me.
Yeah, it can be. It's also just, that's their playstyle, right? Like,
Yeah,
they're
do it,
not
right?
going to rotate in early. They have to be able to take these fights with other teams who are willing to give up those early spots. And look, if you lose that fight, then yeah, you're pretty much done, are you? It's a high risk, high reward kind of style.
Another one of those teams outside is Dynamite. They're in a position really to kind of gatekeep a couple more teams as well. MT did just get a knock onto Sway. We're going to see him popping a bat. Dynamite. I mean, they're actually, I would argue, making the smart play here and going north. Just getting away from all of the chaos that's happening down south on that rotate in and just trying to get themselves out of the picture. Pricey does manage to turn around just in time and incidentally gets the kill onto Price.
Sends it through the gas. 180 Mastiff to finish it off. So that'll buy them an extra building, essentially. So they had the smaller building, but they wanted the diner. The diner's a much more defensible position than the small building north, in between diner and construction, essentially. So happy to take that. These bubbles get over there. Meanwhile, some of our edge fighting teams here getting into it yet again.
Yeah, We Are God Gamers definitely trying to do their best to get as many points on the board before they have to rotate into Fragment as they can. DNZ now relying on Joker. He's the man running away with the blue armor right now, but MDY also have their one sole player hanging around with a bow check. You love to see it.
He's gone hunting. He's trying to find Joker. It's a 1v1 between these two at the moment while WGG look on.
Yeah, they're just looting up.
And it's so close. Both of them were down to about 10 health and essentially had to stop fighting each other so that they could pop syringes.
Otherwise, they would have died to the zone.
Yeah. Neither of them, feeling the mutually assured destruction. They could have kept going for the pot shots, I suppose.
I mean,
but they say, all right, let's reset.
I guess at this point, you're a solo, so you just kind of have to try and do what you can. That little spot there, by the way, from We Are God Gamers, I think that might have been the
That was
MDY
Xiao Kai.
player. Yeah. Joker's still in Ghost Town. Anyway, we'll see what We Are God Gamers are going to do on this rotation in, because this is going to be one of those that could get a little bit messy if they choose the wrong spot to land. Looks okay for now.
I think they might actually run into each other again. The one thing is, DNZ Joker he's looking to... Now that
Wants his
WGG
banners.
have made it out safely, yeah, he's got the option to go back and get the banners, whereas MDY White,
That was a long time ago.
there too, yeah, they've gone down well and truly. Joker, he gets one. He was trying to play it safe and not run into Xiao Kai, so he gets one and might be able to go res back in Ghost Town or something like that.
One is better than none. Might be able to pull out a little bit of a clutch. I don't know that they're going to get a win. Ooh, look at all the arrows. Or they're just having a bit of a... making sure, you know, checking. And esports. Not seeing a huge amount so far for them. They are obviously up towards the northern side of this zone, and that's a nice enough place to be at the moment. There's really not a whole lot going on around them. Should be quite a relaxing game. Just from the high ground, having a look down, keeping an eye on things, but not necessarily having to do too much. At least until a little bit later on in the piece.
Smell a rotten egg over there.
So out of those couple of teams that we were trying to keep our eyes on, Elfish, Team Burger have made a complete rotation up to the northern side, as we see here. Reignite, they're still within Fragment West. Free Agents, they've just landed right on top of the station, the epicenter tower. And they're underneath this single player from Emmanuel. I think they might have actually landed like up the top and then been like, oh no, there's someone there, it's taken, like we better go down. And they didn't realize it was the single player of Chinchar from Emmanuel that's actually pushed them off that spot. So could have been a free kill. Instead, a hasty retreat.
I've got eyes on one of them.
The scouting going on for free agents. What can Belkin find? Nexus is on the move as well, so they're really looking for info at the moment.
Over there.
Mid-range.
Mastiff shotgun here.
So, another calm before the storm situation. Most teams have already rotated in. They're inside of the zone, inside of a building, mostly happy. But as the circle starts to shift, we are seeing a few more pushing their way in.
Dynamite, they're going to have to use the rocks on the other side of the tracks there. Buildings are taken. They're going to be taking some damage as well. They don't make it out there fast enough. I thought I mean, it looked like they had enough speed on the Valcott, honestly, to get straight over to the other side. So perhaps just a mite of indecision there, costing them some resources. But all is well that ends well. Monkeys in broken building. Oftentimes an ending here in Fragment West, but it doesn't look like it will be this time.
No, definitely not.
That is why they're going to get straight out.
I just had a quick look at the scoreboard again to try and see if there was really a world where anyone bar Rig Burgers in Burger or Lightning Unicorn would be able to pull off a win, and I don't really think it's possible. ENZ at 44, they'd have to overcome the 25-point deficit. I just don't really think that's possible. Monkeys, by the way, have landed in a pretty awkward position. Looks like they've landed right on top of Free Agent, and they have suffered for it. That's a bit of a free farm. I think Anti-Sports managed to find themselves a kill in there as well.
Yep, combo of them and Free Agents taking out Monkeys.
Here comes another team, and we'll see if they fare any better. That Devotion is doing some big damage already. It's Lightning Unicorn. This could be a big moment for the lobby as a whole, as Lightning Unicorn try to make their rotation in. You can see them on the northern side of the map.
They've actually pinged right next to Burger, and Burger were very split. They actually go down a little bit earlier. Templex He's going to get... They've got the dome, though. Instant res. Okay, I think they might be safe. That said, Pricey, Jarrow, they're moving up. They're looking for it. They see the dome.
They're going to see Lightning Unicorn trying to disengage as well, and they're not going to let them do it for free. Defensive bombardment is out as well.
This is an ugly circle. I mean, it is going to land in the middle of nowhere.
There's nothing. That dome shield is going to be more crucial than it ever has been before. If you can keep your dome shield longer than anyone else, then chances are you're going to probably walk away with a favorable situation. Lightning Unicorn are using what cover they can. Yeah, on the northern side of the zone, but there's still a couple of teams higher than them. And certainly a lot down toward the south as well.
Enemy over there. Target spotted. Good one.
Ravers back in play. And with the 4th round closing, you can see all of these buildings no longer playable spots. Valk ults will be coming in thick and fast. Sky filled like there's arrows in that scene in 300.
That's an analogy for sure. This is Reignite down there on the bottom left. It is. Shield back getting popped. Another one that's an important fight to keep an eye on here. Reignite are putting some pretty critical points on the board right now. 2 kills go through for Jen Burden. And you have Zero high up in the sky as always, trying to keep a bird's eye view of everything. Loves to get as high as possible with that Valkyrie. Seen a couple of really nice clutches from him in split 1.
So they're worried about Primus Commander underneath them, but also on the other side, they've got Burger. Burger are going to roll around. They don't realize the Primus and Commander are there. Jarrow goes down immediately. Pricey and MT lose all their shields and are trying to make the most of a terrible situation. But I think Rig are going to come out on top here because they're not getting any of the focus. They're just throwing nades down. Arcstars doing huge amounts of damage. Meanwhile, Mythos tries to come in on the back. Just below the scene we see here.
Reignite definitely coming out on top, literally and figuratively, Genome. They do still maintain that high ground position. They're finding a lot of kills. There's another one there for Jen Burton, on to MT no less. Exactly who you'd want to be taking out of the picture. I think more or less now, Reignite look like they're going to walk away as the victors of this lobby, and the rest are probably playing for 2nd, 3rd, as high of a placing as they can possibly get. Reignite, they've decided now is the time to pull the trigger, and they drop down, already finding a knock courtesy of Jen Burton, reloading their guns, setting themselves, diving inside of the dome and looking for more, and that's just one more team that will fall to the might of Reignite.
Complete hubris there. You know, they were looting in the middle of an open ground. They thought the dome was going to be enough, and absolutely not. A couple of good wingman shots from Jen Burton. And they want to get down there immediately. I'm surprised that Overclock Esports didn't come down from the south. We see them over to the right of the screen there. They had an opportunity to make that a little bit tougher for Reignite, but they just want to hold on to their spot for the moment. That said, they're going to run into them anytime now.
Zero does need to pop himself a med pack pretty quickly here. Reignite still looking to maintain the high ground control. You can see Jen Burton chucking a couple of gas barrels down. Popping them as well. Reignite are under a bit of pressure, in particular Zero looking a little worse for wear, trying to get himself out of dodge. Does seem to have been able to do so, but what else is going on around the map right now? Well, Overclock Esports have just been eliminated. Ganley's doing the lion's share of the job there by the looks of things. Do see Zero down. And Sharky also perhaps not going to be taking too much more of a part in this game. So I don't expect that we'll be seeing Reignite get a win, but Jen Burton has pulled off a few pretty crazy things before.
It's tough here, but Burger are already down, right? So Reignite in a good place here. That said, free agents. They're doing very well. It feels like the lobby possibly could have already been decided by now, but will we see our first Mad Maggie win in APAC South or yet the ALGS in total?
Maybe. That's something to sort of keep an eye on. It's actually surprising that this hasn't popped off a little bit sooner. I wonder if Ant are 100% aware of where all of their opponents are. Now that Jen Burton has started to fire a few shots, you'd have to think so. Sharky eventually gets finished off. He's crawling after Jen Burton, trying to get a res, but that's no way in hell of happening.
I mean, Jen's just popping cell by cell. He doesn't even feel safe enough there to get the bat off. You can see now getting stunned. That might have been, not sure, Valkyrie, tactical. Maybe that was the missile swarm coming in. Ant from the high ground here. Dual shell ready to get that massive back in working order as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think Ant is just trying to play as passively as they can right now and allow Jen Burton to do as much work, or maybe Ant to finish him off, and then they'll focus on the rest of the fight from there, try to get some chip damage where they can.
He's trying to hide behind the barrels, but you've got to remember, those can be shot down now. That's a balance change that's been made since the last season. I think it's something like 150 health. They're not impenetrable once they go off anymore. Jen Burton is doing a really good job of keeping himself alive, honestly, considering there is a full trio on either side of him.
Just got to try and find one more kill here. That's really all that he can hope for. One more little bit of damage, one more point, but it's not on offer. Belkin catches him. And in the end, we're down to the final two squads. And Esports Club, looking like they're in the better of the position, but see what free agents can do about it. There's already a knock onto one of the free agents players, now a 2-on-2. As there is a trade back coming on through. Free agents down to just the one. Mexus, he's got that red armor, still looking relatively healthy. Trying to land the shots with the Peacekeeper. He's got one left, but free agents, they do manage to pull it off in the end. And they get themselves the final win in lobby number 1 of APAC South here for Split 2. It's not going to be enough to get them the win overall. It's definitely not. But maybe it, pops them up another placing here or there, and those points can be ever so crucial as we get through 6 days of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were wondering if they were kind of in contention after having a look at the scoreboard halfway through the game there. It seemed like they were about 30 points off the pace, so probably not, especially considering, Reignite definitely picked up some points, obviously, and Burger probably would have picked up a couple as well. So with that, we'll have to wait and get that final scoreboard. It seems as though the retooled Reignite with Sharky at the helm on, well, the anchor, maybe, perhaps you'd say, as on the Gibraltar role there is looking just as good, if not better, than ever.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think I'm still not necessarily prepared to say better than ever yet. I think I'm still waiting to see a little bit more. But yeah, look, I mean,
it wasn't 120.
Yeah, it wasn't 120 points. That is fair, but that's going to be difficult to beat regardless. It looks fine though, so I think that's kind of the first question answered. And then obviously we have to sort of look toward the other teams that made roster changes and sort of get the answer as to whether we think that was worth it, whether that was a good change or not. Is it going to be Burger or Lightning Unicorn that walks away in second place out of this lobby? Jury's out a little bit on that, obviously updating the scoreboard as we speak. Other teams that sort of impressed today, I think DNZ, Free Agents, probably the two that seem to pop out to me as teams that, we didn't really speak too much about at the start of the show, but definitely pulled their weight in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's one sort of archetype of team that shows that APAC South has, where, we sort of see them on their way, their path to becoming kind of a champion team, it tends to be those really aggressive teams who start off just being star fraggers and then eventually sort of work their way into the finer details of the game and end up being able to play any kind of style, and that's when we'll see them on top of the lobby, right? So for DNZ to start off in this fashion, maybe that they do follow the path of someone like Dreamfire, who can have a pop-off game and then start to string those together a little bit more. Free Agents, I think, also very much in that mold. Belkin has been through a lot of teams. I think it has to be said. He's changed up quite a few times, and often, he's the one putting out a lot of damage, but he's also putting his team at risk often. And I think maybe we saw, a slightly older, slightly wiser, slightly safer Belkin today. And that's, I think, a really good thing for them going forward, because he does need someone to restrain him a little bit, whether that's his IGL or himself. Either way, it's improved his stakes today.
Well, let's take a look at the scores just so we can confirm exactly how things ended up at the end of our first lobby. Reignite, they get up to 86 points overall, so that's really not a shabby shout. They won 3 games. Did they? No, they won 2 games, and they had maybe like 4 podium finishes, I think.
Yeah.
Might have been. Was that a third
Two
just then?
Yeah, two like
So,
second or third.
Yeah, second and a third. So
Yep.
4 podium finishes, 2 wins. Overall, I mean, you definitely take that. Team Burger, they just slightly eke out free agents who actually did get the better of Lightning Unicorn. So that's what I'm talking about. Those really late game situations, free agents just being able to get a little bit more done, get themselves a third on the scoreboard overall. So that's the top 3, Lightning Unicorn and DNZ. They continued to slip down slowly but surely the scoreboard after the start that was so good for them.
And now this is going back to what I talked about earlier, looking at those harvester stats, right? Elfish, these top teams, they're pretty much 50-50.
Yep.
You go down to someone like DNZ, who's picking it all up through kills. That's fine. 29 kills is fantastic. That's competing with almost every single team in the lobby, bar Reignite.
Yep.
You got to have the other
if you
half.
had 29 placement points
Exactly.
as well. They'd be in 4th place.
Exactly. You've got to bring both sides to the table. It's a good start, and it's promising signs for our Chinese team, DNZ, but still a little bit of work to do. That's it. There were 20 teams in that lobby, and they came, what was that, 5th or 6th? Or
They came 6th. I think if they had 29 placement points, they actually only would have come 5th. So it would have only would have helped them out by 1 placement.
Yeah, but they'll be really happy with it.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, look, I think 6th place for DNZ, that's pretty respectable score.
Yep.
I mean, I would have taken that at the start of the day for them for sure. I'm pretty happy with how that lobby did play out. I would have maybe liked to have seen a little bit more of a contest from Burger and Lightning Unicorn right toward the end there. I felt like going into the last game, it sort of almost felt like a foregone conclusion for Reignite. It wasn't in reality mathematically, completely done, but it didn't take much for Reignite to get that one over the line. And given how slow of a start that was from Reignite today, like they were basically on 0 points after 2 games. So you think about how their remaining 4 games went. That was a phenomenal little turnaround from them, and that's very scary because you sort of think like, well, there's still even more available for Reignite to come back with tomorrow, or throughout the rest of the season. If they have 6 games like that, then maybe they are on for breaking a 120-point week.
There's headroom. I mean, I think the record currently is Dreamfire on maybe 121, if I'm not wrong. I think they just beat out that first week Reignite score of 117. But either way, yeah, as you say, I think there's headroom. I definitely think there's room for these guys to get even better. But I mean, yeah, the fact that was their first effort here as a team together. I mean, sure, look, Zero, Sharky, they've played together before.
Yep.
But yeah, that was fantastic.
Was indeed, but that is not all we have for you today, ladies and gentlemen. That is one lobby down. We're halfway through the day. We are going to take a bit of an extended break here, about 20 minutes or so. But we will be spinning up our second lobby, so don't go too far away. We'll be back.
you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ALGS Pro League for APAC South. This is split number 2. Hope you enjoyed the break. Hope you got some food, did what you needed to do, because we have 6 more games of Apex Legends for you in just a moment. We've got a little bit of housekeeping to do before that, Gino. Obviously, we're jumping over to another group, so this is going to change things up a little bit. There's a lot more teams now that we have to talk about. We got familiar with a few in our first lobby, but what ended up happening was pretty much the teams that were expected to perform ultimately did perform. It took them a little while to get there. Take a little bit of a look back at the scoreboard just to remind you of how things did go in that first lobby before we really dive deep into our discussion of the second lobby. Now, this was B and C groups. Reignite, they topped the lot. Burger came second. Free Agents, they were probably the one that performed highest above my expectations. And then Lightning Unicorn also did pretty well for themselves. And Esports, definitely a worthy mention as well.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're exactly on the money there. DNZ, obviously, a decent showing from them, hitting the top 6 out of the 20 there. But yeah, look, as you said, despite all these roster changes, it did feel a little bit like business as usual.
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder if, you know, whether or not that's going to be the case coming here into the A and D groups. That's going to be the next lobby that we're going to be looking forward to taking a bit of a look at. You know, a couple of teams that we didn't get to see in the first lobby that I think are probably worth mentioning. Obviously, EXO, you know, we talked about this at the top of the show, but they have made a bit of a roster change. Chambers moving out of the roster. Ziki coming back in after a very, very long time. He was there a long time ago. So, you know, how well is this going to work for EXO? Is it going to be a positive change? Is it going to be a negative change? Obviously, these are all questions that we asked for the most part during that first lobby. And I think as a general rule, all of the roster changes either didn't make a difference in terms of the output of the team, or they were a net positive. So hopefully that's going to be the same here for EXO as well.
Yeah, you say that, but someone's got to lose out, right?
That's what you would assume. To be fair, that's what I would have assumed with regard to the ones in the first lobby, right? When you're taking a team out of a team to put into another team that is also taking a player out of their team to put into your team, it's kind of like these three-way trades are a bit weird. Normally you'd think one team's getting a bit of a raw deal there, but it didn't really end up feeling like that. Whereas in this case, it's like, well, you're just taking a player out and you're not replacing him with someone from another team. So you're not really forcing a negative onto another team. Do you know what I mean? Or am I not making sense? You're just laughing at me like I'm not making any sense.
You like team pros? Yeah, I put a team in your team so you can team like your team. Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm
kinda
trying to say.
That's kind of what I heard. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. No, but I mean, like, if you're poaching a player, the idea would be that that team that you're poaching from would be weaker. But in this case, EXO's not poaching a player from a team.
Well, it's this kind of like daisy chain effect where a lot of players have kind of moved up.
Correct.
But that means somewhere down here there's a team that's had their player poached and is going to be suffering. And I think we're going to see those teams, at least some of them, in this lobby.
You think Sutaraiku probably?
Yes.
I think that's the one you're referring to because that's the daisy chain, right? And that's the piece of the daisy chain that we didn't get to watch in that last lobby. We obviously spoke about Sharky into Reignite. We obviously spoke about Jaro into Burger. But where does Jaro come from? From Sutaraiku. We'll touch on that in just a second though, because we do have a beacon to take a look at here, and that'll obviously give us a bit of an idea maybe of where the drop locations are going to be for Storm Point for this second lobby. Very spread out once again. No one in towards Cascade Falls.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been a couple of teams, as you can see there, haven't been scrimming all that much. Look, a big shout out to Loki from NLN, and actually he's been helping, tabulate a bit of this data on team in terms of both running scrims for the region and also helping us out on where some of these teams land. So, but yeah, teams like Palace, Golden Stage, we haven't seen them scrim that much. They haven't given us that info. So they'll probably be filling those gaps, right? We'll probably be seeing them head, maybe towards Cascade Falls, Checkpoint. I mean, Shipfall isn't the greatest. But yeah, the other teams obviously taking up the rest of the map. You got MBT Naga. They just squeaked through to make it back into Pro League. So they're down there in Fish Farms. Places obviously where the Trident spawn. You get one down there, you get one in Sino Caves. There's a couple others around the map as well.
Yeah, good spread though. I mean, for me, did you notice something?
Well, I was just having, I mean, obviously, yeah, I just saw Wiz up the top as well. But, down at Barometer, which probably has arguably or maybe equal the highest loot in the map. You've got Ath and M2M, both landing down there at the moment. And then DML and SLA looking up there. Are they both fighting over High Point? Is one going to send themselves across there to Lightning Rod and maybe spread it out a bit? Yeah, look, it's a new map. There's a lot of questions. Is essentially what it is.
And that is something that we were sort of talking about in our previous lobby as well. It did seem like there was a lot more variance in the Storm Point results rather than what there was on World's Edge.
Absolutely.
Like World's Edge, it sort of felt like was dominated by the top three a little bit more so. And to be fair, Team Burger did get a pretty good win on Storm Point. But yeah, it was kind of harder to get a read on the lobby in Storm Point, whereas once we got to World's Edge, it was kind of like, like you said, business as usual.
This is the thing, right? I mean, you go to Storm Point, there wasn't a huge amount of time for these teams to practice it. They've, with the delays, it's given them an extra couple of weeks, which has been nice. But, and to be fair, APAC South, there's been months, maybe even years, where the scrims have been a bit lacking in terms of how many teams are showing up, how regularly the teams are attending those. To their credit, the region really has showed up and tried to learn Storm Point over the past month or so.
I was going to say, if there was ever a time to show up to scrims, it's probably when the new map has dropped.
Yep, pretty much. And they've really done their best at that. But that said, it's a battle royale, right? There are so many. It's such a massive map. And when you're on a pro team, what you have to understand is it's not just about learning your drop spot. It's about every single end game you play. There's all these tiny, is this spot playable? Can we actually play behind this rock if we are forced to? And that takes a long time to learn. And that is a big part of why we're seeing this variance today, because teams will just try stuff out. They'll get to an end game they haven't seen before, and they'll be like, all right, can we play this position?
Can we play here?
We're just going to have to try it.
Is there an angle that I can play, or am I going to get shot in the head if I sit myself here? Whatever. Anyway, that's a bit of a learning experience. We do also have some World's Edge coming up later on in the piece. So we're starting off on Storm Point. We've got World's Edge for the last 3 games of the lobby, so we'll keep an eye on how that goes as well with the beacon here. Yeah, I mean,
I'm just laughing because, we talked about this earlier in the day, actually, at some point about MBT Naga, the old the old thermal station contesters. It was fallow. It was left unlooted for most of our first lobby. But here,
it's the hot drop.
in A versus D, I believe we are. Straiku obviously have been landing there for a very long time, and they're going to keep landing there. Are MBT Naga seriously going to contest them for that? When, you know, looking over this map, and I don't think we've got, there's probably not 20 teams sitting on here, because obviously there's quite a few POIs that we haven't, you know, plugged in just yet. But, you know, like, are MBT Naga really going to keep contesting them out there when there's probably another couple of POIs that they could sit in? They probably have better loot, honestly, like, if they really want to.
Yeah.
We saw one of the new teams get Fragment West last round.
Yeah, I think it really depends on, well, it may come down to whether or not they decide to do it initially and then how that fight ends up going. If they do it initially and they win it, you know, maybe the argument's to be made that they deserve it. But
I mean, you say that, but like we've seen them.
I remember last season.
We've seen them like take it to Perihelion for 6 games in a row.
Was it MBT Naga?
Yeah.
And they like lost.
Well, to be fair, I think when they were contesting Perihelion, it was you know, maybe it was a toss up. They had like they won a couple each. Something like that. But I'm pretty sure when they've tried to contest Straiku in the past, they have been demolished. Like, I do remember a specific clip of Jaro, like, 1v3ing them at some point. Obviously, he's no longer on there. But that said, I'd still be tilting that heavily in the favor
I remember watching
Straiku.
last season someone contesting Thermal Station 6 games out of 6 after getting absolutely rolled in the first 2. And it was a whole talking point that we were going every single time we would drop in, we'd say, "Are we going to see the drop here?" Surely they've lost twice in a row. They haven't got a single kill. They've literally not played the game past like 5 minutes for 2 games in a row. You move. They didn't move, and I wonder. I can't remember if that was MBT Naga or not. Apparently, it was Perihelion. Anyway, look. Besides the point, look, we'll see whether or not we're going to get that hot drop, or we can talk about that when we get there. What we probably should talk about is, obviously, we've mentioned Sutoraiku a couple times, and they were the third team on that daisy chain that didn't make the changes. So again, it was Reignite getting Sharky. Sharky was taken from Burger, so they took Jaro from Sutoraiku, which means Sutoraiku needs to find themselves a replacement. They've gotten Devi, who, well, he hasn't really come from anywhere, right?
Well, look, he's very well known. He's been, you know, streaming and honestly playing at a high level, but I'm not sure if, like, way back when he was playing on some pro teams. Certainly in the time that Longshot has been casting the ALGS, we haven't really seen him much. But he is a good player. He's definitely got talent. I mean, I think I've definitely seen him on some content creator tournaments, like tearing through those, because he genuinely is quite a good player. So, you know, I guess they wanted to keep it, you know, in ANZ and keep an Aussie team. That's cool. And we'll just see, I guess, if he really can compete with the elite here in APAC South.
Yeah, I mean, the other change, I guess, of note for this lobby is BRP. You were quite excited to see what Strafing Flame was going to be able to do.
I am. He's like, I don't know what it is about him. Maybe it's the fact that he uses the Devotion and like Havoc, and like he likes the turbo weapons, which, you know, I've got a soft spot for. So with that, I'm very excited to see if he can elevate the level of BRP.
Yeah, indeed. Before we jump into our next lobby, let's just take a little bit of a look back at the top rats from the last one. That's the last stat I think we have for you guys before we jump into lobby number 2 for this evening. Pest removal, I like that. So 17 minutes. I can't even talk. 16 minutes spent ratting.
Yeah, I think that was because X-Chincha went into that last game by himself. Remember, he was the one that's free agents dropped on in Epicenter and then ran away from.
Yeah.
So he was obviously, like, he's a pretty scary looking rat. The whole team just booked it.
Apparently.
When they saw him. But they're
a little bit surprising as well for me, actually, that PP from DNZ is up there, because DNZ actually had a pretty decent day. Like, normally in the rat situation, you're thinking teams that, I mean, didn't really get much done, right? Because they normally have one player left alive, but DNZ did okay.
You know, sometimes it's just it's a cool story where someone, you know, managed, like, well, no, I guess Gem wasn't alive for that long by himself at the end, but
that was a rat situation,
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was the overclock rat that managed to, you know, eventually turn it back into a duo and then have that great game the first time on Storm Point, where I think we're headed pretty soon.
I think so as well. Oh, one team that we haven't spoken about yet at all, NXL Wolfpack. It's so nice to see them back.
Yes, just barely missed out on the playoffs, of course, in Split 1. you know, Zaratasi only came back into the roster halfway through the season. So it's not that original one, but they still have Zaratas, Big Z, and Kissans.
Yeah, so super looking forward to seeing how they're going to come back into the swing of things here in APAC South. It's time for us to dive into our second lobby of Split 2. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a big one. We've already had 6 games. Let's get another 6 underway, and we'll jump back over onto Storm Point and keep an eye on how some of these teams are going to be shaping up. I think for me, you know, we had a pretty good idea of how our last lobby was going to go, but this one feels a little bit more open to me. Like, I don't feel like it has as big names in it as what the last one did.
Yeah, well, you know, if you look at how the seeding works in terms of how they went last split and therefore getting seeded into Split 2, I think it is a little bit more even, purely even just because of the fact that we've got NXL Wolfpack in here, right?
Yes, that's the other thing, yeah.
My analogy there was they're basically like the Serena Williams, where she gets injured, turns up a year later at a Grand Slam unseeded, and you have to play her first round. You're like, this is absolutely not fair at all. She should be the #1 seed, or should be a very high seed in the tournament, but because they don't have that previous form, you just kind of have to play it by the rules and put them in there. So as a result, you know, I think their group is a little more stacked, perhaps, than some of the others.
Yeah, perhaps. Dreamfire, obviously, another thing that we didn't really talk too much about, and even, you know, EXO is definitely worth a mention here as well. Take a look at where this circle is going to end up. Obviously, still early days, so not a whole lot going around the rest of the map. You have it sort of centering over Stormcatcher, Thunderwatch as well, Command Center. That's kind of like the Bermuda Triangle, really, of this circle, really. I don't know exactly where this one's going to end up finishing off, but those are going to be the hot spots, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it does keep heading towards Thunderwatch, as, you know, we sort of talked about these Storm Point circles just kind of heading in one direction and being a bit linear. But that said, there's a lot of mountains in the way, and the mountains also do affect how this works out as we watch Bullet. A little punch on with the Prowlers here.
Love a bit of a punch on. He's on the Ash again as well, which he was picking up quite a bit towards the end of Split 1. Not something that is super commonly seen, but I did mention it was something that we'd get a little bit more out of this map.
Actually, we've got Fussy on the team here, on Straiku. So, I'm trying to think back to some of the scrims I've seen this weekend. We might have to revisit that at some point, because I feel like unless Fussy was the sub, maybe Debbie was the sub, unless they were trialing them both.
Yeah.
And maybe Fussy's one out, because Fussy, of course, came from, I think it was SNG, and he was playing with Drauga and Skirt last split. So, you know, it would make some kind of sense there. But, yeah, look, we might have to, you know, let our team do a bit of research on that one for us and find out later.
For sure. And I'm sure, you know, at some point, you know, we might get to have a chat with one of the Sudaraiku guys and see what they have to say about the whole situation. Obviously, a team that, you know, they did perform very well in the playoffs, so we're going to be kind of keeping our eyes on them. They finished 5th place there. Formally, more of like a sort of middle of the pack team, sitting like 7th, sort of a little bit deeper down. So it was nice to sort of see that positive progression from a team like Sudaraiku, and I'm just wondering whether that was, you know, once, you know, sort of a magical performance from them. They're only going to be able to do it once, you know, one-hit wonder, or if they're going to be able to sort of put that back-to-back and get a little bit more going together.
Yeah, I feel like it was always that word potential that we were, you know, it was always
Andying
floating around with Straiku, right? And it's, yeah, I feel like they didn't quite gel, you know, and it makes sense. You know, we talked about how well Jarrow's style fits into the play style of Team Burger, and it just makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And I think he didn't really fit into the play style that they eventually went with in Straiku.
Yeah.
And, you know, exactly, like they're a team here. They've got the Trident, and that works perfectly because they rotate around. You know, they play edge, they go replicators, they hit the loot. That's kind of their style, right? And I feel like that wasn't his kind of speed, and it'll be interesting to see if Fussy is indeed the permanent replacement here, number 3. If he can round out that team a little bit better, or at least, you know, be on the same page.
Yeah, and speaking of other roster changes as well, I know you obviously are quite keen for BRP with Strafing Flame. I'm also kind of keeping a bit of an eager eye on this roster because I had high expectations for them after watching ALGS Winter and Championship a long time ago. And then they came into Pro League Split 1 and it didn't really come together for them. BRP at sort of 14th place wasn't really what we were expecting.
They were like the striker with them because they lost Jarrow as well, right? I think at one point it was Jarrow, Raki, and Player K, I'm pretty sure, playing together. Maybe that was like the Perry Hellion roster or something at that point. But yeah, either way, it felt like they were kind of struggling to get over that breakup. But now that they've got Strafing Flame back, and you know, not to take it away from the other two guys, they were doing pretty well. But yeah, very excited. It feels like they've kind of got that third piece that can really elevate their game now. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look, it did improve a little bit towards the playoffs, but something that they can definitely look to improve on here as well. 9th place in playoffs. I'm sure they'd be looking for a little bit of a higher placing in season, or rather split 2, and you know, whatever happens beyond that, whether we get another playoffs or whether we send teams overseas, they'll be trying to push for a top placing all over the place. MBT Naga, it is nice to see them back, I will say. They were a team that we saw a little bit of back in the day, and this has been a core that's been around for a long time with Flame Shot and Reflex. You know, being the two from the original MBT Naga that we did get to watch a while ago. Yeah, getting themselves into a little bit of an engagement here. I mean, not a whole lot happening. It's kind of like a little tank rolling around, isn't it? I mean, I guess that's kind of what it is, but it's a funny looking tank. I feel like we're in the Jetsons or something. I don't know. It's a bubble car.
A bubble car, it's true, yeah. Detective bubble car.
It's EXO in the bubble car, by the way. Killpos, Dexter, and of course the new entrant Ziki. And oh, they're happy with the damage they've done in there. It looks like they might actually
They really are sending it, aren't they? Let's see what this new and maybe improved EXO roster can do, because it looks like they've found themselves in an awkward spot. They're going to have to dig themselves out of it. Already a lot of damage being put down right now by Naga, and Ziki is deleted off the face of the planet. Surely we don't see EXO knocked out first of all teams in this lobby. A defensive bombardment hit onto Reflex does chime back in with one, but that's Flash. That's a low HP player. MBT Naga, they're down to 1. And the clutch comes through for EXO, courtesy of Dexter. Ooh, crisis averted for now, but they've lost the player. Ziki's dead. Raki picking up that kill.
Yeah,
and he gets a knock straight away onto Killerpods, who just got picked up. I don't think EXO's going to last much longer.
No, look, I'm going to give them full credit here because Ziki clearly DC'd. You know, we saw him standing still there, and eventually the DC icon did come up. He wasn't moving. He wasn't putting his knockdown shield up, and that's why BRP were able to just grab the kill from long range and then be like, all right, well, guess we just full send it.
Yep.
Cleaned up there. So, you know, EXO won that fight 2v3, essentially, right?
Yep.
So they won that fight 2v3, and then unfortunately they were just within range of BRP, who was sitting over at Thunderwatch, and now it's a loot box graveyard.
It is indeed. And BRP have got really all they could want out of that. 3 sets of purple armor, good amounts of ammo, util on through. So that's a big win for BRP. It's nice to sort of get off on the right foot, isn't it? You know, get a couple of kills under your belt, feel like you're having an impact on the lobby early on in the piece. Good momentum. It's going to be a bit of a tilter for EXO. First game of the day. You want to get off to you want to get off on the right foot.
Yeah, it's tough.
And you have a DC, and yeah, a little bit unfortunate.
Internet gets the best of
at the worst
of all
possible
of this.
time too.
Yeah, I know, right? Like literally mid-fight. Kinda tough. Dream Esports, okay. Got another Loba player, another Loba entrant here.
Yeah, Indian team, if I remember correctly. They were 11th in the qualifier, so this was the quote-unquote last team to qualify.
Yeah, right.
If that makes sense. But they are from India. Not too many teams from India in the competition, so I'm sure that you know, the Indian contingent of fans are going to be cheering them along.
Oh, absolutely.
They're a very passionate fan base.
And yeah, a couple of the, I'm just trying to think, a couple of the big players they've had. Fat Monster.
Fat Monster's the one that really sticks out in my mind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, Has he found himself on a roster this time? Look, either way,
He's part of free agents. I don't know that he's playing necessarily, but yeah, he's in and around that roster, I think. Dream Esports. Just going to get out of dodge for the moment. They did have to invest the bubble.
I mean, get away from dodge
Get away from dodge. That'll do it too.
on DML.
On DML indeed. Trent, Leaf to round out that roster. So DTL. I don't know. Bring that up again. That old chestnut. Yeah, early days in this lobby. I mean, you don't want to be fighting too early on in the piece, right? Especially on a new map, new lobby. You really, really want to be getting a bit of a feel for things to start the night off. Otherwise, you're already behind from the outset. You know, even if you get to 8th, 10th, something like that, at least you felt like you've had a bit of a run round. You've had a bit of a shoot. You know, you're getting warmed up a little bit. You're not starting from literally square one in game 2.
Day and night. Are they named after the Kid Cudi song? That's all that's playing in my head right now.
That is a reference I actually get,
Hey!
believe it or not.
Have we gone mainstream enough there to cater
I like that song.
for the Elfish music taste?
Yeah, that's a good song.
It is, I agree. It's a banger.
Dream Esports are copping some tags. They don't seem to be under a huge amount of pressure just yet, but they want to get their way into the circle. And they're going to have to fight their way in. It's an early bubble pop. Just to get Genius back out. But it's obviously going to be a cooldown that you're going to have to really, really work with to get in safely. Powerless with the Skyward Dive, making their way past a lot of teams, and they may end up right behind Dream Esports.
Yeah, looks like Powerless might have had a couple of roster changes as well, because Fratus is the only name that I recognize on there. RXM and Houdini. Is that like the worst Houdini?
Houdini.
They try to get out of like the locked box underwater, but they just drown.
It's a bit of a morbid thought.
So, look, there's people getting taken down all over.
Yeah, DML is one of those. He's also the player that can, you know, normally put a bubble down for the res. So this could be a bit of an awkward spot for Trent and Dodge.
Well, Yukibi's usually at the back. It's pretty hard to recover once that happens.
Yep, and it will not be recoverable.
Nah, Trent and Dodge weren't even looking to recover from that. They absolutely booked it as soon as that happened. NXL Wolfpack.
High hopes for this roster. Remember, we were very eager to see what they were going to be able to do after that roster change.
Well, they're currently hiding behind a very small rock with another new team, Slay, just picking at them from distance. We've got the 3x repeater on them.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of cover for them, to be honest, over here. So a small rock might be pretty good, all things considered. Palace just tanking the zone. They are in a really rough spot now. Giving away their position, they've got nowhere to go.
Let's go this way.
And they wrap around the back. I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of teams even still there, so...
Yep, we've
it's an
got
option of choice, I guess.
Dream Esports are currently sitting there behind them. Or the sole member left alive, currently adding to his rat stats.
Sutraku getting into a little bit of a backward and forward. Doesn't look like it's going to really amount to too much. Jostling for position more than anything. They're actually quite central already. I wonder if that's... Is that a little bit too soon? A lot of teams going to be heading in their direction.
It's also a hell of a hill.
Yeah.
Elfish. So,
Not
I mean,
a huge
there's
amount of cover.
there's enough for like a reasonable amount of teams, but that said, you know, you still can't really do all that much about the teams above you. So a team like BRP, who are currently sitting directly above Strike, are an imminent threat.
I'm not sure that BRP is really going to be willing to move out of their position, though. It looks a little bit too good.
Yeah, even the next circle after this one, still covering Thunderwatch. They will be in there.
Are they aware of that? They have.
BRP do not have vision of this, but they also have no reason to move.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Here comes an EMP all over the place. Method to Madness getting into a fight. There's a dome out as well, and lots of damage going down. Obviously, lots of teams starting to make their way inside of this zone, and there's going to be a few little skirmishes popping up on this hill. And it's just going to be a question of who can kind of keep their head down, who can keep their cooldowns available until a absolutely dire situation need it. The Jibby bubbles will be hugely important again. That was an amazing rocket barrage. Went straight into the hill. Does look like Method to Madness still want to try and get aggressive and push their way up this hill. I mean, I don't know what else you really can do. You almost have to be barking a little bit, if that makes sense in this situation, because you need to control what's around you. Otherwise, teams are going to, set up positions and ultimately find crossfires, and you're going to get stuck in the middle of things. So you do need to sort of show a bit of presence and make sure that teams are not taking you for granted. Offense is the best defense. That's the TLDR here for Method to Madness.
Well, luckily most of the teams around them are a little bit occupied, and we're having a look at SMC here as they just take down BWS. Sherbet, Winnie, and Yugi. Fortunately, don't last too long in their first game in Pro League. Very well to make their way up into the Pro League from Challenger Circuit, of course. It's there are a lot of teams vying for those spots, so definitely something to be said just for getting here, but it's a whole different world when you do.
It is.
We can scan this area.
Oh, we've already seen some good performances from some underdogs today, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. 1 minute 30 for that first shift, and that is very, very close behind SMC, so they'll want to be getting out of dodge here. They'll be wanting to try and move, and there isn't so much pressure on them just yet. Otherwise, we generally know how it tends to go. Big stack of teams just setting up around BRP's position. They've been holding this the entire game. They won't be so happy to see this many players around, but
yeah, they're holding the roof. There's the side, there's under them. There's look, players everywhere. Frankly,
it's the only point of cover inside of the zone. Stinky Bees here up on the higher ground behind the truck. Like I said, there's really not a huge amount of hard cover to work with.
BRP not being precious though. They actually just push off the roof a little bit and grab a couple of kills and finish off BML.
That's good as well. I don't think in a circle like this you can guarantee that you're going to get a win. If you could sit there and say, well, not even guarantee, maybe like 90%, yeah, we're going to be able to win this from this position. Let's really lock it down. I don't think you can say that right here. So you got to take those kills when they're on offer. Those points aren't going to, roll around every day. So just get them ticking over. We are now on the move. They do have to come off of this hill just a fraction. Get inside of the next zone. Seem to be doing it relatively comfortably. Haven't taken too much damage on that cross.
Yeah, Wiz not all that keen on poking them too much. They've been taking some missile swarms, and doors are looking a little bit worse for wear. One more of those might open that up, open Wiz up with a little bit of poke. Valcolt starting to come in, as you can see. It's MC. They were formerly Magic Esports. Trixie Appraiser and Jigga
Jiao is a name I remember very fondly, because it took me a while to figure out how to say it. They are starting to cop a little bit of damage here, and they are forcing Dome Shield out early on in the piece. So Appraiser's going to want to get healthy first. Up onto Dreamfire, one of the top dogs in the competition, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case in our very first lobby. They tried to contest BRP for the roof, and they have been swatted away like a fly. BRP looking very good at the moment.
Impeccable read of the zone, impeccable play in maintaining the high ground and God spot essentially here. And not only that, they're not playing it safely. They're not playing it in a way that's like, oh look, we want to guarantee top 3, and then we'll think about a couple of kills. They are really sending it on a lot of the teams who threaten them. And yeah, fantastic job so far.
That's intent being shown for sure. Sudaraiku, they've made it into the top 10, but how much further can they push it? Slay is eliminated by NXL. So another one of the teams that we wanted to keep an eye on, NXL Wolfpack. are not doing too badly for themselves. A couple of kills being put together. But we're not into the high placements just yet. None of these teams are happy with what's occurred so far. They all will feel like they've got a lot more work to do, and that zone is getting very small indeed. You have to think for those teams that are still stuck down the bottom of the hill, Method to Madness, definitely one of them. It isn't going to be lasting much longer, I think. Once they have to push up, it's probably the Lion's death.
Yeah, and you can see Strafing Flames peeking over the top here. He's got so many death boxes at his disposal to be able to just pump light ammo again and again into these teams down on the hill. One of them being Striker.
SMG, the other one that's sort of having a bit of a fight down there. Sutaraiku going to be able to get the res onto Bullet, who will be gifted some red armor. It's a nice little pickup for him. But it doesn't look like a particularly fun place to be. Lots of angles in onto them from BRP, from a couple of other teams around the place as well. And they have to be aware of the teams coming up from the southern side of the circle, up the hill. Obviously, BRP will probably help them out a little bit, in a sense, by gatekeeping those teams. It's such a great firing position. I would not like to be running up this hill. But somehow, both Method to Madness and SNG are still alive, at least with one player.
Yeah, sure. Shardy's alone there. Method to Mad. I mean, there's got to be some great places to res people here, actually, if they had a mobile respawn beacon. But I'm not sure they have that option. Not seeing the survival items available, unfortunately, for M2. BRP had to move sections of the roof here, but they've still got Dominion over this lobby. And I got to tell you, they are on top in terms of kills as well, Elfish. They're sitting up at 9. NXL Wolfpack picked up 5. A couple other teams chipping in there as well, but they've got everything. They've got everything right now.
Certainly do, and from this position, they'd be thinking about a win. They'd really be thinking about a win to start off the day. I don't know how easy it's going to be for anyone else to really contest them. Obviously, Dreamfire had a crack earlier. We saw how that went. Once a team is established on a roof like this, it can be quite tough to get up on top of them. Try to take the challenge to them, particularly when they're being quite vigilant, which is what BRP is doing. And you peek your head out and you're going to be met with a bullet or two. Defensive bombardment doesn't matter when you've got a bubble.
It's very hard for teams to say like climb and actually get up there and push them really. So it's unless one of them falls off, it's gonna be quite tough.
I don't know that we're going to be seeing any of them fall off anytime soon. And to be honest, even the circle is going to favor them quite a lot here. They're not going to have to get off of that roof too soon. Method to Madness are down to just the one. Doom MVP. He's trying to hang on for as many placement points as he can get. This position is obviously well known by a few teams, and here comes a thermite nade that might just be enough to push him out. Sutaraiku, yes, maybe the other power player in the remaining 5 teams now. They've got 3 sets of red armor. They seem relatively healthy, relatively happy underneath the building. So maybe it'll come down to being underneath versus on top.
It could be a heal off here. I mean, you know, generally multi-level buildings are excluded from being finishing zones, but not entirely, not all of them.
I think the circle is going to push both of them out.
It does look like that, doesn't it? It looks like it's going to go into that sort of this just empty area where Stinky B is sitting right here. Otherwise, you know, Raki and Stinky B, they both have rates and would have the advantage in that situation. This EMP is going to do massive damage.
It's an EMP plus a defensive bombardment, by the way.
Almost everyone in that kind of... Okay, why don't we have a listen to Striker? We've got 4 squads left.
Give me flash, give me flash, give me flash.
Nice, play the bomb. Get an armor
Last
shot,
team,
get an
last
armor
team,
shot.
last team.
Popping about, popping about.
They've dropped, they dropped.
I'm done.
Last one.
Play life 40.
Oh you.
I'm the fucking best card. Wait, last team, last team.
Last team. Oh me, Gib, he's trying to finish me.
Oh my fucking god, I'm the...
I feel a little bit bad. It was Waltzy right there at the end who was the best until there was another team on top of him. I mean, he did pretty well. He did do pretty well to get that one into the top 2. But at the end of the day, BRP will walk away with the win. They bided their time, didn't they, Gino? They had that luxury standing on top of the building. once the fight inevitably broke out, it did feel like it was going to be more of a formality than anything else for BRP to win that. They just had to time it so that they dropped right on top of the team that won the initial fight, and they did that, and it was a 1-on-3, and you ain't losing that.
Yeah, vibes are very similar to Rig earlier in the day, right? Where they were happy to get second. They knew they'd won a couple of good bubble fights in a row to get to that position. You can see they're
I did find it interesting. There was the call that came out from Sutaraiku last team, but there was 3 teams alive.
Yeah.
So there was that little bit of like, oh, what? There's another team.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can see, because they were so focused on those bubble fights in front of them, and we had BRP up on the other scrreen there, and they were just looking down, being like,
this one's free.
Too easy.
Overall, though, you know, not as surprising of a start maybe as what we would have seen in the previous lobby, right? We had Sutaraiku in the top 3, BRP in the top 3, and was it Stinky B the last team there as well? So top 3 was Stinky B. And again, Stinky B is a team that, I mean, they've done really well in the past as well. So
yeah, they've been a bit up and down.
They've been up and down, I agree.
At times we've seen them do very well, and then drop off sometimes. But look, BRP, we talked about them being an exciting prospect with Strafing Flame, and they have given us so much more to get excited about after that first game. I mean, they picked the spot so well, and it's we'll have to go back to the the beacon at some point, or work out where they drop. Getting familiar with all of these teams, all 40 of them, and where their positions are now on Storm Point. But obviously they got to Thunderwatch very quickly, and they held it so well. Obviously at the start, when there were longer range options in play and they could have been picked off on the roof, they dealt with that perfectly. Later on, when it was like, okay, now we need to worry about Valk ults, we need to worry about the teams under us, at every point they were picking up kills and keeping themselves safe, and it's such a hard thing to do to walk that tightrope, you know, and they did it amazingly, and they've come out with a win and a bucket of kills.
Yeah, extremely well done from them, and obviously something that we're going to hope to see them continue into the next couple of games. Some things that I hope change, though. EXO, obviously very unfortunate for them to suffer a disconnect at a pretty rough time for them.
Yeah.
You know, not really getting to show off this new roster, so I will be keeping my eyes on them a little bit. Aside from that, I mean, I think most of the teams that I would have really been keeping an eye on did at least make it into the later stages. Probably still want to see a little bit more from NXL Wolfpack. They were there late though.
They got some kills. I think they wiped maybe 2 other squads, so that's okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look and see how things did sort of pan out there in the last game. And obviously, it was BRP that walked away with the win. Sutaraiku did come second, and or was it Wiz that came third instead of Stinky B? That I did not notice, but I guess that's the point of this graphic, isn't it? Because there was just so much going on in that. I thought it was Stinky B that came third. But look, overall, yeah, I mean, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Method to Madness up there later on in the piece. NXL we sort of mentioned as well. Dreamfire? Didn't really get to talk too much about them. We saw them take one fight. That was up against BRP, the early aggression. I guess from Dreamfire's perspective, it was a case of, well, if we contest this roof and we win, we probably win the game. If we don't contest this roof, like, we're probably going out soon anyway because it's just chaos underneath.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been the correct decision. Unfortunately, they don't walk away with the win. You know, you gotta win your ones.
Gotta win your ones, indeed. Obviously, something that they're gonna, I'd say, improve on as we go through. Dreamfire is a team that, similar to Reignite, I think you can always say is going to come up with something. It's maybe not going to be the first couple of games, but at some point we're going to see a big game from them.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, they generally do win their ones, right? To be fair,
that's true.
You got Roy on there, who was very possibly the MVP, maybe second. Actually, it's honestly a bit of a toss up between him and Jen. I'd say about who was the star player.
Well,
from
Roy
Split
did win
1.
the 1v1 to win the whole thing.
He won the most important one of all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard after our first game as well, just to see where things are sitting heading into our second. BRP off to a very good start, a clear 10 points over Sutaraiku, so you will definitely take that. You got Wiz up in third, NXL Wolfpack in fourth, so NXL Wolfpack must have got a lot of kills. And Stinky B, the team that came fourth, actually all the way down in ninth, so they were having a bit of a rat game, I guess, just keeping their heads low. Overall, this does feel like a little bit more of a spongy kind of lobby than what the last one was. If you remember going out of the
I was
first
just about
game,
to say, like, BRP, really, they've
got a lot of points ahead of everyone else.
They have roped it all in. Striker did okay as well, but then from then on, honestly, yeah, it's just, you know, just
bit of a
piecemeal
two-horse race,
for the
isn't
rest
it?
of them. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, it's game one. Don't worry about that. It'll get closer, of course. That's how it works. But certainly an amazing start for BRP, and I mean, I was on the hype train already, but man, there is steam billowing out of it right now.
You reckon at this point, you know, we're getting a little bit more of an expected kind of result from Storm Point? Like, is it as up in the air? Are you as confused? I was super confused in that first lobby as to what the lobby was going to look like. Now already I'm seeing like BRP's looking really good, which I don't know if that we expect them to look that good, but definitely thought they were a contender. And obviously Sutaraiku I had sort of up there. I mean, EXO, you can't really say much to them because they didn't get the opportunity really. And
look, I think BRP definitely probably exceeded my expectations, but you know, I love to see them up the top there. Look, EXO I think had a rough time of it, so we'll have to give them a couple of games to see if you know, their usual consistent self will get themselves back into this. Also, just, you know, will they be as good on Storm Point as they used to be on Kings Canyon, for instance, rather than World's Edge, which I wouldn't call their bane, but certainly wasn't their strength.
Well, many questions, and we're going to have to find the answers to them in just a moment. It's time for us to take a break, but we will be back with Game 2 very shortly. Welcome back into Apex Legends. It is, of course, the APAC South region, ALGS Split 2, and things are... Look, I mean, is it too early to call? I think I don't want to make any sweeping statements yet for this lobby. I feel like things are going to plan, but we're only one game in, so it's...
Categorically, yes, it is too early.
It is too early to call. Okay, well, with that said, well, things are going to plan so far, is what I would say, is probably now my statement. I mean, I think BRP definitely, as far as they're concerned, things are going to plan. They had a stellar first game there, and we can have a look at the scoreboard here and show you exactly how far ahead of the rest of the competition they are. It's already looking a little bit more one-sided than some of the other games, or at least the previous lobby that we did get to see. But look, 10 points over second, 18 points over third. It's still definitely something that can be overcome in 5 games. Like, 5 games, anything can happen from here. At the moment, you know, I guess what we're kind of looking for is just a little bit of consistency, good performances from some of those top dogs over the course of the next couple of games, and then we're going to start to get a little bit excited about, you know, where they might be ending up. Already, though, good sort of placement versus kill split from BRP, from Sutraiku. Those are really, really good numbers.
It's a big haul. I'm
not seeing anyone bar Stinky B who is like too far one way or the other. I mean, Stinky B, if they would have got another 1 or 2 kills, they significantly improved their placing. So it would have been nice to see them get at least 1 kill on the board there for that first game.
Yeah, look, a small amount between those teams from, you know, sort of 4th downwards. But that doesn't matter as much as it used to, Elfish, because as we talked about, the split standings are now quite different. And, you know, rather than getting 12 points for a win, you get 25 points for a win. And you know, it was 12, 9, 7, and then just kind of really fell off. And now it's something like, I'd have to refresh my memory because it's a very new scoring system, but I think it's something like, you know, 25, 21, 19, 17. So you know, rather than 4th place getting like a third of what the winning team gets. Now, you know, 4th place gets like half of what the winning team gets, something like that. It's
a little bit fairer.
It's a little bit, you know, the teams at the end of the season will be a bit more squished together.
Yeah, indeed. Before we jump into our next game, let's have a comparison here between Waltzy and Iraqi, see how they've been going so far for their respective teams. And I guess the reason we've got this comparison is because they're quite closely matched. 7 kills apiece. Damage is, you know, within a stone's throw. Points on the board within a stone's throw as well. Again, it is still early days in this lobby, so it'll be interesting to see how this sort of develops as we go through the rest of the day.
7 kills, 1 game.
Yeah, that's good.
Pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. I guess Waltzy was farming up a lot of the kills that Sutraiku got, because I don't remember exactly how many kills they had, but I feel like 7 kills on Waltzy is a larger proportion than what 7 kills on Raki was.
Yeah,
You know,
look,
Raki's
Raki-
team was sitting at the top. Everyone was farming.
Raki doing his part, Waltzy absolutely kill stealing.
Kill stealing for sure.
Yep.
That's basically
Yep.
the takeaway
Yep.
I have. So let us know what you think of that one, Waltzy, when you watch this one back. But either way, you know, I think Sutaraiku, they're probably not too disappointed, kill steals or not. They're doing okay for themselves. They'd be a team that'd be looking to win this lobby, though. And I think there's a couple of other teams that are sort of worth mentioning in that respect as well. Now, definitely BRP. Heading into this second game, I think EXO is probably the one that I'm most keen and eager to really look at. I think they're the one that we really didn't get a good insight as to how they were going to go. Everyone else, you sort of saw, like we saw Dreamfire, we saw NXL Wolfpack, you know, we saw a couple of the other teams, and EXO was the only one. So we'll see how they're going to go here. Genome, it's time to jump into game number 2. And of course, once again, it is on Storm Point. So there is going to be a lot to think about for us, for the teams. It's a new map, and we're not too sure exactly what we're going to get, but let's find out as we do head in. And once again, you know, not a terrible playing path. It's not going to be one of those absolute killers like you were speaking about earlier today.
No, well, starting at the north side of the map for starters means, you know, they're boots on the ground faster, they scan faster, they rotate faster. So, you know, it's not something that is often a match ended by admin. Woo!
Well, that is not something you get too often.
Yeah,
So-
I was, you know, I knew I was coming. Yeah.
I'm not sure what that was about, but I guess we'll get the update as it comes.
Yeah, look, can't speculate. Who knows? They were like, no, the North teams are not allowed to get a good spawn.
I think
You
everyone
must be punished. Naughty.
No, what happened was everyone tuned into the stream and they saw your socks and my shirt, and they thought we better cancel this show.
Maybe they
It's
liked.
over.
Maybe they liked them so much that they wanted it to come back to, you know,
Maybe.
back to the shirt and the socks.
Maybe. Look, while we've got a bit of time to fill here, why don't we take a look at the damage leader stat for today? You know, obviously we've got a bit of time to chat while that lobby is going to go. It's just for this lobby, so, you know, there's not a huge amount of data to sort of speak to just yet. But Strafing Flame, your boy, you sort of gave him a lot of props. And to be fair, he was in the position to do that damage, so most definitely needs to be getting it on the board. 2.2k for him. BRP, I mean, 2 of them up in the top end of things have really done well for themselves. Waltzy, obviously, you know, chiming in there as well. He was the other player we saw in that comparison where he's got 1,500. He got 7 kills as well, so that makes a lot of sense. Overall, you know, I guess not too much to touch on just yet, but I think we were like 2 or 3 games in. Was it like 4 games in maybe when we were highlighting a player from the last lobby that had 4k damage? And Strafing Flame was already sort of halfway there, it looks like, so he's doing very well for himself. As is the rest of BRP, but that's a point that I can hammer home only so many times.
Yeah, look, I mean, we were kind of expecting him to be a bit of a star player, you know, coming into this roster, and look, it's only been 1 game so far, but he's certainly giving some credence to that assessment.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, we're going to be looking forward to sort of seeing how all of these teams are going to perform over the next 2-3 games. I think the next 2 games are really, really important because it's the new map, Genome. Obviously, that's the one where, you know, we don't really know what we're going to get. I think going back to World's Edge, we're probably a little bit more comfortable maybe with the top teams having an understanding, an idea of what they want to be doing, a little bit more of an established comfort on that map. But these next couple, like they seem like kind of the wild card to me.
Yeah. Wait, sorry, are we talking about the maps or the
maps,
players?
the next
Yeah.
map. Next
Yeah.
2. So the next 2 games on Storm Point, still a bit of an X factor. World's Edge, once we get back there, I think we have a bit of a better understanding of what we should be getting.
Yeah, it certainly played out that way in Series 1. You know, it still remains to be seen here, but, you know, I feel like, you know, because we had so many of those really big heavy hitters in the first lobby, you know, that could be the case. That said, you know, you still got Dreamfire here, you still got EXO. But some of the others that, you know, it's like we've got NXL Wolfpack, who are seated quite lowly, but are sort of on the rise. And then we've got APAC, who are seated quite highly and seem to be dropping off a bit. That said, actually, we didn't get to see the APAC rotate strat, which I don't know if I've spoiled already. I don't think I have on stream yet, but it'll be, we should get a look at it at some point because it's quite fun.
I mean, I'm trying to imagine what it possibly could be now.
It's not a Valcol, I'll tell you that.
Well, I mean, obviously, if it's something new and exciting, it's
Yeah.
not going to be a Valcol.
I mean, you guys may have seen it rolling around in one of your pub games. It's a good little strap, but they're trying to make it work in professional play. So
I feel like, I mean, when it comes to they are one of those teams that's just gonna. They've got an idea and they're gonna run with it. It doesn't necessarily have to be the group think, and often it's not the group think.
No, rarely.
But
it seems.
sometimes it becomes the group think for better or worse.
Yeah. Caustic.
Yeah, caustic.
Gibbies with snipers.
Snipers.
Yep. They've had some fun stuff that they've injected into the APAC South lobbies. No doubt, a lot of personality coming out of that team. That said, this time the results don't seem to be going the same way as the amount of creativity that they're putting in.
Yeah, which is a little bit. I mean, in a way, it was kind of surprising to me that the playoffs didn't go so well for AF. Like they had been forever one of those fairly consistent teams towards the top, but now it's sort of slowed down a little bit for them. And I guess today is a big opportunity for them to sort of lay down a statement, whether that was an outlier, the result in playoffs, or if it's going to be the new norm.
I'm going to have to be brutally honest here, Elfish, and say I don't think it was
an outlier.
An outlier, no. Look, they've changed their play style quite a lot, right? And I don't agree with it, frankly. You know, they've got a caustic player, and that means for the most part, especially like, okay, maybe if there's 15 caustic players in the lobby, you can kind of play however you want, right? But when you're one of the only caustic players in the lobby, as we've gone back to now, back to the old days where there's only 1, 2, 3 maybe per lobby, you know, you want to be a team that gets set up and gets into zone early. And after playing edge, they're rolling around, they're trying to sneak up, not sneak up on people, they're trying to beep the horn and get right into people's faces, and it's just like it's not really working for them, to be honest. And I think it's a big, not only is it not working, it's a big departure from what was working for them, and I don't understand why they're not moving back towards that.
Yeah, I mean, I always liked watching them. They were one of my favorite teams.
Yeah.
Like every time the camera moved over to them, I was like, yep, this is going to be sick. Something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Someone's going to get a nice snipe or something like that. But now it's kind of like...
They're still entertaining. I'll give them that.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, well, you don't get to see it as often, right? Because they're not surviving as long. And
that's true. Yep.
So, I mean, hopefully, I do hope that they can turn things around, definitely. Because I mean, obviously, the talent is there, right? The talent is definitely there, but it's just not coming together at the moment. And look, that's fair enough. Teams can go through slumps and have difficulties and whatever, but they haven't made a change. So that's maybe a positive sign that they still think that things can work as a roster. I guess we have to wait and see, really. That's the only thing that we can say is that they have to prove it. They have to go out today and probably over the tomorrow and the next couple of weeks, they're going to have to prove that they're still worthy of being in that discussion. Because now, I probably do tend to agree with you. I think they've taken their foot off the gas just a little bit too much for me to kind of hype them up the same way that I used to, at least.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I'd like to see them move back towards that slightly safer play style. You know, safer. You can be decisive. You can still be aggressive when you need to be. It's the needless aggression. It's the times when they're pulling out these maneuvers that just don't seem to be the right play.
I see something a little bit more lightning unicorn-esque.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they were aggressive, but I think it was warranted when they were trying to sort of get on top of teams. They had done some damage, or they had seen that team on a res or something like that. So that definitely made a lot of sense. But I mean, I guess it also sort of depends on what kind of team comp you're going to play. If you want to play those aggressive maneuvers, you need to have compositions that have some mobility rather than the ability to lock down buildings or something.
And at the moment, that pretty much seems to be Ash. Like, we've moved away from the more wild card, kind of like, your Octane, your Revenant.
Octane.
Those guys have gone by the wayside, and now really Ash seems to be the one, just because the phase breach is such an interesting ultimate that just allows you to be decisive, if that's what you want to be.
Decisive is good as far as I'm concerned, and I think, to be fair, the best teams are decisive. We saw that from BRP earlier on in that first game. They were very decisive in their decision making when they were going to come down off the roof, when they were going to stay on the roof, when they were going to try and play aggressive. I think another team that I always characterized with that word would be Reignite. they are a decisive team. When they decide what they want to do, they're going to commit to it. They're going to win a fight. Then they're going to reset, and then they're going to go again. That's just something that we see from them time and time again later on in the game.
It helps when you can take a team down in 3 clips rather than 6.
It's true. It's true. It definitely helps, and you have to have that confidence as well if you want to make those decisive maneuvers work. But you know, maybe some of that's just down to confidence, and some of that down to individual skill. I don't know. Either way, Genome, I know we're not too far away from jumping into our second game. Bit awkward, unfortunate how we had to restart it, but we are ready to go back in. So this is still technically game number 2, and hopefully this time we're going to get a little bit deeper into it than halfway through the plane.
I don't know if this is just sheer luck or not, but it looks like we've got it's the same drop path. So
yeah, we do.
Moving along from the north, that's nice. That's helpful. So fair play, I guess, to all those teams like Slay or DML, who land up in High Point and Lightning Rod, respectively. It's good for them. So it doesn't look like we have a team landing on Thunderwatch. So I want to go, let's be up here. Okay, so they're playing Wall. So I guess they just made the rotation through the Spider Caverns. Get to Thunderwatch last time. This time, it's going to... so we have so many circles that sort of just end in the rivers in the middle of Storm Point, right? We saw that in the first lobby today, and it looks like this one would be just on the more western side, but a similar sort of situation where you've got, the big prowler nest in the middle, on that island in the middle, in between kind of checkpoint, escape falls, mill.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but obviously it's been a point of contention over the course of today, so there's no reason why that's going to change up too much. Do have NXL Wolfpack just toward the northeastern side of where the circle will actually end up going. They've got very, very nice quick rotation in if they want it.
Let's explore this way.
Be one of those first teams that is inside the zone. Although, just looking at that zone, I'm not sure that there's a huge amount that you'd really want to take, per se. Like, there's no obvious send it building, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's the little dome buildings, right?
Yeah.
They kind of surround that Prowler Island, so they tend to be some of the most sought after in these kind of situations. We saw if you had, like, say, a Watson, like Savior and We Are Trash, they were beautifully set up in those. And yeah, if you can see that green circle right there, so right in the middle, that's that Prowler Island. And then just on the shore, the foreshore, to the west, to the east, to the south, there's a couple of definitely usable buildings, but only a couple.
A bit of, what is that? Pest control again, I suppose.
PvE.
PvE.
Taking down some mobs.
Apex definitely not the game to play if you're into PvE. We won't have too much fun. Not a huge amount of fighting going on, to be honest. Early on the piece again. I think that has been sort of one benefit of Storm Point so far, is that it hasn't been as chaotic in the early games as what we had come to expect in some cases from World's Edge. And even World's Edge, it was a situational thing rather than a rule. But it's always kind of nice to have a lot of teams getting into those mid-late stages. That's when the chaos really ensues, and that's the most enjoyable viewing, in my opinion.
I mean, looking at the Trident at the moment, teams are going to be keen to sort of keep a hold of them, I would say, because when we get into that middle ground, there's not, as you kind of said, there's a couple of buildings, but not amazing cover, and Trident, mobile cover.
Yep. Strafing Flame, I'm not sure how confident he is in like his driving ability.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is down at Fish Farms here. We've got MBT Naga taking on EXO.
I think this is one spot on the map that you probably wouldn't be expecting to see a fight early on in the piece. But Ziki did get that knock, and I believe he confirmed the kill onto Flame Shot. He did. So EXO knows that they can push this one.
Reflex uses the Wraith Portal to get out. Are they going to go for Be able to get out in time. They have to leave the Trident behind. That option not available to them. EXO actually going to use the Trident to wrap on this bubble immediately.
A very fast rotate from EXO.
Philposs got stuck.
I don't know that it's going to matter hugely. Or maybe I lied. Maybe I lied. It's on to Ziki. Quote-unquote new member of the roster to win the one-on-one. He's going to get in there and try to take that fight forward. Already no shield. The shots aren't connecting with the Peacekeeper. 6 damage. It's not enough. EXO's out early again.
Can't blame it on the DC this time, guys. That was just a sick Arc Star stick into a great comeback there from MBT Naga.
I thought they had that on wraps.
Oh, man. Look, honestly, apart from that grenade, they probably would have. But damn, dude. I mean, MBT Naga, they are probably the most...
Oh, he's going to get there just in time.
You know, I think they'd have, like, possibly the least survival, like, average survival time out of any team across the entirety of Pro League.
That might be right.
But here, look.
But now they're trying to give EXO a run for their money.
Yeah, they finally win an early contest, so good on them. And in a pretty spectacular way as well. And yeah, as you said, just picking up that banner before they can get back. No one else anywhere near them. It's going to be a nice, quick, and easy res.
They've got heaps of loot to get there as well off of the EXO lads. Nice little delivery.
Okay, so interestingly, looking back over towards Prowler Island there, BWS, the only team who have so far taken up residence in one of those buildings. The others still to go. You know, Methods Madness, M2M, they're on the island itself, which I've got to say, like, there's a lot of angles that you open yourself up to on the island, frankly. Like, sure, there's some spots to hide, but once everyone starts piling in and you've got teams on every side of you, it's going to be hard to find a safe spot where you're not just like burning through your meds at a rate of knots.
I think we should clarify which Method to Madness this is, because there has been any number of Method to Madnesses in Pro League and even outside of Pro League. There's been a couple.
Or Exos, or Perihellions.
That's right, exactly. But this is the team formerly known as Kukoi. So they actually are a pretty solid team on offer. See what they're going to be able to do today. I have high hopes for them as well. Day and Night, copping some shots. But they've got themselves safely inside of a building, at least for now, to get that skill or two off.
We've got a bit of congestion. I'm wondering if that's why we haven't seen as many teams move down towards the Prowler Island. Like, perhaps they're reading the zone differently and they're expected to move a little bit more north, which is why they're sticking up there. But I also feel like it might just be that these teams have kind of locked themselves into these spots and they can't rotate there freely without, you know, say a Wraith Portal or something like that. And so there's this gridlock now up the north side where, you know, there's so many teams that could grief them on the way if they tried to rotate that they kind of just have to stay there.
Got to stay put and see what happens with that zone. It's going to give actually a lot of avenues of attack for teams down in the southern part of the map, like Sutraiku, who have taken a little bit longer to work their way in. They have always been a little bit more of an edge-based team, haven't they? So
certainly, yeah, for a while.
Makes a lot of sense that they're going to go for something like that.
Yep. I think in the old, what was that? Yeah, the Perihellion roster with Jarrow, they certainly played it a little bit differently, or he did anyway. But then, yeah, when joining them, it was kind of, you know, it was well, it was the IGL from that point, and they certainly sort of played his vision of the game.
That MBT Naga roster is also down toward the southern side of the map, so they'll probably benefit from much the same as what Sutraiku will. ERP up north. They're the team to beat at the moment. Got a clear 10-point gap over first, 18 points over second, so if they have a half-decent game here, they're going to be quite tough to catch. And we'll only be 2 games in. Obviously, you know, stranger things have happened. But they have really amassed a good lead. And it's only off 1 game, so more opportunities to continue to push that.
Yeah, actually, having a look, a lot of these teams that haven't surrounded the Prowler Island, they don't have the info. They just didn't get beacons.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, they've seen a lot of other people piling into the sort of northern more towards Cascade Falls. And yeah, as a result, I think very possibly just sort of reading this wrong. Or is that? No, that's probably just because the round just ended. Oh. Could be mixing myself up there. But.
Well, DML are not too happy with the spot that they've dropped into. They've had to go back into the zone. Tank that up a little bit. You've just seen the next circle shift. I was wondering what that noise was.
Shock or surprise.
That's going to be a bit of a killer, isn't it? We'll have to wait and let you guys see it in just a second.
Crypto players, there have been some other crypto players that have managed to work that out. Will Gadgen be able to get there?
Gaijin, I think.
Yep.
We didn't actually really get to spectate Wiz too much last game, but they actually finished up in the top couple of placements. They're sitting pretty happy overall on the standings as well, so they're in a pretty decent spot. But if anyone is going to catch BRP, they need to be having consistent good games from here on out. Because BRP is definitely a team that's good enough to do that as well. Nice shot with Surusama. Well, he's back on the trusty Sentinel. And those are two pretty cracking shots straight away. There's another one. I mean, the guy just doesn't miss. Like, he doesn't even have a proper scope this time, Genome. This is a rifle scope, not a sniper scope.
It's a 2x4, come on.
Doesn't count. It doesn't fill your whole screen, it's not a sniper scope. That's my thoughts. Okay, well, I just said he doesn't miss and then he missed 3 shots, so
classic.
Maybe that's just me, but
classic.
He is very good with the Sentinel, so it's nice to see him back with that.
Pretty good. Some say he's the best.
Some say. 71 off the next Evo. That's the one big benefit you get from having him on your team. You just pump up that armor pretty quick. Swap it around.
Ooh, he's got the turbo as well. Arjin does. But, I think we may have very briefly touched about it. Maybe even got interrupted by a fight before. But the ammo economy has changed very much in Season 12. And, essentially just taking the Vault.
We'll hold that thought for the moment because BWS is in a bit of a spot here, aren't they? Well, it looks like it's gone quite nicely for them. Slay is going to get knocked out of it pretty quickly. Team and Stinko both copying a few shots courtesy of Boogie.
Look, is it good observing or am I just being trolled? I don't know. Either way.
They just don't want you to talk, which to be
yeah,
fair is probably
I could
the
just shut up,
sentiment.
I suppose.
Yeah, I'll solo cast the rest, save us all the trouble.
Yeah. Chat's probably rejoicing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, nice little push by BWS there. Going to use the phase breach to get back into their building. So nice decisive action by those guys. But yeah, I just want to say the ammo economy has changed quite a bit, right? Volt's gone into the care package. That by itself has removed so much energy ammo from people's death boxes because apart from that, like unless you get the turbocharger, you don't really want to be picking up a devotion. You don't want to pick up a havoc. And if you're not picking up those, and that's reducing the ammo economy further, then you don't really want to pick up a triple take. Triple take, very workable as a marksman, long range kind of weapon. But you don't really want to be picking it up if you can't guarantee the ammo for it. So that has changed quite a bit. We've seen a big shift over to light. With alternators back on the ground, R301, R99, all beautiful there. So you're getting lots of heavy, lots of light this time, but certainly it can be hard to keep your energy ammo reserves up.
I was never really a fan of energy weapons to begin with. I always felt like they were a bit of a gamble sometimes as to whether you were going to get ammo enough to begin with. So with all that in mind, yeah, always been a light man. Another interesting thing to sort of note now is that obviously with that circle shift starting to come in, I mean, we haven't actually seen any teams really moving. And there's no requirement yet. Push hasn't come through, but all the teams now are going to have to be aware of exactly where the teams are going to have to move. And there is not a whole lot of fun angles to sort of go through. They're going to have to work really hard. quiet time before the storm.
SNG, they're happy sitting up, just looting what they can from checkpoint before it is removed from play, and at that point they'll be worrying about, say, DML or Powerless, who are below them. That said, it looks like we've got a Valk ult from SMC. Might be coming around the backside.
Contact with target.
Did I mess that up? Or was that just a balloon? Yeah, I can't tell. Interesting. Either way, they're going to have someone on their backside soon. Hopefully, they're not too worried about that. Meanwhile, we do have another circle scan, and AF is in God spot. They have the building. They've got the crypto scan. They're near enough to the beacon to be able to get that info. And here we go, SNG.
You're in their sights.
Yeah, who are they up against?
Yeah, who are they? Is that, were they trying to push in towards Dodge there? They've gone back up top.
Yeah, I think that was just a probing
Yep.
moment rather than a full committed push. I mean, we had a lot of talk about AF, by the way, just before this game started. The questioning, is this team a team that can still be up in the discussion? And as you can see, they've got themselves a really, really good spot for this one. So I guess this is where we get some answers. If they can convert this game, I mean, they're in the perfect spot to do so. Then definitely something that we're going to continue to keep an eye on. How are those teams going to start to work their way in?
Yeah, look, we were talking, you know, have they been playing sensibly enough? And it looks like they have this time. They're inside, they're gassed up, ready to go. So Striku slightly below them. M2M, they were the ones who, remember, were on Prowler Island right from the start. Unfortunately, they did eventually take casualty with Bastion going down, and now they're worried about MBT Naga on one side of them. They're worried about NXL Wolfpack, who have just taken out Wiz on the island itself. And they, actually, they're quite far away from their Valk ult. I'm not sure that NXL will get that in time, because they're almost completely cut off, by the way. Like, Method to Madness, they've still got their Valk up, so that's okay, and they've got their Valk ult ready. But NXL, they've got a portal, but like they're just completely cut off from the rest of the map. These guys are on the wrong side of a mountain range right now.
I guess you can make the argument that there is still technically time to wrap around inside, but anyway, it's...
Yeah, they can go just in front of them there on that sort of left side. That is possible.
Yeah, it is, but they're going to have to sort of clear that angle out first, and, well, they're not having the greatest of times of it. They're definitely getting some damage down here. Kisan's doing a great job with the charge rifle. Oh, day and night. Now they're under pressure, and they're not going to survive much longer, are they? FW finishes them off. It's, you know, over on the other side of the map to what we were just looking at. That's an area where, look, I mean, it's good news for FW to get that kill, or those kills onto that team, but there's a few more that they're going to have to go through before they feel comfortable at all.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to go through Dreamfire, who, again, we just haven't seen that much of today, but Dreamfire have been holding this passage. It's, you know, the one with the big blast doors, as you can see here. They've been holding this passage pretty much the entire game. They got there early, and they've stuck here. Now they have to move. It's round 4 is about to end. We've got 13 squads left, and they're all going to be coming in towards BRP. They're going to be coming in towards AF. BRP have lost player K. DML holding one of the other buildings, so it's pretty much AF, DML, Striku holding the 3 buildings in this next zone. Okay, Valk ults start coming over the top of the mountains. BWS.
That's a nice spot.
I think they're having like basically like an out of bounds fight right now, as we've got FW Esports.
Yeah, they've got a lot further to go, though, don't they? They said it was a nice spot on the cliff, and it was, but it was only there for 5 seconds or so. Now they're going to start to have to push their way in. Dreamfire is keeping them out. Probably another bunch of teams are trying to keep them out, and they will not last long once that zone catches up to them. Speaking of Dreamfire, they're on the move as well, and they're putting some good damage down. Well done from Roy. It was finished off by Ems. Dreamfire, I mean, they're fighting hard at the moment, as they have to do, but it's going to be taking too much damage in response. This is more of a shooting gallery than anything else. And they seem to have cleared out the northern side of the map.
Boom. There goes Drauga and Shardy. And look, I mean, the more and more people are getting familiar and comfortable with the car, I think the more we're seeing them pick it up, and less so, say, you know, the R99 or the Prowler.
Well, I know that Methods of Madness are pretty happy at the moment. Not too far for them to really go. BRP also quite low. Strafing Flame picked up by Method to Madness, in fact. So in the end, I mean, Easy Flash, he'll survive. He'll get himself another point on the board and some more placements. I don't know how much further he can really push this. This could be a Dreamfire win. I mean, Ath is definitely still a factor, but Dreamfire, they've been looking pretty good so far.
On the horizon as well, we should probably know. Which typically, we have seen in some use in other regions, but apart from when he was very briefly in vogue, haven't seen a lot of use in APAC South. So interesting for Easy Flash. If my memory serves me correctly, on his previous roster, he was playing Gibraltar a lot and often ended up with the most damage in the lobby because he was just so good at holding back and smashing people out at long range. But so, yeah, look, that's interesting to see he's changed roles there. You know, happy to leave Bastion on the Gibby and taking up something new, trying something new completely.
Well, another top placing here for Sutaraiku. You see BRP just getting knocked out a couple of minutes ago, so Sutaraiku's going to need to have a really good finish here if they do want to overtake BRP, but they're doing a pretty good job so far today. Pretty good consistency coming through from them. This hasn't been a lights-out game from them. They haven't, you know, taken the lobby by storm, but they're not going to be able to do that every single time. Dreamfire under a little bit of pressure here, and Trent, he's inside of that building. And Leaf. Do they even know?
Yeah, they know. DML, Dreamfire got on top of them. DML had been in that building for quite some time, and now you can see Natsuru Sama.
That was a stick. Yep. Might have been. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It was going to connect regardless. These do come down on top of Dreamfire, and they are certainly under the pump. This is a real war of attrition at the moment. DML with 3 alive. Dreamfire with 3 alive. Sutaraiku, a Thame as well. Probably both have 3. That's 12, and then there must be 1 rat. Where's the rat? Oh, of course, it's Easy Flash from the Madness. Still alive. He's doing well for himself. Where's the God spot here, though? I mean, is there even a God spot at this point?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much where Ath are. So Ath they've held that middle building for pretty much the entire game.
Yep.
And it was a perfect choice for them. Not only for where this zone has ended up, but also for the fact that, of course, they're playing Caustic, and it's very hard for any of these other teams to push into that because they are the only Caustic player left alive in the lobby, or Natsuru Sama is at least. So Dreamfire, all right. Kraber comes out from Roy. He'd been wondering. He'd been tapering off a little bit.
Oh, he's good.
Sure is. Can the car actually finish them off, though? He's got to climb over the other car to get
Just
there.
got him. That last bullet as he dropped down finishes Trent off.
And DML.
So Roy gets another one on the board for Dreamfire. Like I said, they have been fragging well in this game so far, and when like Dreamfire is fragging well, they're a scary prospect. Now, this fight that is now starting to ensue between Sutaraiku and whoever it is in that bubble is going to be a pretty big one. This could actually be a round-winning fight for whichever team does get control of the rooftops. It actually looks like it'll be Sutaraiku in the end that are just going to push them back. So Bullet, I would almost argue, has the God spot now.
Oh, we're going to get another heal off.
We might.
Definite possibility here on that front.
Well,
Roy is the only Wraith left alive in the lobby, so advantage Dreamfire if it comes to that. That said, they've got to dodge, duck, and weave before that happens. Arcstar's getting thrown down at them. Barrels being laden out the window.
Easy Flash was finished off by Bullet there, by the way, so we're into the top 3 now. Methods Madness take 4th. Not a bad shout from Easy Flash, to be honest. He was solo from 7th onwards, so he's picked up a couple more placement points. But, I mean, the unfortunate thing for Roy, even though he is the Wraith, it's going to be a lot easier for Sutaraiku to contest in that heal off if need be. Look at him right now inside of that gas, just trying to preserve as much HP, goes into the void, but he is getting munched apart, and it's a Thame in the end that walk away with the victory. Again, you spoke about that gas being a factor, and I think that was a very, very big one in the end there. The zone just shifted off the building. It pushed Sutraiku out. Obviously, it pushed Dreamfire out as well. They all run into the gas. Who's having no problems with the gas? I think.
Yeah, we didn't get to that point where the Wraith really mattered that much, right?
No,
there was still enough space in the circle for gunplay to matter, for the Caustic ultimate to matter, and you know, we all remember those those days where every team had a Caustic, and that last circle was essentially just, you know, whose Caustic could stay alive alive longer because everyone else was just on the floor immediately. And you see how powerful it is there. Ath waited out well enough. Unfortunately, Roy has to pop into the void a little bit too early, and when he comes out of it...
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't pop into the void there, he would have died.
Yeah.
Like, there's no question about it. So it wasn't like it was the wrong decision.
Play.
Yeah. He couldn't hold it any longer. And that's kind of the point. You have to hold it as long as you can, and that's how you win. But inevitably, yeah, I mean, Athame just coming out with the win. To be fair, look, I mean, we were sort of saying from the outset, right? As soon as that circle went over the top of the game, it's like, well, Athame pretty much has to be a top 3 in this game. Otherwise, serious questions. And obviously, they get the win. So very well done from Athame. You've got to convert the ones that are kind of given to you. And see what you can do in the rest.
Yeah, I mean, was it given to them?
Not really, not really.
Was it a good read on the circle?
Well, that's not what I want to say necessarily, but you know what I mean? Like, when the game is benefiting you, like, you need to convert that.
Yeah.
You can't be given a positive circle shift and then just get absolutely dumped.
No, it's
you need to get some points out of that game, and they did.
It's Apex, it's a BR, absolutely. You gotta make hay while the sun shines.
Correct.
You know?
That's the perfect analogy for it, because it's not always going to be shining on you. But when it does, you need to take full advantage of it, and I think we've done a good job of that. I think the team, though, that is impressing me the most so far today is probably Sutraiku, at least in this lobby, I should say. You know, because they've managed to make top 3 twice in a row now. I don't know whether this was a third or a second again for them. Looks like it might have been a second. We'll have a look on this replay and see if that tells all. Nice shots from Roy, by the way.
Was that a no-scope on the Kramer there? Yeah, nice.
So who actually died here? Yeah, so...
Is that Roy's secret? He's got the crosshair, like, painted on his screen?
Yeah, maybe.
He's got the whiteout out?
No, you can actually do that with a bunch of, like, there's programs and stuff that you can run a crosshair with.
Are they even allowed in ALGS?
I don't know if they're allowed in ALGS.
You know what is allowed? Just getting the whiteout out.
Well, no one needs to know. Or, you know...
Undetectable.
Blue tack. That was the strap back in my day.
Blue tack?
You get a little
blue tack.
Blue tack and stick it
on.
on.
I was like, you're sticking a tack into your screen.
No. no. Blue tack. You just put blue tack on.
Sure.
Some people did permanent marker, but I feel like that was kind of a scam.
Damn,
because you're
dude.
just leaving a dot on your screen. That'd be annoying.
Do you not watch, like, how do you watch anime on your computer?
I don't watch anime. I mean, speak for yourself.
Come on.
I don't know if I can keep working on this show.
I'm trying to appeal to the Apex Legends audience.
Oh, okay.
I hear they like anime.
Clearly, that's why they don't like me. Anyway, yeah, I feel like you were maybe a little bit hesitant on the Sutraiku call there. That was a third for Sutraiku, by the way.
Yeah, it was. It was. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just we haven't had the vision to sort of to really determine whether, like, you know, they've been making the right calls, or they sort of just ended up there, like how it works. But yeah, I'm not like 100% sold or anything yet. Obviously, they're always. I think they were always pretty much going to be like a top 10 team. It's just where do they sit within that?
Yeah, I mean, but I think so far in this lobby, they're doing really well for themselves. That's the kind of takeaway for me. All the other teams, we've sort of seen either one good game and one kind of rough game, or like 2 really rough games. I mean, in the case of EXO, one of them, they didn't really get to play. The second one, it happens. You know, it's the same start as what Reignite had, though, to be fair. They had 2 really bad games, and then they went on to still win the lobby. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that
EXO probably done it before.
EXO could do this.
Yeah, I mean, look, they won a 2v3 the first game. They lost a 3v2 second game. It's real swings and roundabouts for the Thai team.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how it's going to be, I suppose. That's why we have a lot of games to talk about, you know, just to sort of eke out those little speed bumps. Here's the placement timeline, which will indeed confirm that 3rd place for Sutraiku, which meant 2nd for Dreamfire. Method to Madness up there, DML up there as well. BRP, you know, they're probably also another another team to sort of keep in mind. I'm not sure that Tsutaraki would have been able to overtake them. Nope, not quite. BRP did just enough in that game. 33 points, but the gap is closing. The gap was 10.
Greenfire on 22? That actually surprises me.
They had a lot of kills in that game.
Yeah, they must have.
And a second place.
They had a shocker of the first game, right?
Yeah, it was like a 10th place or something like that. They might have got 1 or 2 points out of the first game, but the vast majority coming from game 4 there for sure.
And SNG, SMC. Last game we had DNN next to DML. Like,
it gets a little bit difficult. I mean, when you're adding like another 20 teams into the mix, there's going to be a little bit of this going on. It is a lot of teams.
I mean, ExoClan, they're a three-letter name, but at least they made a logo to go with it, you know?
Well, are they EXO because of... They're not EXO because of a team, though. That's the thing. They're EXO because of a guy.
No.
So it's a bit different. It's a little bit different. Plus, it's a word. Is it? EXO? Is EXO a word? Not really. It's a prefix.
I don't think so. No.
Hmm.
I don't think you can... I mean, I was about to say you can't pull that out in Scrabble, but there's so many just like ridiculous words that you can pull out in Scrabble that I'm not even sure about that.
EXO.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it's a prefix.
Yeah. Exoskeleton. Exogenesis.
What's exoteric?
No, that's esoteric.
Esoteric, that's right. Dude, it's getting to that point in the night. You know, we're like 8 games deep. I'm just starting to go a little bit cuckoo. It happens.
Are you like waiting to get Wordle out or something? Is that what's going on?
I've done it.
You just got all these things like
I've already done it
buzzing
today.
around in your brain. Yeah,
I think I got it in 3 turns today.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good.
I'm pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. I did Curdle as well. Have you done that? That's 4 at once.
I've seen it.
I've done it.
Seen it.
I did it today as well. I was bored. Anyway, let's take a break. It's time for us to go to a quick one. Game 3 on the other side. G'day and welcome back. It's ALGS APAC South. We are into Split 2. We are also into a Lobby 2, and we just finished Game 2. That's a lot of twos. There's also two casters. His name is Gino, mine is Elfish Guy. We are certainly looking forward to bringing you into game number 3. That'll be the last one on Storm Point for this lobby. I think so far things haven't been as crazy in this second lobby, I feel like, as what we saw in that first lobby. I mean, the only real outliers to my mind are obviously EXO, and I think there's some sort of some caveats regarding that.
Yeah.
Everything else seems to be sort of progressing along as we might have expected, or at least not so far out of the realms of normalcy that you can sort of understand what's happening.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, agreed. You know, they've unfortunately had a DC, and then they lost a fight in unfortunate. Well, you know, you can't.
I mean, that second one was their own fault. But
yeah, like the other team. Well, I don't know if it's even their fault. Like the other team just played it well.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
like it was
yeah,
a sick little sequence from them. But yeah, either way, it means they've got so much catching up to do. And you know, look, there's still 4 games left. Sure.
I mean, there's still 5 days after today. Even if you completely bomb out today, you can.
That's true.
You can definitely overcome it with another good 5 days, because most teams are not going to have 6 perfect days.
Yeah, and
I mean, no team's going to have 6 perfect days. But
and as we said, they don't need to be number 1 either, because the split points have changed, and you're not as punished by not being on the podium.
All right, well, that is something that they're going to be running through their head as we head into our 3rd game of the day. The big question on our lips, at the very least, is can EXO turn it around? Reignite did it on their 3rd game. That was where things started to trend positively for them, and maybe that can be a sign for EXO as well that they can take some heart in. But has been a tough day at the office for them. A couple of other teams will be wanting to continue their fine form. BRP, Sutaraiku have been good. Dreamfire has had one good game at least so far, and so they'll be looking to sort of build upon that. All those 3, I mean, they're all in decent spots in this lobby right now, and there's probably another couple that are worthy of mentioning in and around that pack as well. But focusing on the task at hand, you know, another dropship that's gone very nicely, but we are going to get another match restart, so that's disappointing. Well, last time we had one of these, we had a big tangent about a theme. I feel like we can't really go back to that one again.
Well, they proved themselves now.
They did.
Look, they did extremely well in the second game. I feel like we had a few casters curses tonight.
We have.
Happened in game, happened out of game. You know, now maybe that we give them credit, they just flip it all the way back around again. It's yeah, look, hard to say. I'm not sure what's causing the resets here tonight, but look, as long as we get, you know, look, I'd rather it happen at the start of the game than like get halfway through and things have been decided, and then it happens again. That said, you know, look, last game we had the repeat of the dropship path, so who knows? Maybe there's a magic admin button for that as well.
I would not have any idea, but it'd be cool.
I don't think there is, but like it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's obviously not this, but like in some games, you know, when you generate a map, there's like
There's a seed.
Yeah. So like you could almost like generate a seed for each lobby in a way.
Understand what you mean? Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
No.
I
don't
know. Let's see. Well, like, you know, when the map comes back, who knows? Maybe.
Yeah.
I think that one was like it was over Launchpad because I saw EXO. I think
that was like bottom right to top left.
We're basically the first team to land. Yeah. Which is good for them that time. But
yeah, need a bit of a helping hand, don't they?
Yep.
Get down on the ground first, get a bit of loot up, and start to think about your rotation before a few other teams maybe have even started to land. We'll take a look at the scores here as well, just to update you guys as to where we are sitting. This is after 2 games of the lobby so far. At the moment, BRP is doing a pretty good job for themselves. They'll be sitting at the top of the group for now. 33 points. It's not a huge margin above them to go to Sutaraiku. Athame in there at 23, Dreamfire at 22, so you know, I think for those top 4 teams, there's probably definitely still an argument to be made that any one of those 4 could still walk away with a pretty solid placing here. Once you dip below that, though, and you get down to Method to Madness, it's starting to be a little bit scarier. That is a fairly significant drop already after only the 2 games. Yes, it is overcomable, but the job gets more and more and more and more difficult as we get deeper in if they haven't been able to do it. Here's how the split of the points shapes up for the top 10. Looking good for BRP, Sutaraiku, maybe just a little bit more placement heavy. The same can be said for Athame. Dreamfire's about 50-50, you like to see that. NXL Wolfpack probably would be feeling a little bit better about themselves if they were getting higher placements than what they have been so far, because their kills have been fine. They've been winning fights, but maybe they've been taking a fight too many. And that's always something to sort of be concerned about. MBT Naga actually managing to round out the top 10 off of the back of that nice fight win that they got against EXO.
Yeah, nice little start for them. I mean, look, that's the kind of way their game plan goes, it seems. It's like they either start the game with 3 points or they don't start the game at all. So.
True.
That's life. That's life if you're MBT Naga.
Sink or swim, I guess, or live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yep. Start in fish ponds, dive in the deep end. You know.
Is that one?
What?
Start in a fish pond, dive in the deep end. Did you just come up with that?
No, I said like this. That's their. I think that's their drop, like fish.
Oh.
Fish farms. So.
Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone spam whoosh in the chat. That was a hard one. I didn't get it. I don't get many things though, to be fair. We are working on getting. Hey.
Nothing.
Don't be that guy. we are working on getting the lobby back underway. It shouldn't be too long. You know, these things happen, I suppose, and we just have to work through it. I think someone crashed, from what I can see. That was the restart, perhaps.
Or is that our observer, who's also called Crash?
I'm just trying to come up with excuses. Yeah, look, something must have happened that forced a restart. So it is what it is. Like you said, it is better time to. It is a better time to have a crash than like halfway through the game.
Yeah.
Hey, we want to know though, by the way, there is one player left that we're waiting for, and I can see who it is. But I want the Twitch chat to let us know who they think the player is. So who do you think's the least reliable player when it comes to getting into a lobby? So picture this.
Who's the laggard?
Picture this. You are in a game of Apex Legends, a professional game of Apex Legends, and the game gets restarted. What is the first thing you do, Genome?
If I'm this player?
Any player in the lobby. Not this specific player, because
Just
we know the answer is not what you're
It's just
looking
making
for.
me wonder if someone's like, oh yeah, this will be like a 15-minute restart, and they're like, the game ends, and they just like immediately like queue up ranked or something, you know?
No,
like...
I'm seeing someone walking off to the toilet or going to get a drink or doing whatever, instead of getting in the lobby.
Taking a nap?
You got to get in the lobby first, guys. They have joined the lobby, I've just seen, so we should be pretty close to getting underway.
I have had in previous esports I've worked on, like, people not show up for professional games because they like literally went and had a nap and forgot to wake up.
I've had that a few times as well, and I think I've had that in the same one that you might have as well. But I've had that in multiple. You know, it's in a final once as well. Now that I think about it, it was like a semi-final or something, and he just slept through his alarm. Dude. Like it wasn't even a nap. It was like in the afternoon, but he was on gamer hours. You know?
That's usually the problem, right?
He was going to bed at 6 a.m. and the game was at like 2 p.m. or something, and he just didn't wake up. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, how can you still be on it? I would literally kick that player. If I was on that team, I'd be like, you can't. Like,
pretty unforgivable.
You're literally trolling.
On the other side, I really do like both sleeping and napping. They're
I'm a big fan of sleeping and napping.
In the tier list of life, they're right up there, and I kind of get it.
I 100% agree. I'm a big sleep aficionado. But what I will say is that if I have a commitment to make the next day, I cannot sleep well. I was telling you this story earlier.
Yeah.
I had to fly to Melbourne today.
I was so excited.
I was. I had a flight at 9 o'clock this morning. So I woke up at 3 a.m. I tried to go back to sleep, and I woke up at 4 a.m. And then I woke up at 5 a.m. And every time I'm like, am I going to be late for my flight? Am I going to be late for my flight? My body just for some reason wakes me up like periodically to check the time.
Wasn't the dog?
No, it wasn't the dog. He was fine. He was probably sleeping better than I was. Inevitably, when I wake up at 5 and I know I have to get up at 6:30 to get to the airport in time, like then I just can't go back to sleep. So that's the kind of person I am.
Mm.
Like if I had a game at 2 p.m. I tell you what, I wouldn't be asleep at 12 o'clock, much as I might like to be.
Mate, you're on the opposite to gamer hours.
I am these days. Been a good boy. But I think we've got some epic footage, I'm told, here, Genome, to take a look at. So these are some epic gamer shots, apparently,
Roll it.
from the last game.
Wow. This is
Mid-air
this
shots.
is hardcore action right here.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay, he's dropped the box. Yeah, nice. Okay, so Shardy probably needs, like, we were bagging out people before for like not being able to hit someone as they were coming out of the drop ship.
Mm.
That's kind of like some next level misses there.
Yeah, I think that one I probably, because it's a bigger target and it's
Yeah.
moving slower.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Hey, do you know what's also strange about this lobby? We actually have another team that hasn't joined the lobby. So last lobby we
Yeah.
had a team missing out. This lobby we've had a team missing out. Golden Sage is the other team that
Yeah, I
hasn't made it.
I think
So
they were there earlier though.
no. All day we've only had
Really?
we've only had 19 teams in both
Yeah, okay.
lobbies.
Huh.
So that's another one of those moments where you're like, well, that sort of sucks.
Mm. Look, at least I'll say this. Once you get down past like maybe like 15 teams, it really does start to change the feel of Apex. Like if you've got 19 teams, like it's not too bad.
No.
Whoever's sitting next, like sitting in the POI next to them, they're a little bit safer. They might get a little bit more loot on the way through. It doesn't make too much of a difference.
But you're thinking if you're the team in the qualifier that was 12th
Mm.
instead of 11th, because 11th was the cutoff.
Mm.
You're thinking, could have been us.
Yeah.
Could have been me. Like, maybe you're not going to get anything done anyway, but you get the opportunity. Either way, I've got the opportunity to say something I'm very happy to for going into Game 3. So let's see how it does go. Take 2. Hopefully this one kicks off without a hitch. It was too good to be true, Genome. It started too fast.
Yeah. Oh my God. I reckon we've got the same.
We
we've got
do.
the same path.
I think so. I think they've figured that out.
Yeah.
Someone's got something going.
Maybe.
That's 2 coincidental twice in a row.
Agreed. Don't like those odds.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's the same hot zone as well. I think Checkpoint was the hot zone
Yeah,
last
right.
time too.
Well, there you go. Maybe there are seats.
Something to the effect. All right. Well, everyone's going to be able to get to their drop locations pretty comfortably with a zone like this. The mill looks like it's going to be where we're going to end up once again. Well, I mean, I guess we didn't end up right over there, but we ended close enough to it. But this will be a little bit more favorable even for Sutaraiku now, because that's kind of where they're headed as their drop location. So, bring them up a lot, but they are sitting in a good spot in this lobby, and they've got themselves a pretty nice drop. See if they can do similar to what Athame was able to do last round. NXL Wolfpack, have you felt about this team so far here after seeing now 2 games from them?
Yeah, I think they've been fairly solid.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I'll go with. Like, I'd say okay.
Yep.
It hasn't been bad, but it hasn't been amazing.
Eva 8 here.
Yeah, as you said, Mill to be definitely a Western sort of circle there. There's some interesting endings around Mill, honestly. There's some big high ground. There's some big rocks. There's also some very open, waterways, which can lend themselves to some brutal end games, unless, you perhaps have some mobile cover that you just take around with you.
Pretty chill start for most teams.
Prowler SMG here.
We've got Prowler, Eva 8, purple armor, Fussy.
Shield here.
Actually, not a bad start here for Sutaraiku at all. 2 sets of purple armor. Always
No.
really nice off the drop.
Yeah, Mill tends to be very high level on loot. Lots of teams fighting over that. Lots of very strong teams from all regions. Definitely having a look at that as a drop location. Hopefully, when we get to LAN, Elfish, we'll get the privilege of seeing these teams fight over it, and it's one of the things I think I and a lot of other people have been really looking forward to about LAN. Actually, is that kind of interaction where you've got like Reignite, they're the best team in the region by a long way.
Yeah.
Like, of course they're going to get the best drop spot, but all of a
Maybe
sudden,
not.
they're going up against TSM or Gambit. Like.
What you usually find in Battle Royales is that the best teams in each region get the best drop locations, and therefore they're all the same. So the best teams are more or less contesting the best teams when they go internationally. And you sort of have this weird situation where like you might have the best team from like 2 or 3 regions all with the same drop spot. And then it kind of becomes a little bit chaotic as, you know, there's obviously scrims beforehand and teams are trying to sort of figure it out that way. Like, are we going to contest? Are we not going to contest? I have seen tournaments, I mean, in other titles to be fair, Battle Royales though, where an entire tournament has been thrown away by a quote-unquote better team continuing to contest their hot drop, to contest their drop against a quote-unquote weaker team, and just not, you know, they didn't lose all the time, they didn't win all the time, but like, they were never able to be consistently out of their drop with enough loot or enough players alive or whatever to actually play the game properly, and they just got wiped out of the tournament. They were literally like a top 10 team in the world, and they were out in like first round.
Yeah, wow.
Basically, like 30th or something like that. It was like, what? So, I mean, that's another thing to think about. It's like, yeah, you may be the better team, but it might not be worth it for you to contest. In reality, how much does changing your drop, you know, make a difference? It makes a lot of a difference sometimes because teams have like certain paths they like to rotate through based on certain circles, blah, 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 this kind of thing. But, you know, it's definitely something to consider. But that's obviously a discussion point for, you know, a couple months from now.
Yeah,
if we get there.
It is a little while away. Maybe not that far even. But,
No,
but yeah, look, we really hope we do. And we hope, you know, good problems, essentially. It's something we want to know. It's something we want to see. We want to see play out on a world stage.
I think what I'm most excited about that whole, you know, international scene and whatever is just seeing how the APAC teams stack up. You know?
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, we're all very interested in that. Absolutely. Oh, okay, we got a crypto scan there. I guess we'd already seen that.
Yep.
Sort of thing. M2. Ooh, okay. Bastion easy flash put on the floor. Suru Sama. And there you go. Yep, Havoc from Saiyajin God. Actually, no, it doesn't finish them off. It just gets the second one. We've got Doom MVP still up and around. He's just hiding around in the mill, actually. Just trying to disguise himself in the thatch.
The thatch.
Ath right underneath him. Trying to work out where he's
Valk's
gone.
hair kind of looks a bit like that, doesn't it?
Like thatch.
Yeah, like if you stuck your head, if you stuck your body below the thatch and your head above it, you might be actually a little bit camoed.
Yeah, I see that. Maybe it depends which skin you've got.
It's true.
Like, you know, the Wraith skin with hair versus, you know, hair.
Old Wraith. Creepy Wraith.
Yeah, agreed.
I never really liked that one. That one always scared me a bit.
It's not the wide eyes, it's the baldness.
Yeah. Old people scare me.
Whoa. Could be you, man.
Could be.
Nah, your hair's looking alright.
I think I'm okay for now, but yeah, maybe. Ugh, God forbid. I'm sorry, bald people. I really don't have that much of an issue with it. Saiyajin God, I mean, there's another one from Ath. So they did find Doom in the end. And that's 18 squads left, so unfortunate for those lads. But very fortunate for Ath, who are actually sort of sitting up towards the top end of the scoreboard at the moment. So every point actually really does matter for them. And we were sort of saying, like, the kill points were their detriment at the moment. They'd been doing pretty well with the placements, but the kill points weren't necessarily translating as well. And that's kind of what happens sometimes when you get a big feed like that. But nice to see them getting on the board here. 3 for the game so far.
Here, bullets raining outside of this building where BWS is standing. Kills to their name.
Might have been a little bit of an exploration, a little bit of a probe from someone headed in their direction. You can see the defensive bombardment put out there by Winnie. And it's going to catch Genius. This is... I mean, this feels a little bit too free. BWS are just more or less being gifted 3 kills there. And a bunch of loot.
Yeah, so 4 kills in total for them. Ooh, oh no, but have
not.
they pressed it a little bit too far? The dome was already gone. They're going to have to plant Arc Stars here to try and delay this fight, but it's Dreamfire and they're coming in.
This is the one team that you don't want to be seeing pushing you. Dreamfire absolutely relentless. And unfortunately, BWS, it was a brief time in the sun, wasn't it? But Dreamfire just rips it away from them. Says thanks very much.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of, I would call it spacing around the mill from, you know, building to building can be quite deceptive. Like, you feel like you're isolated, so you feel like you can make that move. You can come out of that building, pop the bubble down, take the bubble fight, and you'll be fine. Just to retreat back in, but you see that, you know, these other teams can get to you that fast, and Dreamfire is just too decisive for BWS there.
Well, Wolfpack's still up and looking pretty steady. They're actually out on what I would say, what I would at least assume is going to be a little bit of a quieter edge for the moment.
Right here.
Reignite just out here toward the west. So there shouldn't be a whole lot going on over here. Most teams you'd think would be coming in from the eastern side of the map, given that this is a very far western push circle. So it should be the quieter side of the circle. And funnily enough, like, you know, I'm just looking on the minimap there and Sutraiku's position. Like, obviously they drop at the mill, but they've actually pushed out towards the west. So again, they're just sort of taking that edge playstyle mentality to the max. Like, they literally had the option of being center, and they chose not to be.
Yeah, there's definitely different camps in that, right? I mean, you see, I feel it's teams like Burger. They often want to be in the middle. It depends. It does depend sometimes, but they'll often want to be in the middle and sort of just try and resist the forces while taking that best spot. Other teams, you know, they do prefer to stick on the edge, have their back to the circle previous, and as a result, not have to deal with as many third parties, even if it means they have to make more rotations eventually.
It's hurting a little bit for EXO, but hey, this is the best game they've had so far today, the longest they've been actually in the game. Even if they haven't really had much of an impact, they now have info as where that circle's going to be, and to be honest, their rotation through from the south doesn't look too bad. Sutaraiku, mentioned them a little bit earlier, very, very far out onto the western flank of the map. Have sort of got themselves a bit of a bunker set up here, haven't they? Just have to focus on maybe one or two directions. I doubt anyone's going to push onto them. This would be a strange place to try to breach. They're probably setting themselves up for a nice game here again. Sutaraiku, top three games in a row, maybe?
Yeah, they're safer than the next circle, as we can see here. Day and Night occupying the building across from them. ERP are trying to play a very open situation. They tried to work with, but on the north side, we've got FW Esports going up against DML. Taking one of these octagons.
This is not one of those fights that they're going to be hoping is lasting too long. Zone is going to become a factor pretty soon. 30 seconds until that one moves. DML, speaking of, are kind of on the move.
Not sure they've spotted SNG here either. They just think this could be a clean 3v3 with DML coming into FW Esports. But SNG on the backside are creeping up, waiting for the moment to strike here. I think as soon as the other two teams, or if indeed they do fully engage, they'll have to. I mean, there's only 7 seconds left in this round. We're going to see it soon. Oh, there you go. The rotation comes out right into the waiting crosshairs of SNG.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice start for Skirt. A lot of good damage coming down from him. And you know when you start a fight like that, you're in a pretty good spot. You're going to be able to really put the pressure on. Your opponents are going to be looking to try and pop the bats, pop the shields. SNG are actually the team that, you know, is probably in the best position here. They're kind of camping this rotate. So FW, they're definitely in a bad spot. I mean, it's up for debate as to whether they are sort of slightly better off than the team that's a little bit further along than them. But SNG definitely in the best of the three positions. Circle's moving in. There's really not that much time left here for FW Esports. They're trying to wait as long as they can. Credit to them, but they're going to have to make their move. It's going to be a skyward dive. should be okay at this range to get out okay.
Yeah, well, a lot of fire going down for no kills there in the end. All three teams, well, two of them, sorry, taking Valk ults. One of them going over the top of SNG right now. They're happy to just continue playing on that island. They've got enough space there, apparently. And oh dear. FW, they try and pull down. Oh, actually, no, it's not. I thought it was a free building. It was a second ago, but Dreamfire since fired it.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's just unfortunate, really, for FW Esports. There's not much that they can do. They have to take that Skyward dive out, and they have to then hope that they're going to find somewhere safe to land, but sometimes you just choose wrong. You can get the info. Dreamfire keeping their heads down, and so FW Esports out of the picture. Another couple of kills for Dreamfire, who are slowly but surely kind of plugging away. Nothing too crazy out there just yet. Ooh, there's Dexter on the kill feed. That might be the first point on the board for Exo. Wiz down to a sliver of HP and won't last too long. Flameshot gets that kill. MBT Naga. Guys that were the real thorn in the side of Exo last round are also still hanging around. And they're actually keeping an eye on Exo's rotate in. That's Exo who's trying to make their way across. Move our way back over to Powerless, who are unfortunately dealing with a bit of util in their direction. SMC pushing their way in. I don't know that there's anywhere to go here for Powerless, and in fact certainly not for the last couple of players. I mean, realistically speaking, SMC just having that extra numbers advantage, getting the early knock. It was isolated fights as well, but DML has arrived. And it's the third party that could be the real problem here for SMC. Trent with the bow check, pulls it out, tries to get back in underneath with that wingman, but in the end, DML, they get it done pretty comfortably, and SMC out of the picture quite early on in the piece. It's just never fun to win a fight and then get third-partied like that.
Backpack here. Level 4.
Golden backpack. Very nice.
It's kind of half the point of reading those fights, though, isn't it? You know, you need to know if there's another team within striking distance, or it was probably a silly idea to start the fight with. So NXL, ooh, nice damage there. That's Stinky B. Yeah, rolling the R301 bullets at.
Yeah, NXL's in quite a good spot to maybe pick up a kill or two here. They're out towards the the eastern side of the map, and that'll be where maybe one or two teams are sort of rotating past. So if they're lucky, they can pick up a cheeky kill or two. But obviously, with that comes the risk that they potentially will get pushed, breached, or cop some fire in response.
12 squads left. We've been slowly whittling them away.
Yeah, this has played out a little bit more normally. Hasn't been like a really, really slow early game into a crazy late game.
Nice crypto drone vision here of DML popping their way onto the roof of the mill. Exo is underneath them.
Well, if you're going to get on top of the roof, that's a good weapon to have. Go check. A little bit of tag here from Trent, but I think probably not going to be seeing a kill come out from him unless he's extremely lucky. That team flying through the air is Slay. They're scanning toward the northern side of the zone. They might come in above BRP, and I don't know that that's the kind of team that I'd want to be trying to fight against right now, just off the landing. BRP's been really solid so far today. They've definitely been hitting their shots, and they are well prepared for that push. All right, no fight as of yet happening up toward the north. We got BRP dropping the defensive bombardment on top of them. And nothing really coming of it just yet. I think BRP's a little bit preoccupied with those crossfire shots coming through, keeping them busy. Exo inside of the mill. Taking a little bit of an engagement here, but it's not really resulting into anything just yet. Looking for damage, looking for pressure. No kills at the moment. Dexter is a little low. He needs the help, he needs the backup, and he's going to get that from Ziku, who flies up onto the roof, and he's able to dispatch of one. Gets rid of Trent. Very easily done. And Dexter gets the time to put Phoenix Kid on.
It was NXL, actually. They snuck a kill in from long range, and then they went over and dealt with Stinky B. as well. So, oh no, but EXO is sending them as it's just one
look at the
after
damage.
the other here. Dexter finds a great angle. Meanwhile, Arcstars are plenty raining in on the Wolfpack here. So, oh, they thought they'd done so well, but EXO in a decisive move. Push out there. SNG are the ones above them and you know, closest to thinking about continuing the fun inside this building, and it could just be getting a taste of their own medicine as SNG start the grenade war.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that as we do also turn our attention back to Dreamfire right now, who have worked their way also up toward the northern side of the map. Pretty good position for them to play from, just waiting for that bubble to drop, and then all of the grenades get thrown on in. One of the Arcstars does connect, and now it's go time for Dreamfire. They're very, very aggressive. M's having a little bit of issue there. But in the end, it looks like we're going to be relatively okay. Quite comfortable there for Dreamfire. A good clean squad wipe, and I don't know that there's going to be a third party coming through from BRP, though they are quite close by. SNG's kind of headed in that direction as well, so this could end up being quite the hot spot up toward the north.
Pretty sick tracking there by Dreamfire to close out that fight, despite having some trouble getting on to their enemies. But BRP, they played it pretty well. That said, Raki, he is down and out. It's EXO who managed to weather the storm against SNG.
Well, EXO, I mean, we sort of wondered, right? What were they going to be able to bring to the table if they got to actually play the game? And I think we're getting that answer right now. BRP losing another player. That's Quinn getting the knock on to player Kane. There might be a res available here. They're lucky if they find the timing. Keep their heads down long enough, but a little bit ambitious indeed. Strafing Flame. Yeah, I mean, what do you do here? You can try to run, but if you try to run, you die. You can try to res. If you res, you probably also die. So, out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of other teams are going to be a bit preoccupied, however, Elfish. I mean, you know, EXO, APAC, we've got MBT Naga down the bottom. These guys are all having to worry about themselves when this next circle closes in. Meanwhile, you've got Strike who's still in that same building, and Day and Night still in the building opposite them. And they haven't had to move for the entire game. Strafing Flame's actually going to sneakily try and join them underneath just for now, but I feel like we're going to get, this is essentially like a repeat of, you know, World's Edge when you're sitting on Skyhawk as these teams pull out at mill all at once, and they're going to have to deal with each other one way or the other.
Sutraiku are in the best position. They have been in the best position pretty much since the start of the game, and they've been very consistent so far today, so they'd probably be my pick to walk away with a win in this one. Not doing anything too overly aggressive, they're just doing what they need to do. Trying to lock up control of the zone.
They've been there for so long that they actually don't have a huge amount of ammo on any of the players, I believe. So you can see people Valk ulting near or at them, and at that point they can't, like, you know, usually you'd be spamming full clips trying to make sure
EXO.
that that's happening, but they couldn't do that. They have to hold on to their resources.
EXO's landed on top of the other building. Seem to have been able to land quite safely. He's using one small rock for cover. It's probably more to the detriment of other teams if they peek into ad, because there is a sentinel right there for Nutsuru-sama. He's going to take a head off if he gets the opportunity. Killer pause. There's a knock onto Shardy, and Skirt is down courtesy of Quinn as well. Day and Night. One of those teams that we haven't really seen too much from, and they're having a pretty good result in this game in particular. Nutsuru-sama burning alive to Fussy's Thermite. Killer pause. Some kills together on the board as well.
They've stabilized. Sure, the grenades keep piling in.
Bullying.
Oh no, eventually it's just a little bit too much. Okay, down to 4 now, 2 for each building. Straiku are trying to share it with MBT Naga, and EXO there on top of Day and Night.
Well, you'd have to make the argument that the teams on the top normally have a little bit of a better read on how the game is going to play out, just because they generally are the ones that are able to get the first shots when the fight ensues. So in this case, I mean, EXO and Sutraiku, obviously the skill of the teams is a factor as well. Probably in the best positions to finish this one off in favourable result.
EXO having to worry about the other team on top of the building, though, however. So that's Straiku as it stands. Both teams, and again, you know, ammo resources are an issue right now.
Here we go. It's tank time. EXO's going to make that cross. They're so fast. Nothing really that can be done about it as far as Sutaraiku is concerned, but where does EXO opt to go? Do they go and take down their old nemesis, MBT Naga, who they ran into in the previous game? Get a bit of revenge there, or they focus on the target that might be a little bit more worthwhile in Sutaraiku? If they can get them off the top of the scoreboard, makes it easier for EXO to jump their way up.
Very interesting decision there. I mean, you know, it was 2-2. I guess they decided they'd have less of a crossfire. I mean, obviously that building was losing cover first, as you can see, day and night having to push out now, but, you know, with the bubble.
I think they saw that they had a safe way to cross to a better position, and they said, why not? You know, if we stay here, we're dead. May as well move while we can do it. I just love the way that this looks. As we do go through all of these late game circles, get that bubble up, it's just freelo really at this point. Sutaraiku, they're in a good spot. They might be able to win this one. Let's hear from them as they try to close the game out.
Yeah. Just wait for their bob to go down. On the left, Tim, on the left, they're left.
They're almost actually. Hey, bubble here. Bubble here.
Batting, in the bubble. Give me weak.
Popping bat.
Fly multi.
Give me down.
Nice, last team, last two, 2v2. You win this.
I've got no ammo.
They're weak.
I'm punching him.
Last one.
I'm punching him.
Flash. Weak.
Weak.
No, dude.
I had no ammo.
Wow, just a little bit of despair, unfortunately, for Sutaraiku. Once again, it feels like it's sand falling between their fingers, isn't it? They're trying to grasp onto it, they're trying to hold onto it, but there's really nothing they could do. I mean, maybe even water is a better analogy there, because sand, like, you could grab a little bit. I guess they did grab a little bit there, didn't they? But, oh, it's so unfortunate. I mean,
we talked about it. They were stuck in that building for the longest time. And it comes out as a pivotal part of that last fight. I'm punching him bullets, trying to say. I
saw him right there at the end running at him like, ugh.
Trying to do what I can. That's all I've got left. Not even time to look for a shotgun in a death box next to him. He's just got to try and, oh man, 30 damage at a time. And like, honestly, they were pretty close.
I would love to know.
With that.
Yeah, how much HP was that last MBT Naga player on? Probably a sliver.
Oh, I did have it up on the monitor.
I don't reckon there was much in it.
It wasn't a lot. It was maybe less than 75 or 50. Yeah, it was right down to the wire for those two.
Very unfortunate for Sutaraiku, but for MBT Naga, obviously a nice win for them. It didn't look like a position that they were going to win from. I mean, EXO outside of their building, Sutaraiku on top of them. I don't know how MBT Nagas actually managed to make that one work. Obviously, they got inside of the bubble and they were able to just sort of frag it out from there. And sometimes in those late game chaotic situations, everyone's shooting everyone, and it sort of depends on the target, the decision making, the target focus.
Yeah. I still find that decision by... I'd love to hear their thoughts on it, EXO, why they made that rotation. Because, like, 2v2, it's like kind of everyone's locked in. Once you move over and have 3 on one building and 1 on the other, it's like everyone's against day and night. And everyone's looking at day and night. And by making that move, EXO were almost kind of like signing day and night's death warrant. And being like, well, we don't care about us almost. Like, we're going to get top 3 at least if we kind of make this move over.
Well, I think if they don't make that move, though, then they're in a pretty bad position anyway, so...
Or APAC. They were just like the grenade sponges.
Yeah, look, again, though, 5th place for APAC, it's really not too bad. It's still keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Let's have a look at this from Sutaraiku's perspective. They look good here. I thought they looked like they were in a great spot here.
Yep.
Oh. But the fact that... I guess the fact that I had to go down to the Rampage at close range, like if the Prowler was able to get reloaded there, maybe that's a difference maker. But the Rampage just fired a little bit too slowly. Not able to get the damage out. You miss 1 or 2 bullets and you've lost a lot of your potential output. Either way, MBT Naga, they get the win. Sutaraiku, a 2nd place. It's a bit of a curse for them now so far tonight. Been a lot of podium finishes, but no wins.
That's fine. That'll get them well up in the standings, I would say. And MBT Naga, the dub. That's very far away from their usual experience.
They
to
sort of
be
needed it, though.
perfectly honest.
They really did need it because they were
Yeah.
quite far down those standings.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're getting that updated as we speak, and we'll be able to take a look. It's not. I don't think it's going to be enough to really get them into a great position. It's definitely going to put them in the top 10, but it's not enough to really make me say that I think we're going to see them be in striking distance.
Oh, I reckon 10 points is.
Yeah, 10 points. Okay, I'll retract that statement. 10 points definitely. 3 games to go. 10 points can easily be overcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
EXO did a really good job as well in that game to pop themselves up to 7th.
Yep. Now World's Edge left to play a tie at the top, 39 each for BRP and Straiku, the Australian teams there, and Dreamfire, our playoffs champions, following them up just behind AF with one good game, essentially, and moving up into 4th.
Yeah, they're not far behind, are they? 8 points, the difference between 1st and 2nd, technically. I guess if we consider Sutraiku and BRP equal 1st. It's going to be interesting, obviously, as we now head into World's Edge, right? And this is where I felt like we did see a bit of a shift in our first lobby.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to get a shift here again in our second lobby, if some of those teams that have been struggling a little bit today.
I mean, how many games did MBT Naga win in Split 1, you know?
0?
I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess 0.
Yeah.
So I'll win from here. Those guys are going to be ecstatic about that. But as you say, that does kind of lead into that narrative about Storm Point being, you know, a little bit more unpredictable.
Something we can follow tomorrow when we get a bit more Storm Point. But for now, it's time to focus on World's Edge and time to go to a break. So don't go too far away. 3 more games coming up right after this.
Running up the till you came, running hard, staring at me, till you came, running up the till you came, running hard, staring at me, till you came. Running up the
Welcome back into Split 2 of the Pro League for APAC South. This, of course, is ALGS, and this is Genome. My name is Elfish Guy. We are halfway through our second lobby, which means we're done with Storm Point, so that's all the Storm Point you're going to get from us today. If that's all you came for, then come back tomorrow, because there's going to be more. But we are going back onto World's Edge, which is what we know and love, maybe what the teams know and love. First, let's check in with the scores and see how things are shaping up after our third game of the day. BRP and Sutaraiku even on points, both at 39. Dreamfire and Ath also even on points, both at 31. So only 8 behind the front runners. Once again, it sort of feels like there is a world where we've got a really solid pack kind of vying for that first place. And at the moment, it's a little bit too tight to say which team is going to get that one over the line. MBT Naga, I mean, they're definitely worthwhile in that discussion after picking up that win. NXL Wolfpack a little bit below the 8-ball in terms of joining that pack. Like, they're probably the next step down, it feels like. But with one good game, they could be at the top of that pack. So we'll have to wait and see. I think for me, the biggest issue with Wolfpack is the conversion of the placements. You know, they've been getting kills, definitely, but they haven't been placing well.
Yeah, another one of those teams that, you know, will take a team fight early on. It's 3v3. It's all good. Actually, in that second game, I'm pretty sure it was they took one and then, yeah, just got sent on by, I can't remember exactly who it was, but yeah, maybe just need to pick their fights a little bit more carefully.
Indeed, a team that's been doing pretty well so far today is Ath, and someone that we always love to talk about when we're talking about this team is Nutsuru Sama. So we've got a little highlight, player highlight for you from him. He's had only the 4 kills so far today, but I think that's fair enough, right? The points that Ath have been getting have largely come from the placements rather than from the kills. So that's okay, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'll look at that, or his teammates are really pitching in today. Either way, you know, 4k damage, not so bad at this point in the day. But yeah, look, Nutsuru Sama, always definitely one of our favorites, and it's great to see him fragging out. We didn't see. I'll tell you about it because we didn't really see it this time. But as I said, they weren't playing as much Valk, or at least I'm pretty sure they weren't today, unless you know they changed it from scrims. But essentially, what they were doing is they'll just chuck a barrel on the top of the Trident, and then just like fly it straight into other teams. Right? That's their rotation strategy. They'll put the bubble down, and then as soon as the other teams like start trying to interact with them, they've just got this. They've got this like moving gas trap that they can like run at you with. It's really scary.
Is that like when you could put the gas trap onto the crypto drone? Am I making that
Yep.
up?
Or the 3 gas traps onto the Gibby arm shield.
Yeah, yeah.
Or the 3 gas traps onto the jump pad onto the Gibby arm shield, which you could bounce people off, which was a great time. Why would they take that away from us?
I don't know.
It was so fun.
I feel like that's pretty pog, in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, it's good to see them coming up with these quote-unquote interesting ideas. We'll see if that helps them out, though, on our next map. I probably won't, because there's a couple of things missing that will mean that they can't do that strat. Either way, we are heading on to World's Edge, and it's time to see how this one is going to shape up. We've got 3 more games for this lobby. Still really anybody's game. Anybody's guess as to which way this one is going to go as well, I think, Genome. I said I've got my money. Well, I didn't say I've got my money, but I sort of insinuated that I was, quote-unquote, most impressed by Sutaraiku so far today. And to me, you know, consistency is always going to be a big factor in a Battle Royale. So the fact that they've managed to place top 3 in all 3 games is a really good sign. They just have to be getting a little bit tilted that they haven't found a win yet. Yeah,
and then they went and did it again as soon as you called it. Hey, so yeah, look, I agree. They're probably going to be a little bit annoyed at that. That said, you know, they chose to play that in a deliberately very passive way. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're in Skyhook, just having a look, and while I'm looking at my map here, someone's taking trials away from them. So this is Dream Esports, that Indian team that you were talking about earlier. So, you know, usually
this is
Skyhook is split into West Skyhook plus trials, and then Eastern Skyhook, sometimes with tunnels, depending on, you know, if there's a team dropping survey camp or not. But we've got a 3-man team dropping all in trials.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be enough loot for them. Because normally this is like one guy. This is like Surisama comes over here and just farms it up.
Just solo does it. As you can see on this map here, and like, sure, we've got the ring going down there. It's probably going to end, what, you know, probably south of Lava Siphon there. But you can see that Roy is actually alone. He's just scanning the beacon over in Lava Fissure, but no one's landing in Lava Fissure. So I'm not sure if maybe Dream Esports is, you know, what they're hoping for is, yeah, like maybe start trials, grab your gold armor, and then try and kit yourself out a little bit more fully by rotating through Lava Fissure. That would be it'd take a while.
The only other thing to note from the map there very briefly was that Thermal Station was not contested, so that was something we wondered, you know, whether MBT Naga was going to go there. They actually ended up at tree instead, so it's not you know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree for you know, a little bit of did you like that one? Or was that
nah, nice. You know what? I'm paying that one.
So they haven't moved too far.
Honestly,
basically.
It's hard to get me on side for a pun, but I actually quite like that.
Yeah, they've just gone over the tree. I mean, more or less, the rotations are probably going to feel the same for them, about as same as they can get. So that's a nice little place for them. That's a nice little compromise, I think, for MBT Naga, and you know, it means that they don't have to contest against a team like Sutaraiku, who seem to be in pretty good form today. Although, admittedly, I mean, so does MBT Naga. So take from that what you will. But I think this is the wise choice, especially if tree is open. In some of the other lobbies, maybe, you know, there's going to be something to speak to there. But if tree's open, take it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's almost always better to take an open POI rather than, you know, contesting something, especially if it's teams are sort of like of a comparable level, unless it's like, you know, you're like,
you're so much better. Yeah,
like I could beat you with my eyes closed.
Even then, it's like that's still a risk.
It is. Oh yeah, sure. They call them 50-50s for a reason.
MBT Naga are copping a fair bit of damage on this rotate, but they seem to be okay.
So getting in there fine. Just having a look at FW Esports over here in Budget Siphon. Oh, there's actually 3 teams currently in Budget Siphon. Powerless have lost 2. So it's just Kudalini.
Can't get over that name.
What a great name. Should we go over favorite names in the lobby again? Maybe after this fight.
Kudalini's definitely up there.
Because it looks like Day and Night are getting into a very early fight with FW here, while Kudalini hides in the corner.
Maybe.
Perhaps to escape from the house at some point.
Maybe Kudalini can, you know, find a bit of magic here and just put himself a kill or 2. You know, an extra point on the board, that'd be nice. FW Esports waiting for that nade, maybe, to break open the door, or are they going to go for the kicks? It looks like the kicks are going to be the option. The doors are open. Here we go. The waterfall. Or not. We just reset ourselves. I think there was one player dropping a bat, popping a bat even. And Zerg gets tagged down very low. So maybe FW Esports aren't too confident in taking this fight.
Luckily for Zerg, he's got the gold mag there, which helps to reset time a little bit. But yeah, I mean, look at these loadouts. You've got Bocek. Bocek Mastiff, which is probably not what you want in a very close quarters fight. 2 wide arms as well. A little bit rough looking on the side of FW here, but they're sure taking their time. And in the meantime, your team's closing in and around them. So NXL Wolfpack, they're pulling in.
Maybe FW just see this as an opportunity to farm up some better armor. Only 72 more damage for Zerg. Could be on blue. Ooh, Slay are under the pump at the moment. It doesn't look like it's going to last too long either. That was at least short and sweet. Method to Madness picking up 3 kills off the back of that. But they won't want to stay there for too much longer. They've seen what's just happened to Slay. Doesn't seem like a good spot to be.
Meanwhile, Dreamfire under siege and the Caravan just outside that position. So they are very close to where M2M are right now, I think. No, because Method Madness are underneath. So is it MBT Naga? Who's throwing those grenades? Maybe it is... oh yeah, okay, because Doom MVP is up on top. So they do have some people on the high ground right now. Method to Madness, that is. And yeah, just looking to keep Dreamfire locked in a cage. Blowing off the doors as well, so they don't even have those options to hide behind. Very annoying. Oh no.
That's not fun. Look, at least it's not the full reset, so you're going to be able to have a second crack at it. Just need to get somewhere a little bit safer.
Chignatius. Yet another incredible name.
Chignatius. Not bad. What about it? Chignatius.
Okay, yeah.
What if it's that? Are they going to give it another crack here with the Skyward Dive? And if so, where's the best spot to do it from?
We can cruise
Oh,
from there.
NXL have just completely sent onto Dreamfire in that caravan. Dreamfire repelled them very quickly, and they've actually managed to completely stop that in its tracks. I think it was a Valkol basically directly onto them. Maybe just didn't spot them in the caravan, or just said, well, it's too late now. We've got you know, MBT Naga on one side, M2 on the other. Can't really deal with it. Either way.
Day and Night now also having a fight of their own. Lots of damage coming through onto them, but the first knock onto FW Esports, and now the tides start to turn. It's down to the one-on-one. And it's not really going too well for either team. Everyone's just hiding behind the shields, bouncing around, trying to do what they can. But FW will walk away with the clutch. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a very fun one, though, because I'd say he might be getting third party the way that he booked it out of there.
Look, third and fourth parties. We had EXO and Ath both turning up to try and grab a cheeky KP or two there. They don't succeed. EXO are back in their box. Ath actually are the ones who get to loot up and sit on top of those death boxes. Yeah, sure. Zerg did get out. And that was the same two teams, by the way. So they came all the way across from budget sorting into those buildings. And FW and Day and Night continued the fight. So FW, today's longest fight, have been the victors. But it was quite the Pyrrhic victory.
You reap what you sow. So, another little crypto drone coming through here for Mosu to get a bit of information for Ath. Circle shift is a bit of an awkward one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty similar to the one we had earlier today, though, in our first lobby. So, you know, will it end up around Wiz, Gajin Horrid, and Renor? Look, they're sitting down there. Wow, there's a lot of Boceks in this lobby, man.
Well, I was going to say just before, is the Bocek not objectively the coolest weapon in the game? Like, I'm a big charge rifle fan. And I absolutely suck with the Bocek. But I think the Bocek is just cool.
Got ourselves a bandit out there.
I mean, the fact that you get to, like, rip the arrows back out of them after you've killed them is fun. I like that.
Satisfying when you get a hit with it as well. Very satisfying.
Whack.
The ML's on the rotation. Stinky B is just trying to show their presence. This is the circle I was talking about just before. A little bit awkward, you know, not a huge amount of cover. A lot of open ground, no man's land in the middle there.
Yeah, you can see that, you know, you can see Renor and Gadjin down there. That's the spot we were talking about. That, as we saw earlier in the day, can support quite a few people. And behind them, Stinky B, their spot will also be playable for quite some time. On the edge of the map, as usual, Storaiku doing their best. Flank the entire lobby at once. Seems to be their specialty.
Storaiku down very far to the south. I'm pretty happy with the way these circle shifts have been going. They've got the info. I suppose there's a reason why they're already down here. They know where the circle's going to go.
Let's scope this
It's a
quadrant out
very
here.
quiet part of the circle, isn't it? You know, a lot of that congestion is up toward the north, inside, rather than down towards the south. Nice shot from Skirt. Just a dispatch of the last remaining FW Esports player, which was Zerg. We saw him running away from the fight earlier on. Didn't feel like he was going to last too much longer, and indeed proven correct.
Let's go this way.
I was actually so scared that he'd heal up for quite a while as well.
Let's go here.
Well, this is the area of the map that's really quite busy. So for the teams up toward the northern side, in Thermal Station, they are going to need a little bit of luck to get out of here safely.
Just quickly going through some of our legends that we've chosen for this lobby. And I mean, yeah, we've got we've got the Horizon, we've got a Bangalore Dodge from DML.
It's a throwback.
Sitting on the Bangalore.
That was a Bangalore one trick when the game got released.
Yeah, look, she was pretty good back then before they nerfed. I mean, it's a long time ago now, but they nerfed her speed when getting shot at. Exactly that Damn, shout out to whoever that observer was. Like, primo 100%
Well
vision right there.
Timing.
Um,
No, but I also think it was just OP early when you had the smokes and you just were with a Bloodhound.
well, the smokes are pretty OP right now, I've got to say.
Me and my friend used to do was just put the smokes down, he would go Bloodhound ult and just kill everyone. Because everyone thought that you couldn't see through smokes when the game was released. It was great.
Yeah.
Good fun.
Now you kind of can. A little bit of a problem.
We can scan this area.
A lot of caustics in this lobby right now, so a lot more than our first lobby today. And apart from that, you know, Raki, Izzy on Dream Esports, that is, both on the Loba.
Gone but not forgotten.
There you go.
A bit of a variety, but you know the prevailing sentiment is that Valk, Caustic, and GB are the go-to.
Look, I wouldn't even go that far, honestly. I mean, we'll get the full stats up at some point, I'm sure, but you know, it really does like Valk Gibby, I would say, is pretty much the core. But from there, really, you can go in a lot of directions. You know, to give your composition flavor. It can be the crypto, can be Caustic, can be the Wraith, can be the Ash. There's Loba, you know, there's plenty of options there. It's really just the rotate in the dome that you need. That players are kind of feeling like it's essential at the moment in pro play for Apex Legends.
14 teams still alive.
Ooh.
So we are still a pretty busy lobby, and I think that's going to start to change pretty quickly now that team's getting forced out by the zone. SNG, good shots through.
Oh, yeah, but Skirt got caught on the high ground, right? Like that's kind of the real big no-no where
Cardinal Sim.
Exactly. You're peeking over. You can choose when to engage, and some really sharp shots from MBT Naga. Gonna push Skirt down.
Nice to see MBT Naga still putting pressure on this lobby. They were definitely not a team that we would have said, you know, is going to be a real top contender. But this is a nice little return into the Pro League for them. They didn't make playoffs last time.
Who knows? Maybe we just never saw their true form because they never played out a game.
It's true.
Maybe they just suck at initial engagements, but they're actually gods at the rest of the game.
Could be onto something. They need to double down. They need to get themselves another win here, or maybe not a win, but a top placing, top 3 or top 5 for me to start to come on board with that idea though. Dream Esports have got the black market, and so picking up all of what they can.
Also got the capital S in esports, which I'm a little bit sus on. Frankly.
You are sus? I've always liked the way it looks.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Dude, you surely are copying a lot of flack in Twitch chat right now as we speak.
Maybe. I really don't think
there have been wars fought over the capital S.
I think people fight wars over the weirdest things, by the way.
That's true. It is the internet.
It's like, who cares?
That's probably not a good argument. Honestly.
No one cares what sauce you have on your bloody snack pack. It's your own snack pack.
I don't even like snack packs.
Eat what you want, you know.
So there we go. I'm just trying to take some of the heat off you here.
Yeah. Well, I don't really like snack packs either.
Oh god.
Does tomato sauce go in the fridge or in the cupboard? I don't care.
Absolutely cupboard.
Do whatever you want.
Absolutely.
I'm a cupboard guy as well.
Come on, what? Like you got your sausage and then it's just like
cold
make it cold? Like I don't know, man.
It says on the bottle. Shut up. MBT Naga are still finding some kills here and there, but now they are starting to suffer some damage back in response. And you can just see how busy this side of the map is on the minimap there. It's just chaos. And MBT Naga, while they do get that res, I'm not sure they're going to really get the time to reset themselves properly for this fight. They're going to be fighting from the back foot. Defensive bombardment comes down. They've already used the bubble. They have to push into their opponents. They're doing some good damage to EXO, but unfortunately, it's really not just enough. And I'd say EXO should be fine here. They are.
Well, the bubble's up, and they should have time to get the bats off, but sure, SMC are looking for it, and a 125 coming through from Appraiser, actually an old teammate of EXO's. He's got their number right now, and he's actually being able to use the VTOL jets to get on the high ground, which will allow him to put Dexter down.
This is not looking good for EXO. They bit off a little bit more than they could chew. They won their fight, yes, but there was that third party that came just maybe 5 seconds too soon for them.
5 seconds to bubble.
ARCstar out there from Killerpods just to try to deny some of that high ground presence, and you're right, the bubble would be nice, but they don't opt to use it.
SMC, why were they not pushing
There
that?
might be a team behind them.
The only team near them, honestly, and they are stuck in that caravan. You don't expect a team in a caravan to push, frankly. Dreamfire aren't running the Wraith at the moment. They aren't going to portal on top of you. I do question that decision.
It's going to be something that we remember if EXO does go on to have a good game here, but it's going to have to be one where they really fight hard to get it done. Gas barrels behind them, not going to be too necessary. EXO's working their way in. SMC also bubbles out on both sides. Already the first knock goes the way of EXO. We do see another SMC player falling to bullets, so EXO's getting a bit of a helping hand in that respect. Dexter already down on the floor, and Ziki dodged up, dip and dive, do what you can, survive. Apparently for a lot longer than I thought that he would. He gets back down onto the ground. How is he still alive, Genome?
I've got absolutely no idea, because Dreamfire looks like they're going to go down before Ziki does.
Oh, you might have spoken a bit too soon. EXO is eliminated, and Dreamfire still survive. So
they did end up taking leave of their caravan, and I think it might have been the wrong decision. Oh,
that's not fun. There's nowhere to go there, unfortunately.
Yeah, eyes bigger than their stomach, unfortunately, here, and it was BWS who ended up being the ones to finally finish that fight off.
I can't get over that name, by the way, BWS. It's making me think about things. Anyway, Sutaraiku, you know, haven't really mentioned them too many times so far this game, but they're in the top 7 once again, and they actually are controlling a fairly safe side of the circle at the moment. High ground.
I mean,
Very good.
It is a very similar circle to the one we saw previously, right? So, you know, similar to that, you've got Staraiku essentially playing the role of Lightning Unicorn. You've got Wiz playing the role of Dynamite. And then you've got maybe Method to Madness are more the Lightning Unicorn, and Straiku are more the Reignite here.
Yeah, I think this is exactly where Reignite was playing from, actually. So they're going to have to sort of follow in those same footsteps. Circle, I think, is shifted a little bit more over the field rather than the building. Like, you won't be able to play this building high ground as easily as what Reignite was going to be able to do in their win. Is that a win from Rig?
Hard to remember, but look, Straiku have decided that, it's going to be very hard to push past those teams. They're actually just going to Valcolt over the top. Ooh, okay, out of bounds. So on the banners we just see to the right of App there, that's actually where Striker is sitting right now. You can see the fire coming from up on high. That's them using the out of bounds as long as they can.
They've got a couple of kills off of it as well. It looks like 3 or 4 maybe coming in there for Sutaraiku and doing a number onto their opponents, but they're going to need to find somewhere safe to take some cover, take some refuge. They do need to heal up a little bit. Waltzy in particular is looking tagged up a little. He's going to get some positioning bought for him by his teammate just so that he can get that bat off. ARCstar evaded by Bullet. Looking into the box, see if there's anything he can hot swap. Not really finding a whole lot. My squad's still alive, and this circle is very, very tiny. It doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of room to work right now.
Double gold armor on Ath. They don't have the EMP up and ready, just using it for some scouting. But here is that top-down view to show us. Oh my god, look at the gas on the bottom there. That's just tearing Stinky B apart. 2 of them are down. Oh, the only one up now. Ath used this chance to move forward and take some space, but Staraiku are on their flank.
Yeah, good shot comes through from Nutsuru Sama though. 70 into the side of one of those players. Saiyajin goes down. Mosu goes down. Waltzy, Bullet, Fussy, they're pushing forward. Sutaraiku, they're looking for that elusive win. It's still a ways away. Still 5 squads up, even though one of them is, well, just a solo now, realistically speaking, down to Nutsuru Sama. Inevitably finished off there. Well done from Waltzy. 4 squads remain. Sutaraiku. Are the knees weak? Are the arms a bit spaghetti? Are they getting a little bit nervous? Are they going to choke it again? I don't know that it was a choke before, but now maybe.
Okay.
You have to say it's getting a little bit scary, right? They've really struggled to finish these games out, but maybe this is the time.
Well, with the 4 squads left, it feels like there's definitely a chance they could come out being the champions here, but Method to Madness It's a 3v3. They're just trying to scrape in a little bit of time here. They don't have full shields. Bastion, Easy Flash has been taken down
High
again.
ground.
And Straiku are looking directly down upon them.
Free shots coming through for Sutaraiku. This should be their victory. It looks like it's all coming together for them. Method to madness. They can't hold up. And Sutaraiku finally have found themselves a win. 4 games in a row they've been in the top 3. 3 games in a row they missed out on the win, and finally in that 4th they're able to convert. It must be a weight off their shoulders because they have been playing so well today, but they've not really been rewarded for it. Yes, they've gotten some points on the board. Yes, they've got podium finishes, but they haven't got that win, and finally now they do. So that really does have to be a good feeling.
Finally. Oh, I mean, look, I said I needed a little bit more vision. You know, I needed to see how they were playing it through to be a bit more convinced that this new Straiku roster was getting it done. And look, after that, you can't really
argue. 4 games in a row is pretty
Don't
solid.
argue. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was a really, really solid start to the day now by Straiku. 4 games in a row, as you say, without missing a beat, really.
Yes.
Look, you can't always guarantee a win, right?
No, of course not.
But you can guarantee that, you know, you do well, and that's what they've done time after time.
And that wasn't an easy win for them either. Like, there are some
No.
situations where you know you just get that hard feed and whatever.
I
But
mean-
they had to rotate their way around the circle. They went up the top basically onto the skybox almost, and then they had to drop down into the middle of a few teams. They cleaned up Ath on that side of the map. Then they come back into where they were initially. It's crazy.
Yeah, as that last sort of 4 or 5 teams played out, you actually saw them. It was like this. It was like they were playing musical chairs. You know, they were just running around the edge of the circle there, trying to find their way, trying to make sure that, you know, they were backstabbing and not the ones being backstabbed. And eventually, yeah, Straiku just got the best of the other teams there. Yeah, in this situation, oh man, that gas grenade absolutely ruined Stinky B, by the way.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Ath that, you know, the 2 players over on the other side sort of went down so quickly, because Nutsuru-sama was in actually a very good position to kind of farm up a bit of damage and a few kills here.
Yeah.
But once he started getting pushed by Sutaraiku, it was all over.
That bullet arc snare as well. Like, even if they had wanted to move, right, they couldn't.
I don't think there was anywhere that they could have gone there, to be honest. That every day of the week had a Sutaraiku win written all over it. From that 2 on, that 3 on 3, that top 2 position. They should never have dropped it, and they didn't, obviously, so well done to them. Very, very solid stuff today from them. Stinky B gets a little bit of a better placing than what we've seen from them so far today. They were a little bit quiet after that first game where they did reasonably well. You know, Ath has been kind of quietly plugging away, though. I'll give them some credit for that.
Yep. I don't know. I mean, have they just been... No, yeah, because the playoffs performance by them was a little underwhelming.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, I was trying to work out if they were just sort of having some fun in scrims and not taking it too seriously, which could be part of the problem. But that said, in the other couple of games that we've seen today, and maybe not the first one, I have liked what I've seen from them, and it does feel like they're playing a little bit more sensibly.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scores quickly before we head to another break. This is 4 games deep now, and Sutaraiku should, well and truly be at the top of the pack. That is a pretty sizable lead heading into the last 2 games of the day. I'm not going to say it guarantees them first place, because it doesn't. But as long as they don't like turbo troll these last 2 games and get 0 points, they're probably in the clear.
Yeah, they also took quite a while to warm up throughout Split 1. And we saw them, you know, really struggle for a couple of weeks, and then it was like, oh, here's all the potential, but it's all at the last moment, and that's, you know, they missed out on that top 5 placing, and they were sad, and then we went to onlines, and then they were happy again because they had another chance. But yeah, the fact that they're showing up immediately this season is a really good sign for them, because it just took them way too long to get started last season. And if they can do it from day 1 in Split 2, I say there's a very good chance now that Straiku is that 5th team, right? Like, I think all of a sudden, I'm putting them up a little bit into that contention.
It's definitely been consistent from them from playoffs into so far into Split 2. Obviously, we need to see whether or not that'll continue today, tomorrow, the rest of the weeks. Either way, that is a discussion point for the other side of the break. We're going to have to head to a quick one. Don't go too far away. Game 5 and 6 is all that remains.
staring at me. Till you came, till you came, till you came. Running up the app. Till you came, till you came, till you came. Running hard, staring at me. Till you came, till you came, till you came. Running off the alley. Till you came, till you came, till you came. Running hard, staring at me. Till you came, till you came, till you came. Running off the alley. Till you came, till you came, till you came. Running hard, staring at me. Till you came, till you came, till you came.
Two games to go tonight for ALGS APAC South. It is Pro League, it is Split 2, and we are getting pretty deep into the evening. Obviously for these teams in this second lobby, they're only 4 games in, so it's not, you know, getting too tiresome, too crazy just yet. But hey, I mean, maybe this is where some of that mental fortitude needs to kick in, particularly for the teams that haven't been having a great, amazing time. I think if you're a team like Sutaraiku, who's been, you know, top 3 every single game so far, you're riding on a high. You're thinking, how far can we go? Can we break the record? Can we get 130 in a day? Probably a little bit of a stretch unless they win the last couple of games here. You know, do 3 in a row or something like that. But hey, I mean, I think they're in a good spot. For the rest of the teams, a little bit of catching up to do for a few of them. We can take a quick look at the scoreboard here and you know, point out exactly what I'm talking about. And the teams that are maybe arguably still within striking distance are probably Ath and BRP. Dreamfire, I'll say Dreamfire as well, just because they're that kind of team which they could have a 15 kill win or something like that and bump themselves up pretty significantly.
Yep, they do have those days every now and then, you know? They absolutely do that. So now looking at the top 10, you can see the split between placement and kills. Straiku very much on the placement side here, interestingly. This lobby actually kind of tilting a bit that way. Dreamfire, as you would expect, going a bit the other way. But I imagine if they start doing better and start grabbing some wins, that's when it comes closer to that sort of 50 level. Exo Clan, 19 kills. Solid effort. 7 points on the placements. Not doing so well.
Yeah. I know. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I also look at them and I say, it's actually not so bad. They've got like, what was it, 26 points? It was 26 points basically out of 2 games. Like they didn't play 2 of these games, more or less. So when you look at it that way, 13 points a game, if you extrapolate that over 6 games, they've got like a 70, 80 point day. You know, it's not too bad.
If it only works like
that. Yeah, but I mean, look, long term, I'm thinking long term. We've still got another 5 days after today.
Investing.
I'm investing, you know, buy and hold. I'm buy and holding.
Exo, a blue chip, guys. You heard it here.
Exo.
Or a buy.
Exo stonks. Invest in Exo stonks, everybody. They're going up. They are a blue chip, though, in reality. If we talk about blue chip as a concept being a safe sort of haven, I think Exo definitely does sort of fit that bill. Obviously, they've had a little bit of a roster change, so maybe that makes it a little bit more
we talked about who's in that top tier earlier in the day, right? And yeah, you'd say that those 4 or 5 teams are kind of the blue chip teams here in APAC South.
Is Sutaraiku a blue chip team now?
No,
not
yet. You got to prove yourself, man. You need a track record. I want to see your,
Sutaraiku right now is the to the moon team. They're the to the moon stock.
They're the Dogecoin or
They're
something. I don't
Dogecoin
know, or
or
like GMT or whatever it was.
GME.
GME, yeah. that's the one.
Afterpay or something like that. They're one of those teams that's
Yep.
like they could go up really far,
Yeah.
but they could also come crashing back down at a
Indeed.
moment's notice.
Invest responsibly, kids.
So far, they're going up. As long as they're going up, just keep buying. Isn't that the strat? Either way, let's go into game number 5. I'm not giving out financial advice, by the way. Yeah, game 5. It could be a big one for Sutaraiku, but it could also be a crash back to reality. And I think for most teams, they're going to be hoping for the latter, just so that there is a bit of a sniff to catch up here in the second lobby of the day. It's the A vs D groups. Match 5, 2 more to go, including this one.
There goes Gravity. Gravity cannon. Shrift Merrick's fine.
Dude, you're so cool right now.
I'm not.
Riff some more lyrics.
I don't even know Eminem.
You know what
I can't help you there, unfortunately.
What I found funny was when we were listening to, I think it was Burger earlier today, and they're like, "Well, you reckon we just rip a Valcor here?"
Oh, the accent.
It was like, that's just the most like.
Sort of rip a fat Valcor, mate.
No.
No, come on. Come on.
I'm being trolled.
Ah. Okay.
Someone just needs to take a screenshot of your face in that moment and turn it into an emote.
Yeah.
You guys have emotes on the Longshot channel?
Can we do them? I think we might be able to actually.
You would 100% be an affiliate at least.
No, technically not actually.
Really?
It's different. Anyway, don't.
I wouldn't know. I'm not a business or whatever.
We've got a tick.
Oh.
Yeah. It's just a different.
It's a different kind of tick.
I don't know.
Yeah, I see.
Look, I'm not. I don't even have like better Twitch TV emotes installed, so I'm really not the guy to talk to about this.
Yeah. You should get some emotes.
Yeah, I just maybe... like I watch esports and my whole chat box is just like Keck you. Like I don't even see.
It's Keck W. See, like you clearly are completely out of it, aren't you?
Oh man.
Do you know any other ones? What other ones?
Making like 90s rap references and getting the.
What's your favorite? What's your other favorite ones?
Oh god.
Wide Popo Happy, is that another one? That's a good one that you like.
Wide Popo Happy?
Yeah. Oh, you got it. You actually knew it. What other ones are there? You like a bit of the LOL emote? You don't like LOL?
I'm a PogChamp guy.
You're a PogChamp guy?
Yep.
Oh.
Give me some dance game.
Dance game.
Yep.
I reckon you're a bit of a Craig Asma as well.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, but you seem to be up and
on
about.
On my good days.
With the lingo.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, get some emotes. Maybe people will spam them in the chat.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of emotes, every time I watch the chat, there's people just spamming EXO emotes.
Dude, they have a very keen fan base. A very vociferous fan base, I would say.
I've noticed that in a lot of esports, like from I say quote unquote smaller regions. It's not really smaller regions. Like Thailand is not a small region, but they're not like when you think about North America, right? All of North America supports all North American teams, but Thailand supports only Thailand teams, not SEA teams as a concept. So if you have a Thai team, they're all going to support that. Like, so EXO's getting all that probably, and that's where that's coming from. Anyway, I mean, that's a bit of an aside. So I think obviously while we get this next game underway, we might take a short break. It is getting a bit late in the day, so stick around. We'll be back on the other side with the game. Hello, welcome back. We are almost ready to go into game number 5. I know we had another little bit of a debate. That's another one. Do you know that one?
I do.
Ah,
I use that all the time.
Yeah, there you go. So we did bait you a little bit with that last game. That was just a test run. We were just trying to figure out if, did we really want to start that game then? No was the answer, but we are ready to go now, I think. So game 5 should be a good one. I mean, at the moment, it sort of does feel like it's pretty much Sutaraku's to lose. That obviously can become a little bit of a cast curse in half an hour or an hour's time. But hey, it's time for us to find out as we are going to jump into game number 5 and see whether or not Sutaraku can keep up what I might say is somewhat unprecedented pace for this team. You know, look, I'll give them 3 or 4 good games a day, normally.
Yeah.
But normally, there is like 1 or 2 pretty bad games from this roster, the core of it at least.
Agreed.
So,
and we talked about like how they sometimes take a little bit to warm up throughout the split.
Yep.
And like I think it's the same throughout a series.
I mean, are we at that point now though, where we've had all those good games and the next 2 are just going to be total bombs?
They're just like trying to hold on desperately.
Yeah.
Like, put a hand on the railing.
As long as they can hold on, as long as they can keep a finger on, and they can get 2 to 5 points a game out of these next 2 games, they should be okay.
Yeah.
But we shall see. Fairly southern playing path for the most part, so we'll have to see those teams at Epicenter kind of stretching a little bit. EXO gets the early info, as they normally do, that the zone is going to head over Countdown.
It's gonna favour them, as honestly it usually does. It's wonderful POI.
Dream Esports,
Staging.
once again, are back at Trials.
They are, but they're essentially giving up the entirety of Skyhook with Thame. So maybe a Thame, like, they don't get there. I think they fixed that, actually. You know, like, a Thame, Natsuru-sama was complaining about it all the time. So he can see, that's what I was saying, it was a decent staging circle there. You can see, EXO don't have far to go. We do finally, FW Esports, they've landed in Lava Fissure. So they've worked out that's a little bit free. Dreamfire as a result. So this time you've got Roy going all the way down the landslide to hit the beacon instead of popping across to the one on Lava Fissure. But yeah, as I was saying, I have to get pretty much all of Skyhook. But one of the reasons why they do like going to Trials is because it guarantees them both snipers in the sniper bins up the top of Trials, as well as the golden armors. And I believe they did fix that in the last patch, where it's back to the point where you only have to use 1 cell if you have golden armor to charge a sentinel. And of course, that is a very specific scenario, but it is very applicable to Natsuru-sama.
Yep, definitely. Something that he'd be happy about. I like this as a final circle as well. I think fights around Countdown are quite enjoyable to watch normally. There is a lot of cover. There's a lot you can do. A lot of verticality involved as well. So if we do finish around that area, I'm not going to be disappointed. Method to Madness is probably another one of those teams that's really not too disappointed with their drop location. You know, they are getting a lot of good loot early on in the piece, and you know, at that drop, you know, from Lava Siphon, they get a beacon normally there as well, and obviously this rotation into Harvester generally is going to be pretty comfortable for them. So that's not something that they're going to be able to do when they're in the same lobby as Reignite, for example, but when you can get away with it for free, why not?
Yeah, just take what comes your way.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's doing some crazy things.
Tinky B. Down over at launch site. Yep, they did manage to grab all 3 of those on OO. So yeah, I mean, you know, you see that sort of often, and I feel it's like it's one of these northwestern circles, and Stinky B are basically just like, oh, we're not going to make it there in time. Like, we're not going to be able to get a good spot. May as well just play a bit more air, rack up some kills for them. So they roll over to launch site. They take out Wiz.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
And to land there, and then who knows? Maybe they'll move over and try and do the same to MBT Naga, who land in
We can
tree.
cruise over here.
ERP are probably the biggest winners out of the circle shift.
I see someone over there.
I don't believe they've been able to scan a beacon, so they don't actually know that this is going to be potentially the gold spot later on in the game, but if they just stay here the whole time, I mean, 237 shots in the wingman. you're probably going to not, you're not going to be running into the same problem that
Striker did.
Sudraiku did. I don't think, if that's the only weapon that you're going to
Especially not when you've got
tap with.
a Loba.
Also that, I guess, that's a factor. But, it might be overkill. Might not even need it.
Talking about Over and XL, as well as Slay, have just moved over them.
Is that 3
with
Lobas?
the Valk ult, and yes, it is.
Wow.
Nice little overlap of basically anywhere in Countdown right now, you are at risk of having
something yoinked.
Your goods thieved. Dream Esports are running it.
Have we had
Slay's
3
running
Lobas every game today? In this lobby? I don't think so.
Good question. I'm not sure, actually.
At least not 3 set up like that. I've seen 2. So it's just going to have a bit of a look. They will need to be quite careful. They're actually like sort of the ham in a sandwich right now, in between a couple of 2 teams. But at the moment, there is no real need for any team to push anyone. Circle is still quite open. Lots of room to maneuver. Lots of rotation to be made. So just doing a little bit of farming. Sowing the seeds for later on. Here's Dexter.
Let's go this way.
Okay, rotation, day and night. So we saw right across from Greenfly and XL on the other side of them. So it's a power trio over there in Lava Future. Day and night, trying to make their way in somewhere. Little do they know there is, honestly, probably only death for them, because they're about to run into where EXO are. Foshi goes down immediately, and Quinn and Ion there trying to make the best of it, and it doesn't look to go all that well. Quinn, honestly, lucky to get out. He's also spotted.
That's going to be a nice upgrade for EXO, though. I think there's blue armor on that. Yep, Little Pulse picks it up. So slowly but surely, improving their position. Haven't really had to do too much to get it either. Yeah, some shots going back in their direction, but EXO is feeling quite comfortable with proceeding so far. They know where the next zone is going to be as well, so they don't really need to do too much. They don't need to move.
Yeah, Dreamfire had a quick look there. They were trying to work out if that was something they could get on the back of. Doesn't really look like it. Quinn's made their way out. At least underneath. Moving across the map. Got SNG here taking some hot shots at Powerless. Also going to have to fly over SMC. So I think they're just going to make it in terms of getting far enough to get to safety. And now SNG turn their attention to SMC. I'm just saying letters. It's
You
like,
really are. ABC's turning their attention to the FGM team.
go some alphabet soup.
XYZ. Nah. Now you're a caster. Congratulations. Well, here's SNG. Really, it's SSD at this point, isn't it?
If we're back on that bandwagon, then yeah, I guess so. And now they're the ones, Valko, ulting over SMC.
They've spotted. Is that a solo? They're going to turn around and bully him.
No, because the other two were in the tunnel.
Yeah.
So they might have only been able to see one there. The others might have been hidden from that Valk passive, looking over into the tunnel.
That felt like a bit of overkill.
Yeah, look, he's got 64 boards. It's fine. I think that was a nice little, little reminder that Natsuru-sama is basically left there. And you can see that's the new barrel. So, yep, 150 damage. And then the gas lasts for, I think it's 2 seconds.
I like that change.
After you destroy the barrel. But yeah, it just means in that kind of situation, you don't have to sit there for, what is it like? I think it was like 11, 13 seconds.
Yeah.
11, 13 meters for a riot drill. I don't know. It's one of those.
Didn't really make a lot of sense that you couldn't break them. Plus, I never played Caustic, so
Yeah,
I
look,
never liked the barrels. I guess if you're a Caustic player, you're not happy, but
I think it's fair. I mean,
Yeah.
I play a bit of Caustic, I gotta say. I still think it's fair.
oh, this is a nice shot from Trent, but can he get out quickly enough? Off the ALGS behind him. That is perhaps not what DML expected to run into. Zerg gets a knock onto dodge, and the finish is through there from Ink as well. So DML, it looked like it started so well. Trent just got a perfect meat shot in to start the fight off, but positioning wasn't great for them, and now Sutaraiku might be looking for a bit of a snack.
Yeah, first FW Esports there were the one they ran into in the Dorito house, but Strika's down a little bit further, so DML are looking back at them. They're trying to hide in the pipe and work out where their next move is.
Let's regroup here.
This requires a moment for Fussy to pop those heals. And then Sutaraiku will be back into the thick of things, looking for some more damage. That's lots for them to play from, particularly with the charge rifle, but the scope leaves a little bit to be desired, at least at that range.
Meet me here.
I have to move in eventually, just to lock up the position. It's not amazing cover around here right now for Sutaraiku, so I don't think this is where they're going to end up in the long term.
That said, the circle does look like it's going to be staying over Lava Fissure, right? And if you think about Lava Fissure endings, that train car that Strike are holding right now is often a prime position and often dead center of the circle. Ooh, I love this triple take skin. What is that? I don't know, but I want it.
I'm not a skins man.
Me
really.
neither, honestly. Like, but I'm taken.
Well, we all know what to get Genome for Christmas. If anyone wanted to gift him something.
Target spotted.
Has been a bit of a slower game, this one, than the previous that we just saw on World's Edge. Dexter and the rest of EXO are pretty much the only ones finding any kills, for the most part. People seem to keep jumping into them. But aside from that, most of the rotations have been completed quite safely, quite successfully. A few Loba teams, they don't really obviously want to be moving.
Contact.
Greenfire's already established, a lot of teams already established inside of this circle, so we won't really be seeing it pop off just yet. But when it does, it's going to be pretty hard to keep up with.
Be hitting that frantic pace at any moment now. Greenfire were trying to hold the building and underneath them as well. But it looks like Powerless have come to sort of sit in that vacuum left by them. Exo in the building next to them. Dexter actually using the alt Excel there, you can see, to pump up the gas grenade. So does that mean that, you know, they just want to be ready, or does that mean that they've got a move to make?
I have a subject in view.
Some shots going awry for MBT. EXO have actually dropped the player. Killerpos is on the ground, so this might be the first time that they're put under a little bit of pressure. Just trying to get him inside to safety. And they've been able to do that pretty comfortably. So we're all good. We're all good. EXO knows their limits.
Yeah, so that was Powerless. They were sitting underneath Dreamfire, as we just touched on before. They're completely gone now. It was only the two of them. EXO traded blow for blow. Got a couple of kills on the board, so... As we said, you know, it's been pretty light on the action so far, but Sneaky B have got 3 kills, EXO 3, Wolfpack 2, App and FW sitting on 1. And it's Powerless, Day Night, and Wiz that we've seen eliminated so far.
None of the teams that are really pushing for the top end of the points table here in the second lobby. I'm not too disappointed by how things are progressing so far in this game, but I do want to see the top 3 or maybe 4 teams surviving quite late, These are some good shots coming through from Shetty. He's got a few more opportunities. There's a great one. Jinka Jiao finished off. And I think that SNG is sensing their opportunity to make a bit of a push.
That was SMC that they took out, by the way. The team that they were dancing around all the way out of Skyhook and down past Trials now.
All it takes is that one opportunity.
Even all the way across from Survey Camp. So that was a fight a long time in the making. But now SNG are about to pull up into Slay. Do they know that they're here? Ooh, might have heard some footsteps there. You can see them.
Certainly looking up.
Yeah, but some indication that there's a team above them there. However, they're making their move now, because we can see that the circle's moved over. It's ending up on teams like Dreamfire and EXO, who are holding those northern lava fissure buildings. It's going to be fantastic for them. These teams over on the eastern side, like SNG, will be struggling a little bit more.
Yeah, this is the rotation that is going to separate the teams that really know what's going on versus the teams that have been unfortunately caught in the bad spot.
Oh, man. Okay, so that one is how much of that is even playable? Sure, like, there's a lot of lava.
There is.
I feel like it's not really showing on the map there. And yeah, a team like APAC, who is sitting on the western edge of this and who can just like poke from above.
That's ideal, isn't it?
Yeah,
you're not in the thick of things.
Loving this.
You can just do what you want. They've even sort of taken control of the western side of those tracks as well. Speaking of Slay, it looks like SNG have not really had too many problems dispatching of them. Chardy still getting involved with the Sentinel.
SNG are just on the other side of the wall right now from MBT Naga, who are happily looting up, but it feels like they might have to make a decision whether they take this fight or perhaps even make a rotation over the other side of Lava Fissure. Let's have a listen in to what SNG are thinking right now.
In it?
There's a team in it, yeah. Wait,
Yeah, in it.
Care this, hella late.
Yeah.
And Care of Alcohol over the top.
Is there someone in there?
We should just sit on the roof. Come, because the roof's definitely playable. Wait, no one's in here.
No way.
Controller, just controller. They entered for deeper. They entered for deeper. Get it back, get it back.
Then.
Carl care, they might literally right be there.
Team Valcolting. That's them Valcolting.
Get a house, get on the fucking house, get on the roof, get on the roof.
Just flew out there. Flew out there and they're not safe.
Arms.
Tag one in the sky. I'm lurking for that. Please look over me.
Crowbar.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be
Crowbar, it's the horizon.
Yeah, I'm playing pretty safe.
Flying on this one. Ubing.
I'm coming to use now.
I dropped off the roof.
Wait, they didn't drop here. One dropped this. They dropped it this way. They fucked up.
Gibby's right here.
Wait, no, they went for under. Gibby 35 tagged.
Oh, I'm batting. I have
He's in the lava. Yeah, you're good.
Just care. Just don't get knocked by another squad.
I'm not. Gibby cracked under. Gibby's fucking 1 HP.
I can't see.
Oh, can you drop for him? Oh no.
No, his buddy's
No,
right there.
it's too late. No, his teammate got knocked.
Oh, okay.
He was. No, it's
I'll
too
get him
late.
in a
It's
sec.
too
I'll
late.
get him in a sec.
Yeah, he's too late.
Oh no, they did.
We're gonna have to play for this middle bridge here. So we're gonna play under here and then walk in.
It's not that late.
Pressure this team. This team on the left needs to die.
They have a crowbar, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but just pressure them.
They're the crowbar.
Is the GB underneath us dead, Kyle?
Yeah, they're all dead.
What's this team on the left way? We can walk up on this, Kyle.
Just care donut, because they're looking at us.
I'm staring at donut.
Yeah, these guys are hard inting, Kyle.
One just got hard. I'm getting bow checked.
45 flash horizon, nice.
I'm getting fucked by another team.
Yeah, nah, chill, play slow.
You might need to port us back.
Nah. Did they strike us? Oh, they fucked their strike.
Should we go back or do we stay here?
Chilling, I'm trying to get these kills, man.
We're just playing for the crate, right, underneath?
Yeah. Carl, he's trying to res here.
What?
Yeah, I can't do anything. I'm getting hard held off. Care scared.
I'm coming back.
I got a knock.
I'm gonna play a med kit. I'm playing a med kit. And then we're just gonna have to jump for the middle and bubble. I knocked 2 of them in here. We just have to play it real late.
We're getting thirsted.
There's a team underneath.
Yeah, we need to just go for this middle bridge, and then we're gonna bubble. Shady, we're gonna play on you, so come to us. Strike this team. Strike Donut, maybe.
Yes, he's gonna need to do that.
I'm connected.
We need to move for this. We need to move for this. I'm gonna get fucking smoked. Good bubble. Good bubble. Good bubble.
There's a team underneath those.
Yeah, we just reset here. I think there's a team underneath us. Of our team.
Yeah, there is. There is.
Someone nade pressure them because I've only got 3 cells left.
I have no nades.
We just play it real. So this caustic team underneath us is gonna fucking ruin our day.
Can we drop low?
Wait, did this caustic underneath die? No.
Just hard AFK. Hard AFK.
Nah, this team swings on the caravan, we die.
I'm dropping 4 cells and a ultic cell.
We're so
I don't know why they're looking at us.
All I can think of is TP is running a portal down underneath there. Oh, they're fighting.
There they are.
We just hard AFK. We gotta wait for our
opportunity. If he bugs here, we can look down.
Yeah, 100%.
Staring at us from here.
They're fighting now over there.
Oh yeah, no, we need to bub.
Get him on shadow.
One's ticking, he's walking up the stairs, Carl. Yeah, no.
Of course, 6-1. Why did they do that?
We should have just went earlier.
Why did they do that?
Oh, very nice little passage you play there from SNG, or at least for us to hear their decision making. It obviously didn't work out in the end for them, but they did kind of get backed into a bit of a corner. There wasn't much they could do. Nicely timed push, it must be said though, for EXO, who now find themselves under a little bit of pressure, having to push that res on through.
Yeah, they were underneath, obviously, and then coming up the stairs, managed to take them out. In the meantime, Dreamfire have been taken out by BWS, who are having a stellar game. They've picked up a lot of good loot by now. There's a Spitfire there. Look, these guys, honestly, are doing a fantastic effort right now. I think they've got something like 11 kills for this game. They're right in the middle of the circle. You can see these other teams are fighting for underneath. EXO just essentially going for scraps right now, while the teams on the high ground, as we know when there's lava involved, are usually the ones to come out on top. Unfortunately, wow, okay, so NXL looks like they're going to take that fight against EXO. Immediately have to go for the Valkol, because you know that the ring is closing in and there's no other way really to get out there. You can see BWS, they're just desperately trying to hold on to that car. Turtle back in behind the building. A couple of packages dropping down from the sky. That's going to be NXL Wolfpack.
Well, they do need to get themselves healed back on up inside of this dome, because that is going to be the only saving grace that they've got. Once that drops, chaos ensues. Ath already starting to put a little bit of that pressure on. BWS, they're all the same. It's 3 on 3 on 3. Defensive bombardment goes down. Who does it favor at this point? You have no idea. Kisans, he gets knocked. So does Bigsy. NXL, I'm not sure they're too long for this world. It has to be down to Ath and BWS, and I have to say, I think it might be Ath who grabbed themselves their second win of the day. Just biding their time, weren't they, Genome? Slowly but surely. And once it gets into those late game situations when you cannot avoid the gas, the Caustic becomes quite valuable.
Oh, he's nuts in those circles. I mean, you saw they were, what was that? The third team that tried, it wasn't BWS and it wasn't Ath, it was whoever was the third last team there, trying to hide behind the rock and just, immediately take way too much damage from the Caustic Grenade. I have no idea how BWS even got that res off. I think it was a gold bag res as well. Yeah. You know, somehow the other two teams let them have that. I guess Ath were just too worried about being the first to initiate that fight in the Mexican standoff.
NXL was a little bit too preoccupied trying to heal up inside of their own dome.
Right, yeah. So, but yeah, man, the way they played that was kind of incredible. BWS, this team that's come out of the Challengers circuit, taking down one of the heavy hitters like Dreamfire was not something I expected, but beyond that, getting, like 10+ kills in a game. Shout out to those guys. That was a fantastic game from BWS.
I want to give my shout out to SNG. I just really enjoyed listening to their comms. You know, it's probably the longest listening we've ever done, but it was quite an insightful one.
Well, you were just gonna. I just love Skirt's voice, honestly. Like, I think he's actually Australian, but he's got like a New Zealand accent. It's just great. I love it.
Yeah. Overall, though, I'm a little bit sad that it didn't work out for them, you know, because it would have been nice to see. Like, you could see the plan that they were putting together. You could see what they wanted to do, but that's the nature of the beast sometimes with a game like this, a battle royale, when the zone pushes you in one direction and you have a bad choice or an even worse choice. You have to go with the one that's slightly better, but ultimately it's going to lead you to ruin either way. And they kind of knew that. As soon as they landed behind that box, they were kind of saying, we're pretty cooked.
I love that alternate vision of I think that was Nut just coming through with the no-scope sentinels there. But yeah, exactly. You're totally right. I mean, the way they played that, it didn't really seem like there were a lot of other options, you know? But it was great to get in that insight into their mind and then and kind of have that confirmed. So yeah, look, it was a solid play by them. I guess the real difference was that they just had to win the fight against EXO when they pulled up.
Yeah, but I mean that's always going to be tough, isn't it, against EXO? EXO's a pretty solid squad.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, EXO then dropped down and kind of got obliterated themselves. I am surprised that an XL Wolfpack, when they Valk ulted up the top, didn't get completely obliterated to start with. Like they obviously dropped the bubble pretty quickly, but they managed to get themselves looking pretty solid, even despite having an awkward drop up there. Anyway, so look, besides the point, we need to jump into the scores here and give you guys the update as to where we're sitting. Didn't quite catch what happened to Sutaraku. I assume they went down when we were listening into SNG, but an 11-point gap for one game to go. You're probably still in relatively safe territory.
I mean, what you were saying, Elfish, is that if they just picked up 5-10 points a game.
Yeah. Well, I said 2 to 5.
Sorry.
Not even 10. They don't even need 10.
5 points a game, they'll be safe. They got 6 in that last game, right? And that is
gap,
enough.
The gap
it's shortened. So.
Slightly. The gap was 15 for 2 games.
Yeah.
Which means, in theory, if you're working off averages, you want to be closing it by 7 or 8 a game.
Yep.
The gap only closed by 6 or 4. Was it 4? I think it was 4. I think it was 15 to 11. So the gap actually only closed by 4.
Right.
So they're going to have another win. Basically, they have to win this game.
Yeah.
To catch up.
It's a big ask. But that said, they've been playing very well today. And I don't know. It's like I called them out and they were just like, fine, all right, we'll play. We won't clown around. We're gonna take this seriously, and they really have, and they have been smashing people left and right. And every time they get a good position in that end circle, they do seem indomitable.
Yeah, they do. I think that has been a nice little return to form from Ath. We've been wondering whether or not they were going to be able to pull it off, and it seems like they are today. Let's not mess around too much longer, though. We do have one more game for you today. First, though, we do have to take a break, but the final game of this evening is coming up next. Hello, welcome back. It's the ALGS Pro League Split 2 for APAC South. We are into our final game of the day. It's been a big day. There's one more coming up tomorrow, by the way, if you're interested in watching some more Apex Legends, which I assume you are. Yeah, make sure you stop by tomorrow as well. Obviously, before we get there, we still need to get through this game. And before we get into this game, I think it's probably prudent that we do check in with the scoreboards again, just to ensure that we can really set the scene here and show you guys exactly which teams we're going to be focusing on. And to my mind, this is now a 2-horse race. Probably it's a 1-horse race. Probably Sutaraiku just runs away with things.
It's definitely a 2-horse race. 10 points, 11 points. That's not anywhere even near insurmountable, right? 31 from BRP. Yeah, you're getting close to a record game to get on top there, right? So, sure, those kind of 3 to 9 there, actually. There's they're in their own race.
A bit of moving and shaking definitely to be done there, yeah.
Yeah, look, but Straiku and Ath, they're the ones battling it out for the top spot and those 25 split points at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would really require Sutaraiku to have a pretty bad game here for Ath to be able to overtake them. So, look, that is possible. Sutaraiku didn't get a huge amount done last game.
It kind of goes both ways, man. Like, yeah, sure, they, maybe Ath could have an average game and Striker could have a bad game, but like similarly, Ath could have an amazing game and Striker could have an okay game and still be able to overtake them. That's like 10 points. That's that kind of difference.
Yeah, definitely getting into territory where you're going to be trying not to overthink it in your head I would say. Yep. Anyway, let's have a look at the damage leaders for this lobby today and see how many of them are on the Sutaraiku or Ath rosters. Looks like 2 out of 3, so that was a pretty good guess on my behalf. Thanks, me. Good job, me. Utsuru, Sama, Waltzy up the top end of things, and then, it's actually a fairly sizable drop-off to Kilopos, right? Down from 7.3 to 6.5. Not that 6.5 is bad.
Look, nuts damage numbers are just nuts. Right? Like, if you go check out the Harvester and have a look at those damage numbers, like...
All them snipes, man.
Oh, dude, he is absolutely destroying it. Waltzy, of course, on the roller. Stealing kills from his teammates, as we said earlier in the day, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Just the kind of guy he is. Meanwhile, Kilopos, trying to make up for the fact that he's lost his best friend, his dear friend Chambers on their lineup and had to replace him with some guy called Tiki. Who knows? I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're great friends. I'm just trying to create.
Stop spreading rumors.
I'm just trying to create drama at this point, really. Hey.
Yeah, people are going to take you for face value and think you're telling the truth.
People think I'm serious. Come on.
Yeah, maybe. All right, seriously then, what's happening in this last game? You got Sutaraiku, or you think Ath is going to make it happen? They both look pretty good so far. It's a hard one to
even
call.
just asking me that question, I'm getting a little bit stressed because, as you said, like it's like Straiku play 2 different games, right? One is like take their time and then like power home, and the other one's like we're the best in the world, and then they just like fall off a cliff.
I think there was a funny clip from Waltzy that was put on the long shot Twitter. You should go have a look and see who really thinks they are the best.
Yeah,
that's
true.
That's a topical point from earlier today. If you weren't here, check it out on the Twitters. Yeah, look, like I said, I've got full faith in Ath. I think they're going to... Jeez.
Whoa.
Let's rewind that. I've got full faith in Sutaraiku. I think they're going to hold off Ath. I think, 11 points, while you say yes, it is overcomable.
The Freudian slip.
It is difficult to overcome that. And I think, Ath have had a couple of good games, but they need a really good one here as well as, again, like having Sutaraiku not get too much. And even in that last one, like Sutaraiku, they didn't have an amazing game, but they were still in the top 8. I think so. They were getting some placement points ticking over, and that's kind of what matters in the end. So that's going to be a factor. Obviously, the other big one is really who sort of finishes in 3rd, 4th, 5th, etc., all the way down the list, because there's going to be a sizable amount of points you can grab from
that top
jumping
10.
Yourself from 8th or something to 3rd, which is very much a possibility in this final game, which is where we are going to be headed. So let's dive into it and see how the day is going to end for day 1 of Split 2 of the Pro League in APAC South as we head on to World's Edge one last time. That was Siphon is going to be the hot zone, and so Methods of Madness will be pretty happy with that. That's where they've been dropping so far in this lobby. Bit of extra loot for them if they needed it. Which, if you've got all of Live or Siphon, I'm not sure you do.
You don't really, no. Well, all right. So, Storaiku, the two teams really have the chance to come out here on top after playing, look, both of them pretty damn good days so far. We haven't had a thermal station finish yet today, which is a little bit unusual. That it often is home to quite a few final rings on World's Edge. It's just kind of how it works. But I don't know, maybe with those changes we saw with the circles, I mean, you know, remember we had that one weird skyhook circle we weren't expecting, and that makes us kind of think that, you know, it's doing things that we haven't seen before. So as we get that vision, it's going the other way.
Oh, this is a real 50-50, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Yeah, like, is it Siphon? I mean, there is a... Yeah, let me zoom in here. Yeah, look, I think there is actually a small chance it could go up to Fragment. I doubt it.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely to end, say, on the western side of Geyser.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you never see endings in Budget Siphon to the north of Siphon. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't seem to like going over there.
maybe...
If it's anywhere around that cliff face, it's some more so in towards Lava Siphon.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well, at least it's a bit of a change-up. It's something different. Love to see it on the last game of the day. It's been a long one. We've had winners already of Group 1, Lobby 1, I should say, not Group 1. Groups B and C. That was, of course, Reignite. Retooled. Potentially better than ever.
you keep saying that phrase.
Do I?
It's like you believe it already.
Maybe.
Do you believe it already?
I'm on the way.
He's on the way.
I'm on the way.
He's on the way, ladies and gentlemen. By this
I'm
time
a
tomorrow
believer.
night, he might be a convert. And I don't know if you have to be a convert if you already sort of had half a belief, which most people probably should have.
This makes me an easy target.
Yeah.
Oh, BRP, a team that started so well and have fallen off quite precipitously, are down in the lobby and down the hill from day and night.
Well, they need to ensure that they can get as many points out of this game as possible, because yes, they're down in the lower stages of the lobby. Not lower, but like they are compared to where they were. But there is every chance that they can bump themselves up pretty substantially.
There's always a bigger fish. M2, Valk ulting above them. So MDY, they thought they had the high ground, but not for very long. Now, all of a sudden, they're in the middle of a sandwich and taking hella damage from both sides.
Well, player K, if he can finish those two knocks off, that'll be a couple more points on the board for his team. Crucial, important points for BRP. One does get finished.
Oh, Quinn somehow finds a space to get the Phoenix kit off.
BRP's on the move.
Res?
I don't think that BRP's going to let him do that. He found him, and he's not going to be able to survive here. It doesn't matter how much TTV you have on your Wraith. There is no dodging that's going to help BRP eliminate them and get a few crucial points on the board. 3 out of that one for BRP, so ticking along nicely. Every point matters in a situation like this, and it's still early days in the competition as a whole. You know, one extra placement here makes the job so much easier on the other end.
It's game 6. So we are seeing some slightly weird things. There's a lot more teams sitting on the outside looking for those early kills and looking to pump their numbers up, especially in that top 10 where, as we pointed out, a few points could make a big difference. So AF, as well as Dream Esports, are still over at Skyhook, only kind of now rotating, and they're barely behind DML as well. FW and EXO still on that western front. Method to Madness, despite making that swift move to try and, you know, get something out of that fight. They didn't actually grab a kill.
Making contact with enemy.
It was, it looks like both of them. All three, yeah, went over to BRP.
Methods of Madness are just making sure that they lock down this cross. Good little tags coming out here from Bastion. Getting that armor charged up pretty damn quick. Wiz has been a bit of a roller coaster of a team. They've had some pretty good finishes, some top 3s, and also some pretty early exits. Not sure what to make of them. I think they'll just be one of those sort of X-Factor teams that sometimes on their day, they look really good. I've already made a bit of a rotate into Fragment West, but they've got further to go. It's not a particularly enjoyable terrain to cover.
Bogey spotted.
This is SMC having a little bit of a look into Lava City. He's in Lava City.
That'll be Stinky B. Also moved up from Dome. Just because of the positioning of this, you know, SMC, they tend to loot all of Lava City and Big Maud. And as a result, you can see they're quite split here. So Jig Kajau is all the way over on Big Maud itself, as you can see, which, you know, might work out when he's got the charge rifle in his hands. But if Trixie or Appraiser get sent...
Yeah, they go down, they're done.
Yeah, it won't be a good outcome there. So Stinky B, I don't know, maybe a couple of sneaky wingman headshots could bring them a fight win, even a complete squad wipe here.
I think SMC sort of just backed off a little bit. They don't seem to be super committed to this one. If anything, Appraiser is the one that's really still hanging around. They don't need to commit to it though. They're on the more favorable side of this circle.
BWS, they've been mirroring Method to Madness pretty much this whole time. So Method to Madness, after making the bulk rotate, have continued to sit on the hill and play Gatekeeper, or at least attempt to. For any teams trying to rotate from the north through Budget Siphon. And BWS are kind of doing the same, except they're looking at guys. Just on the off chance that the circle does head that way, and teams might want to use that ingress into the area.
Pretty relaxed so far for BWS. Really had to do a huge amount. Reminds me of last game for EXO. They set themselves up inside of a building, put a few caustic traps down, and waited for teams to make the wrong step in their direction. And then they punished. That's exactly what happened once they have the advantage. They push their way out and try to strike. Killer Pause, he'll drop, but EXO win the fight. FW Esports is eliminated.
Push and pull there from EXO. They take the first.
Yep.
The first down in the fight, and then they just pull back for a little bit to recover, and when that lead is pretty much insurmountable, they push forward and get the other two. The sheer weight of numbers.
Yeah, good aggro juggling. Once Good Pulse goes down, his mates there to trade.
Okay, we've got two teams over at Overlook. This is pretty wild. I mean, this is nowhere near where the circle is. But as I said, it's Game 6. Weird stuff happening. And so that's going to be SNG taking a look at Dreamfire. They tried to Valk ult in earlier, and I think they got tagged so much they decided to take a pretty wide out route just to make sure that they could you know, sort of get back in to the game without any worries. Yeah, look, they haven't tagged the beacon yet. They might have even been thinking about the replicators more than the beacon, or maybe they just didn't get the chance before SNG started to constrict around them.
Yeah, this would be a tough one to get out of for Dreamfire. They've got, you know, no control at all of the high ground. They're all sitting in the same spot, and the crossfire is established looking in at them. So, I mean, maybe there's a world where you can get the Skyward dive off, but you're going to be risking a fair bit to try and do that. Other option is try to fight your way out.
Research in this area.
But it's a losing battle from the start, unless someone pops off.
Palace, they're just going to hold on to the edge of the circle in Geyser. Just this building right here. Not really anyone contesting them for it. Making sure they watch their 6 though. Udalini on the caustic. Makes that a little bit easier. Trap those doors.
We can scan this.
They're very worried about the vault for some reason, but I can tell you that there's
no one there.
No one in the vault tunnel right now. It's just ghosts. Eventually, it could be Slay. They're sitting over Ghost Town and may eventually pick about going that way. Kind of depends where the ring goes next, but... Okay, that's where the ring goes next, so it is very much centering around Siphon.
Well, you did say you wanted something a bit different.
Yeah, look, we're absolutely getting it on World's Edge here today. You know, definitely not going towards the sort of circle building over at the west side of Geyser. Yeah, no, so BRP, they picked it up well, and you know, look, they've got Loba, right? They're in there early, and Loba reduces the variability of making a play like that.
This is a pretty important fight that's happening. Ath up against NXL Wolfpack, I believe.
Yeah.
And if Ath goes out here, then no one's catching Sutaraiku, especially given the fact that Sutaraiku is kind of center circle as well. Clean Fire looking a bit worse for wear too.
And Exo's on the back of them as well. Elfish
I
Ath
don't think it's
are
gonna
in
be
a rough spot.
This is not doable.
You gotta remember, they don't play Valkyrie. They can't just, you know, hide behind a rock and Valkyrie
They literally cannot.
They have to fight their way out. And sure, maybe they've got more tools than that. They've got EMP plus the gas grenade. But once the ring starts pulling you out of position,
they're
you're a little bit worried about that.
They're definitely a team that likes to set a bunker up and wait inside of it rather than have to push into other people, other teams, and well, they're starting to perhaps regret that a little bit.
Yeah,
because what do you even do here? Like, what can you actually do as Ath? To cross that bridge, you have to get past EXO and NXL Wolfpack. You have no mobility at all. Yeah, you've got a bubble. The bubble is going to save you for all of 10 seconds.
Zaratas is looking for them. Dexter, EXO are also looking for them, and they're having to make a huge swing and a huge rotation. You can see how far back they are with these shots coming out from Zaratas right now, actually connecting some of them as well. Ath may actually have to go and start crafting some meds.
Luckily, there is a replicator there that they're going to be able to do that at.
And you know, this is the problem with not playing Valk. You play Skyhook, you get a southeastern zone. You can't really do much about it. There's no way to get there quickly.
This isn't even that egregious of a southeastern zone.
No,
like,
it's not. It's not a dome.
It's more center than it could be. So, I mean, it's quite unfortunate. But, I mean, we'll keep an eye on how things go here for Ath. A few shots up into the air for BWS. No connections there from Winnie. But a little bit interested to see how things are going in the center of the ring here, because that's where Sutaraiku is waiting, you know, and that's what Ath is hoping to be able to get to. And unfortunately, I think, you know, their chances are really starting to slip away. I mean, Sutaraiku, yes, they're copping a few bullets here and there, but they seem pretty well set up. They seem pretty comfortable.
Yeah, well, they've chosen the Lava Siphon side of this divide, which, you know, could pay dividends, maybe not. Ath, as we've said, just, you know, with that massive rotation, really struggled. That said, they went and crafted. You know, they've got themselves enough med kits to get through this, and they've played time, which means that Wolfpack have actually ended up looking at EXO instead, and all of a sudden, heat is off them.
For now.
For now.
They still have to get past both of those two teams in some way, shape, or form, whether they go around or not. But if they go around, there's still a bunch of other teams to keep a look at. But it's kind of nice that Ath is still alive, you know? At least there's that storyline, maybe still a possibility. I have to say my hope in Ath being able to get over the line is dwindling.
Yeah, look, they're going to come up against BWS and Dreamfire as they push down here. It kind of depends which way NXL Wolfpack end up swinging, but BWS have already lost a member. Actually, it looks like they've... Oh, I'm assuming that's a mobile respawn beacon they've pulled in, which is going to be coming down right in front of Ath, actually. So there we go. Yugi back into the fight, just trying to pick up his stuff, actually.
It's all over the place.
While in the ring, but there you go. Okay, Ath now forced into an engagement here. Looks like this is with
They can't win.
XL
They can't win,
Wolfpack.
can they? It's just everywhere they go, there's a player here, player there, there's a player in front, there's a player behind. If they fight Dreamfire, they're going to have NXL on one side watching them. They're going to have another team watching them. I just don't see how they get inside of this circle. BWS, you know, is also kind of keeping an eye on Ath. So, look, they've gone from being between two teams, or getting gatekept by two teams, to making a big long rotate and now getting gatekept by three teams. Although, to be fair, they are kind of gatekeeping NXL
Look, they can do it. There's only one way, though, and that's with blood on their hands.
Oh my god, there's going to have to be a lot of it. This is going to have to be an absolutely huge pop-off moment from Ath. They're going to try and take that fight to NXL by the looks of things. Clear out their backside first, which is not the worst of decisions. Try to isolate that fight as best you can and do what you can. Keeping an eye on BWS, who are tanking a lot of damage from the zone to just get around. Are no longer a factor.
Time works in Ath's favor here. BWS decide to rotate. DF go deeper into Budget Siphon, and now Ath's their way into the ring is clear.
It is clear, and they're going to have to still kind of keep an eye on their backside because NXL is still a bit of a threat. But this is looking like a decidedly much better situation for Ath than what it could have been, and perhaps probably what it should have been. I'm still not sure how they're going to get inside of the zone safely, but at the very least, they have the possibility of doing so. And, I mean, just look at how busy all of these compounds are.
So on this view here, we can see some teams fighting down the bottom. So, you know, you've got Wiz there, as well as MJ, well, SMC, I guess they're now known as. And then on top of them, on the bridge, we've got Straiku trying to hold their own. So, of course, that's the other very important team here. With 13 left, both of those top two teams are still alive. Ath has 1 kill. Straiku currently has none.
Okay, so the gap has closed by 1 point or so. We'll hold that thought for the moment because SMC are fighting for their lives. And it seems like they fought quite nicely.
Straiku have got them lined up. They can see as soon as that bubble falls, big damage coming out from Waltzy, who had the 4X on the R301 trained on them.
Wow.
Trixie will go down immediately, and now NXL Wolfpack, who's made their way over and under the bridge as well, are chipping in.
I was just going to say, I wonder if we're going to see Sutraiku be ballsy enough to drop off the cliff, and it's kind of a lucky thing that they didn't, given the fact that NXL are here getting involved. Appraiser tries to go up, but there is only one way he can go, and that is down. Down to NXL, finished off SMC. Sutraiku still maintaining that high ground position, so they're now no longer holding off SMC, but they are holding off NXL.
So Straiku on the most southern side here, essentially, with NXL Wolfpack underneath them. They've got zips to get up, but I can tell you that Straiku are watching them closely. Ath, of course, then on the most northern side of the map right now, essentially bookending the space that we have left to play in. And look, talking about bookending, BRP, who had a killer game to start with, and then have gone very quiet in the middle, look like they also want to bookend this with this day with good performances, because they're already up to 8 kills, Elfish.
I think for BRP, I mean, that's definitely fantastic news, given how tight things were in the position on the standings. This could be the difference between 6th, 7th, 8th, and probably a 3rd. Let's be realistic. BRP, I think, could still probably make 3rd if they have a really good game here. So, would also like to finish the day off strong, and they seem to be in a solid position as well. They have a couple of teams at their back that they need to be aware of. And let's also consider the fact that Ath somehow is still alive. Just cheekily outside of the zone for the moment. They're actually on the move trying to get in. This is the team that's being shot at by BRP. I might have cursed them a little bit, Gino. Saiyajin God is already down. Mosu is already down. So that leaves just the one player. It leaves just Nutsuru Usama. And I don't think that he's going to be able to get it done himself. Ath are out, which more or less means Sutraiku is going to win this lobby. But there is still that battle for 3rd. And it's raging. BRP, EXO, Dreamfire. They're all getting frags at the moment. Question is, how many can Sutraiku steal away?
They want a clear win today. They've already got it, and you know, why not go out on the ultimate high here and take the victory?
Icing on the cake.
It'd be very nice. Dreamfire somehow stayed alive through many different sorties so far in this 6th game here. Oh no, Fussy, Waltzy, both down. Bullet barely staying in this now. Someone going to push him, it feels like. NXL Wolfpack are slowly climbing up underneath him.
He's going to pop the bat. He's not going to go for the res. I think the res might be the wrong decision. It's a very, very open area. He's going to try and do it. I mean, I guess this is what you have to do if you really want to win the game. You really do have to just sort of take that risk. In the meanwhile, DML has just been deleted by EXO. Actually got himself a knock onto Ziki, but it doesn't look like that's going to affect EXO all that much. Somehow, Waltzy is picked back on up, and somehow he's got himself a full shield. He'll probably be able to get the med off as well. And XL go flying up into the sky, and they leave Sutaraiku to their own devices.
I couldn't tell if they were seriously trying to climb up there or just sort of trying to have a look, but eventually they give up and do go for the skyward dive to get themselves out of that low ground canyon. They're doing very well now, but they're on the building where, who's that? EXO is actually inside. You can see Dexter getting ready for the fight. Ultimate accelerant there, ready to go.
So looking pretty good at the moment, although Killerpos is starting to drop low on the HP. They do have that dome out for him. He'll be able to get the bat off with relative ease. Waltzy and Bullet, they're still fighting, they're still trying, they're doing what they can, but the reality is, quite unfortunate for Sutaraiku, that it will not be the icing on the cake to finish the night. That said, very well played evening from the Sutaraiku lads, and it's a good start to Pro League Split 2 for them. Should be picking up the maximum points at the end of the night. Now though, we turn our attention maybe to BRP, who are actually in one of the better positions. 3 squads left alive. EXO needing to get some pretty critical reses out here. And XL, BRP, teams that are trying to take this fight to one another, and it's 3-on-3-on-3. But I can tell you for a fact, Genome, that there is one team that is really not feeling as much pressure as the other two.
Yeah, BRP looking pretty happy at the moment, as you can see down the bottom. Okay, finally forced to use the dome there because the Gibraltar defensive bombardments start coming out. EXO were playing the high ground
All 3 domes.
in that building behind us there on top of the Wolf Pack, but now all have been forced out into the open, and as the domes fade, we'll see who comes away with the win.
Oh, BRP, they're certainly looking pretty good for themselves, but both EXO and NXL are still alive, not for long. EXO disappears, it's NXL and BRP down to a one-on-one, but BRP will finish it off, the final game of the evening, and it might be a bit of a clutch one for them as well. We'll have to wait and see how things shape up with the standings overall after that. But, I mean, BRP, they won't be left wondering. They won't be thinking, what if we would have gotten first? What if we could have gotten a better placement? Because they've done it.
And it wasn't just the 12 points for the victory there, Elfish. I mean, they had a stack of kills on top of that. So they are going to be shooting up the rankings, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they ended up in 3rd place here.
Yeah, certainly going to be something that I'm looking for as well on the standings. But, I mean, you have to say, like, EXO did put a pretty good name forward for themselves in the end there. NXL, top 3 as well. Yeah, I guess we still have to continue to mention Sutaraiku because they are the top team in this lobby as of today at the very least. And that's a really nice consistency from them coming through from the Split 1 playoffs, especially considering they've had a roster change as well, which, you know, if we take our minds back 3 or 4 hours to the start of this lobby, we were saying, well, you know, we've seen the first lobby, we've seen the roster changes have, as a general rule, been equal or net positive for the teams that have made the changes, and we theorized maybe if one team was going to struggle off the back of all these roster changes, it was Sutaraiku because they were at the bottom of that daisy chain, right?
Yeah, to be fair, we were under the impression that Debbie was going to be playing for them. I think that was the roster change listed somewhere.
Yes.
It does end up being Fussy, who does have a little bit more competitive pedigree and a bit more experience in these kind of lobbies. And by the looks of it, he's not such a bad pickup there for Straiku at all.
No, certainly not. I mean, across the board, I think most of the teams that we were hoping to see some pretty good stuff from today, they more or less did perform. Even looking in the case of EXO, who started slow, they also kind of got it together towards the end of things. So I'm pretty happy with how things have sort of played out. I can't really think of a glaring omission, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is one. I think, look, the teams that have had a little bit of time to solidify their position on the top of this have potentially just only gotten better.
Yeah, Rig,
Maybe they've
EXO,
widened the gap.
Burger, Lightning Unicorn, Sutaraiku did all pretty well for themselves today.
Yeah, even some of those ones who were starting to slip behind a little bit, you know, maybe catching up.
Maybe?
Yeah, true.
Maybe the one that didn't quite reach the same heights?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they certainly weren't in their playoffs form. were they?
No. But, I mean, you don't have to be in your playoff swarm in the first day of Pro League. There's a lot of days left to go. NXL, maybe another one that we were sort of wondering what we were going to get from them, and they ended up in top 5, so that's pretty damn good. Sutraiku, 79 points. Obviously, not too far ahead of BRP, not by a significant margin, but they really did manage to solidify off the back of those first 4 games a really good spot, and then the last 2 were pretty comfortable for themselves. Ath, BRP, EXO, Wolfpack, and then Dreamfire. I mean, this lobby actually played out really, like the top 6 was the top 6.
Yeah.
It's just the order could have obviously rotated around based on
No
your
doubt.
power rankings or whatever you had coming in, but that's exactly the top 6 that you would have chosen.
Yeah, damn, dude, and like I'm actually just so happy that BRP ended up in second. To see the come up for those guys, to be a team that has really been just trying to improve so much over the last year or so, and I think kind of went from being like the new guys to now being taken out second in a Pro League day and looking like they can really contend with APAC South's best, and that's a really cool thing to see.
Well, we want to be seeing that as well, tomorrow and next weekend as well. Like, it's good to do it once, and we saw a few teams in Split 1 having these good weekends or good days, and then not really having great days for the rest of the competition. And that's where it's like, yeah, you did fine, you did good, but at the end of the day, you're not going to be up there in the same discussion as the Reignites, the Exos, the whatever, Dreamfires, etc.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing where, like, maybe they're sitting in a position similar to where, Sutraiku might have been 6 months ago or 12 months ago, where, yeah, I mean, they're a good team. They're sitting in the middle of the pack quite consistently, but can they elevate themselves up? That's the real question that they have to ask.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to who's actually taken out big titles in APAC South, right? And it's essentially the now Reignite, the original EXO roster, I guess you'd say, which is MT, Sharky, and Pricey, I think. MT, Sharky, and Zero. But obviously now that they've split up a bit, you're seeing Rig take wins. Lightning Unicorn, their core, won a couple of big tournaments in a row back in the day. I guess Grape managed to take out one. We've got Dreamfire doing it recently. So, yeah, look, a lot of big champions.
A lot of big champions, and maybe we're going to be crowning a new one here in Season 2 as well.
Maybe.
Although I would have to say, for the most part, it's not like a team's kind of coming out of nowhere at the moment, which maybe is good. I don't know that I ever want to see a team come out of completely nowhere and just start to dominate, because that would be a bit like weird. I think you do want to see that slow progression coming through. But there are a few teams that have come out and sort of impressed. Free Agents was definitely one of them from that very first lobby that we watched. That was the former X-Spark roster.
Yeah.
That we were like, we might not expect the world from these guys, but they finished in a pretty high place.
You probably couldn't say they've come out of nowhere, right? They're
that's not
on that kind of like
on the come up,
inside the ring kind of level, I'd say, where they've been around for a long time. Maybe not world beaters, but are certainly doing their best.
All right, well, we do have something special for you guys who are still sticking around. We've got Waltzy on the line from Sutraiku, so we'll see what he has to say. Waltzy, congrats on a fantastic day for you boys. The first question I wanted to just throw your way, I think, is pretty much the low-hanging fruit. Can you talk us through the roster change? Obviously, there's been a bit of a trickle down, so I assume you guys kind of got forced into a roster change. But how's that been? How's the turnaround looking like, and how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, so Jaro felt like he wasn't suiting the playstyle, I guess, and he'd be a better fit elsewhere. He also joined, obviously, one of the best teams in the region, so like I can't hold anything against him for it. I still love that guy. Hope he's farming on his new team. I mean, he got second today, so I think it's pretty obvious they'll have some success. But yeah, we're kind of forced to try and find something within a short amount of time, so it was a bit rough. And with only, I think, like 8 scrim practices with Fussy, as you see today, like we're pretty happy with the turnout. I think top 5 in all games is pretty consistent. Definitely one of the more stacked lobbies, but without Burger and Rig to contest you for a top 5 spot, it makes it a little bit easier. They tend to take up like a lot of power spots and a lot of just make our rotations like a lot more difficult. So we'll see how we go against them in the coming weeks. But I think we got a lot of hope for this new roster after today.
Yeah, it's just such an awesome start. And as you said there, like what was that top 5 every single game. And I think that's definitely something we've talked about a lot in relation to Straiku is the amount of consistency you guys get. So what do you think it was that changed today that enabled you, to string all of those 6 games together without really falling behind like we might have seen in the past?
I think maybe with our last roster, we had a lot of firepower, so we were a bit more willing to take risky fights and fights that maybe a lot of other teams wouldn't take. Which obviously, it'll pay off or it won't, whether we win the fight. So with the new roster, we still got a lot of firepower and Fossey, borderline the same amount, especially close range. But without the experienced team fighting, we more or less were trying to play a lot smarter, look for power positions and stuff like that, rather than taking a lot of risky fights. Which is why you'll see our KP, maybe compared to past competitions with Jaro, wasn't as much as as much as we got today. Usually we don't play for placement. We kind of play to frag, but yeah, I think today we just did a lot better at just playing our power positions and just trying to focus on playing for the dub.
Sweet. I guess last question before we let you go. You obviously had a good start to the day with those 3 first games, but we were having a bit of a listen in with you in the third game where you came second, and right as I think it was Bullet was running out of bullets, and he was like, I'm punching him. There seemed to be a little bit of frustration right at the end there where you guys couldn't get that one over the line. Was there a moment like after those 3 games where you were thinking like, come on, what do we have to do to get a win? Was there a bit of, not tilt per se coming in through the mentality side of things, but did you guys need a bit of a reset after that third game? Was there a bit of a chat after that like, hey guys, don't worry, we're not getting the win, but we're still getting really good points on the board?
That game specifically, the frustration was the ammo burn, because we played from that building back of Mill for the entire game, and we were shooting at everybody that was trying to Valk ult in and come into our spot. We ended up burning a lot of ammo to the point where one of our players had to ask another player like Fossey and Bullet. So we got to the point where we had 0 ammo, which just costed us. We recognized that straight away. We said in future, if you've got 1 clip left, save it. Don't burn and keep asking your teammates, because otherwise we'll just get to the point where, as you see there, I'm the only person left with ammo, and even then I ran out of Prowler ammo at the end there. Not sure if you guys caught that, but I had just a Rampage close range, bit of Bloom, and yeah, we kind of came away second when we should have got an easy first.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that when we were looking, especially at the replay, it was a little bit of an awkward spot for you to get into. But either way, I mean, look, a good day today, so very much a nice start to the Pro League for you boys. Waltzy, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate the interview, and obviously we wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. See you next time. All right, Genome. Obviously, a very, very good win today for Sutraiku, and I think most of what we spoke to Waltzy about there sort of was in line with what we had assumed, right? There was the frustration from running through the ammo, all this kind of, the fact that they've had a new roster coming together and there's a little bit sort of still coming through there. The only thing I kind of maybe wanted to ask him also was, obviously they run the Ash, I feel like, a lot more than other teams. So what do they kind of see from that?
Look, maybe they'll win again tomorrow, and you get the chance
exactly.
then, Elfish.
Yeah, I didn't want to keep everyone here all night.
Look, I loved that confirmation that it's kind of working out for both teams. The Jaro gets to go play his style that he loves to do, and these guys get to keep playing their style that they do. And yeah, exactly, it's working out for both of them. They got a first and a second between them. Love to see it.
Love to see it indeed. I think there's a bunch of teams obviously that are worth mentioning today as well. We've pretty much gone down the list. I guess for me, the main takeaway now is going to be, look, pretty much all of the top teams performed today. So how many of those top teams are going to struggle tomorrow when the lobbies change around? We're going to have different teams in different positions.
Yep.
You're going to have to deal with different rotations, etc., etc. That's the difficult part of this particular format, is that no lobby you play from day to day is exactly the same. So tomorrow is going to get even more difficult because you're going to have to adapt again and again and again.
Yeah, look, teams are going to start tightening up their Storm Point play. I think that'll be less of a wild card as we go forward. But yeah, it's been a wonderful day of play. It's been so cool to see another map back in ALGS for the first time in quite some time. You know, we love World's Edge. It's a fantastic map to play competitive Apex on. But, you know, it's nice to have a little bit of spice every now and then.
Certainly is. Anyway, that is the end of the day for day 1 of ALGS Pro League in APAC South. Don't go too far away, of course. I mean, do what you need to do. Go have a nap, do some sleeping or whatever. Make sure you follow GG Longshot on Twitter for all the updates. Of course, we will be back tomorrow at the same time. I believe that's 3 p.m. start of the game, Shino. We'll probably be on a little bit earlier than that. Just
if you're in Australia.
Yeah, if you're in Australia. But hey, I mean, look, we're in Australia.
12 p.m. SGT.
Yeah, I guess we can go with that. 12 p.m. SGT, maybe a little bit earlier if you want to catch the pre-show. Gino and I will be there, and so that's probably reason enough to tune in. Either way, I think we should wrap things up there. We've got a lot of preparing to do for tomorrow. It's going to be another big day. Make sure you're there. We'll be there, and we're certainly looking forward to catching you. So, we'll see you on the other side. Sides right now, neither wanting to make that mistake. And we still argue over from eSport are under the pump a little bit more. So, Genius, he's got no shield left, and so far, Team Burger, they're looking pretty good. They'll walk away with a win in Game 1 of Split 2. They're looking strong, they're looking healthy, they've got the positioning, they've got the cover. And what can free agents do about it? This would be an unlikely victory if they could pull it off. A 1-for-1 trade for DNZ. They peg one back, and it's down to just the one last remaining member of free agents. DNZ will take the win. Bide your time, stay healthy, maintain your resources. And on the other side of the door, Lightning Unicorn, they're going to have to go. The zone is pushing them in. It's a very, very tight one, Gino. Templex is already on the floor, and a couple of those players down low on the shields. Rez coming through at a time like this for Lightning Unicorn inside of the zone. It looks like they're going to make it happen.
Get them on ledge! On the left! No, just kill Market! Nice,
I killed them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dead.
What's up, please?
I'm tainted.
Well, in the end, it's Team Burger. We're getting too ahead of ourselves just yet. Reignite, they have 3 alive. Lightning Unicorn as well.
Really rough, but somehow, maybe just the others bubbling themselves in?
I don't know, but Lightning Unicorn, they do lose cop gaps, and I'm surprised they're still alive at this point. This is Reignite's time to strike, though. They have control of the circle. Kentung, he got one, but not enough, and Reignite, they're the champions yet again.
Surprised that Overclock Esports didn't come down from the south. You see them over to the right of the position, but what free agents can do about it. There's already a knock onto one of the free agents players, now a 2-on-2. There is a trade back coming on through. Free agents down to just the one. Mexus, he's got that red armor, still looking relatively healthy. Trying to land the shots with the Peacekeeper. He's got one left, but free agent. Circle is going to push both of them out. Does look like that, doesn't it? Looks like it's going to go into that.
Last team. Popping a bat. I'm done.
Last one.
Play life, Ozzy.
I'm the fucking best card! Wait, last team.
Oh, me, Gib. He's trying to finish me.
Oh my fucking god, I'm the...
The unfortunate thing for Roy, even though he is the Wraith, it's going to be a lot easier for Sudarai to contest in that heal off if need be. Look at him right now inside of that gas, just trying to preserve as much HP, goes into the void, but he is getting munched apart, and it's a Thame in the end that walk away with the victory. So he's going to make that cross this fast. I think really that can be done.
Fly, multi.
Keep it down.
Nice, last team, last two, 2v2. You win this.
I've got no ammo.
They're weak.
I'm punching
Last
him.
one.
Last one.
I'm punching him.
Flash. Weak.
I'm punching him.
No, dude.
I had no ammo.
A little bit of time here. They don't have full shields. Bastion, Easy Flash has been taken down
High
again.
ground.
And Straiku are looking directly down upon them.
3 shots coming through for Sudaraiku. This should be their victory. It looks like it's all coming together for them. Method to madness. They can't hold up. And Sudaraiku finally have found themselves.
No other way really to get out there. You can see BWS, they're just
Bombardment goes down. Who does it favor at this point? You have no idea. Kissans, he gets knocked. So does Bigsy. NXL, I'm not sure they're too long for this world. It has to be down to Ath and BWS, and I have to say, I think it might be Ath who grabbed themselves their second win. He is back on up, and somehow he's got himself a full shield. Probably the other
building behind us there on top of the Wolf Pack, but now all have been forced out into the open, and as the domes fade, we'll see who comes away with the win.
RP, they're certainly looking pretty good for themselves, but both EXO and NXL are still alive, not for long. EXO disappears, it's NXL and BRP down to a one-on-one, but BRP will...